Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
Shabbat Shalom. That's what I'm talking about. Shabbat Shalom. Happy Sabbath day. Shalom, Israel. What's up, Israel? Shabbat Shalom. Be praised with all of our efforts, all of our deeds, all of our desires, and may our actions speak greatly in the sight of the Most High King. Let our deeds pronounce righteousness in his sight with all that we do, all that we think, and all in how we respond to situations. You know, I'm gonna be first. I gotta admit this first. I gotta get this off my chest. I gotta get this off my chest. Today, well, not today, but the last couple of days, I have found myself allowing myself to be controlled by my emotions, and I despise that. First time what happened was I was at Home Depot, coming out of Home Depot, and I had paid for my stuff, but left through another exit. And the security guard said, hey, where's your receipt? And I didn't take my receipt because those receipts got chemicals on them that put poison in your bloodstream when you touch them. So I left my receipt in the machine. Oh, no. Yeah, I left it in the machine. Somebody took it, threw it in trash. But anyway, so I go to walk out the door. I said, my receipt down there. I paid for it down there. And he got tough with me. The guy got real tough. Started talking real gangster to me. And I don't know why people be trying to talk gangster to me. I don't know. But for some reason, I let that gangster talk that he was talking to me interrupt my peace. And I talked back to him. I said, man, what's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? He said, well, I'm just doing my job. You gotta go back there and you gotta go find that receipt or whatever. I said, man, I said, think of your guard down there. He was down there. Call him on the thing, on the walkie-talkie, and let him verify that I was there. Don't you know that guard plays stupid? I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't see you. So I said, well, you got to be the supervisor or something, man, because I ain't going all the way back down there for nothing. So one of the managers of the store, they called him over. He comes over to me. He says, and I knew the guy because I go to the same Home Depot for years, like 20 years. And the guy comes in, hey, what's up, Prince? I said, hey, man, this guy told me I need a receipt. He said, what you got? I showed him what I had. He said, all right, come on, let's go get your receipt, man. So he walks back down to the register, gets the receipt, comes back up. And he shows them the receipt. He says, y'all was wrong. See, here you go. Here's his receipt, which I understand their position. You know, they got a job to do. People walking out the store with merchandise just claim he got a receipt. Don't nobody know, but everybody's supposed to know me. What's wrong with him? Because he knew on the scene. I've been there for over 20. You supposed to know Prince. When Prince come in the store, everything's supposed to stop. Bang! Prince is in the store. Yeah. That's how it's supposed to be. And then when I go to walk out with my stuff, they supposed to know I ain't stealing nothing. I ain't no crook. I don't steal. But he was a new guard. He didn't know. So, you know, I should have gave him a little bit more understanding. But I didn't, because he's supposed to know. When he had his meeting for his job, they should have informed him. See this picture right here? This is Prince. When Prince come in his store, do not stop him. They should have told him that when they hired him to come to work for them, but they didn't. And I had a problem with that. And he got in trouble. So then that was the first time. So then yesterday, Yesterday, I was at Whole Foods. My wife called me up. Go get some food before we come in the house, or else don't come home.
Oh,
You know she ain't talking to me like that. But anyway, that's just to keep the humor in the conversation. So I go to Home Depot, and she took a long time to text me what she wanted. So I started getting what I wanted to get. Then she sends me her text, and the cart just got bigger and bigger and bigger. I had to take that little cart back and go get another cart. My nephew, Reef, was with me. He was with me. He was helping me out. So I had to go get another cart, a bigger cart, because she has so much stuff. And you know Home Depot's high, and you know I get upset spending money. Y'all know I don't like spending no money. So I'm at the store. We get ready to get in line. So I get a phone call about a Zoom call that I was supposed to be on. That was a very important call. So I told my nephew, I said, oh, put the cart right here. I'm going downstairs to go get on this call real quick because it was that important. I go get in my truck. So I'm sitting in my truck on my call, and 4 guards and a white lady, I guess she was a manager, I don't know, comes downstairs talking to me, talking about walk over to the side of my car on the driver's side. Now I'm in an important meeting, a real important meeting on my Zoom. So I got to ask them to hold on, and I didn't put the phone on mute. I should have put the phone on mute. The lady and the 4 guys come over to my car, and the guys looking husky too, like they know I did something wrong, right? So I rolled out my window. I said, how can I help you? How you doing? She says, you got to move this truck. I said, okay, all right, no problem. I'm going to move now. You got to move now. I'm like, yes, ma'am. I'll move the truck. So I was telling the guys, hey, y'all got to hold. They started talking again. You can't take up 2 parking spaces. Wait a minute. She must be new here. She must didn't know when they hired her, they didn't put my picture up and show her that's Prince. Don't bother him. They must didn't do that at Home Depot, at Whole Foods. They couldn't have did that because the lady came down there bothering me. She should have told them security guards, that's Prince. I see him on my interview. Don't mess with him when he comes to the store. So she comes downstairs. She said, you got to move this truck. You can't take up 2 parking spaces. Who do you think you are? I said, I'm Prince. So I pulls my truck out, went to go get into another parking space. They standing there watching me to outpark. So I go wait for this car to get out. I pull into another parking space. They comes, and I'm back in my conversation again. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. You know, I'm ready to go. Let's finish up with the meeting, right? So I'm like talking in my conversation again to these people, and then they come knocking on my window again. I said to myself, what could they possibly want now? The lady says, you ain't in a parking space. This is not a parking space. You need to park in a parking space. So I point to the handicapped parking space right next to me. I said, okay, my apologies. I'll park right here. She said, no. And I mean bold and strong and arrogant. No, this is a handicapped parking space. I took my handicap placard and put it out the window and said, see, I got one. See, I mean, I lost control. I wasn't supposed to do that. That's not me. That's not my spirit. But I was so perturbed because they kept messing with me. I lost control and stuck my handicap stick out the window and said, see, I got one. You know what she told me? Put it in your visor. Hang it from your rear view mirror so people could see that you got one. I said, no. I put it on my dashboard. She said, hang it from your rear view mirror. I said, I don't hang it from my rear view mirror. It ain't got to be them. And I was losing control, y'all. I lost control. I ain't got to put it on my rear view mirror. Why couldn't I just comply and let this blow over and get out the way?
right.
I'm telling you something. Both times I lost control. To me, I lost control because I'm the kind of guy, I would give you the last $5 out of my pocket just not to get in confrontation. But them 2 times, I was challenged with negativity. And what did I do? I got negative with the negativity. That last one set the whole tone for the next 2 hours of my day. Nothing went right. I went to leave out of the parking lot. My truck was too big. I couldn't get out. I'm holding up traffic. 15 cars behind me. I'm backing up, trying to get around them. All the cars trying to get by. Nobody didn't want to let me by. I couldn't get out. But I had to be home within 45 minutes to get back on this call so I could finish the call. Because the people, the second time, I didn't put the phone on mute either. And they heard all that. And they was like, well, Prince, just call us back when you get home. When I got off the phone and when I finally got home and I did the thing I had to do with the people, one of the people that was with me, I called his office back to give him some more information. I ain't heard from him since. He must be so upset with me, but I don't care. Don't matter. He must have forgot. They should have showed my picture when they hired him at his company because I'm Prince. They should have looked up and said, if that guy right there says anything you don't like, so what? Eat it. What's wrong with that guy? I'm Prince. Prince Kazaradar Benai Yisrael. That's me. They supposed to know that and recognize, right? Put some respect on my name. What's wrong with these people? Shabbat shalom, everyone. So that's my opening testimony for this morning. Yes, that's my opening testimony. Let's get this thing going, y'all. Shabbat shalom, everyone in the room today. Shabbat shalom. Welcome. May the Most High be praised. All them people starting trouble with me early in the morning. They must don't know. Matter of fact, let me post my picture up on the side and put my name underneath so they will know not to mess with me when they see me in their establishment. These people. What part were you thankful for, Prince? The part that I was thankful for. This is the part I was thankful for, that the Most High allowed me to recognize my weakness by losing my composure and giving these people a harder time than I had to give them. I'm thankful that the Most High allowed me to see that, because it could have got real bad. It could have been real bad. It could have got real ugly. And I don't want no trouble, but I wasn't acting like I didn't want no trouble. And I don't like that. That made me feel real uncomfortable after that day. After I got to sit down on my way home, I felt out of place because I allowed a spirit to enter into me that I don't normally allow to enter into me. Well, let me say this. I have to put it the right way, because this is the truth. I allowed a spirit that was in me to control me at a time when I didn't like, when I don't normally allow spirits, those certain spirits, to control me. It's not that it entered in me, it was already in me. But I allowed it to come out of me at the wrong time. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't the behavior of a servant of the Most High. And I lost composure, and I allowed myself to go down and succumb to their negativity and respond with negativity when I should not have it. I should have remained my composure and still been in my righteous state of mind and dealt with it with a calm spirit and low tone voice. Yes, ma'am, I moved, which I did say. But then she kept pressing the issue, and I pressed the issue with her. So I shouldn't have done it. It was probably a lot more said, but But I tell you what, the security guard at Home Depot, I want to go back there and catch that guy at work and apologize to that guy, because that one there was really, really unbecoming of a prince, really. So I have to go back and find that guy at his job and apologize to him publicly, because I disrespected him back. I showed him, when he gave me some aggression, I gave him even that much more than what he gave out of my mouth toward him. And I shouldn't have. I didn't cuss or anything, but just a simple fact, that man was doing his job. His simple job is to check receipts. It was the way he approached me that made me feel like he was threatening me, like it was just out of order. But even then, I should have been in a righteous position to even control my spirit and say, that's all right. Brother just doing his job. Let the brother work. But Prince responded, respectfully. Yes, brother, I apologize, bro. My receipt is down here. I don't have it right now. If you want me to go back and get it, I'll go back and get it because I don't want you to get in no trouble. That's what I should have did. I should have kept my mouth shut and went back and got that poisonous receipt, picked it up, and brought it back down. But I could have put a plastic glove on and picked the receipt up or something. Y'all do know that those receipts that they give y'all at the store has a coating on the receipts, and they're poisonous. So try not to touch them with your hand. Put some gloves on, get some Q-tips, get some pliers, put them in your bag or do whatever you're going to do, but try not to touch them with your hands. It's a forever chemical on those things that poisons your bloodstream. So anyway, so I am confessing my sin for the week of losing control so that others who might be here in the audience can learn from my mistakes. And when you are encountering the world and the evil and wicked negative spirits of the world, you know how to combat them when your time comes. She said, my man get into everything. You see how your wife talking about you, Zoo?
And man, they get into everything.
Oh, I thought you said my man get I thought you said my man get into everything. I was gonna say Zoo. I did say Zoo. Kezu, you see how she talking about you? She talking about you. You must be rumbling.
She's not talking about him.
Yes, I know she is. She's a good wife. She one of the elite, that's for sure. She said, dang, Prince.
Exactly. I got you, sis.
She got you. All right, let's get started. Prince going to be quiet for a little while. 1, 2, 3. All right, quietness is over. Let's get started. So, welcome to another Shabbat day, family. You got your lesson for the day. We can all go home now. That was our lesson. We got our lesson. The main lesson is over. It's all done. What else can we educate y'all on today? They are putting MRA in the veggies now. Yes, they have found a way to do all those things. They have found a way to do all those things. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, what are you thankful for, family? Let's talk about the Creator for a minute. Let's talk about the Creator. Let's talk to the Almighty. Well, let's talk to each other in the presence of the Almighty and let the Most High bear record and testify. We're going to talk about what we're thankful for to this King, what we're grateful for. Let's talk about some of the good things that we're grateful for. So I'm going to go first because y'all be taking y'all time trying to figure out what y'all want to talk about. And I'm so amped up right now. I want to go first.
Go ahead.
I'm thankful to the Most High because I see his power working in our lives for the benefit of all the nation of Israel. I see the Most High opening up doors that haven't been opened before. I see changes taking place all around the earth in benefit of our people. I see elevation. I'm getting phone calls from people. I had a conversation with 3 young brothers the other day on the phone. Very, very, very powerful conversations. And if we could just cause those things to manifest in this lifetime, we'd be all right. I see it all over the earth. I see the glorious power of this King. Yot says, Zivaot, I see him working in the lives and in the behalf of us all. I'm very thankful and grateful to be alive in this day of time and to be serving this King. There is none like him, not in the heavens above, the earth beneath, neither in the waters underneath of the earth. There is none like unto the Most High. And I'm grateful. And I'm grateful that I have all of you that I can speak to on a Shabbat day and hear from on a Shabbat day. You know I'm good, you know, and I know you good. And I'm thankful for that. And if there's anybody in this audience that ain't good, you need to make it known right now, because those of us who are able to help you to better your life or to make your life a little bit easier, we can't do that if we don't know that something is wrong in your life. So talk to us, family. If something is going on in your life, you're struggling, you're going through some hard times, let us know, because we are our brothers' keepers. We are our sisters' keepers. Now, if you're doing all this, you're struggling, you're having these hard times because you're not right and you're not serving as King and you're not living to the best of your ability, then you brought that calamity on your own head. But sometimes we can be walking right before the Most High to the best of our ability. Not perfect, but to the best of our ability. And those demons that are in the air just finds us and rips up our peace. If that's you, let's figure out how to beat those demons. Let's figure out how to conquer them. Let's do it together as a brother and a sister, how we should. And we can conquer all things. May the Most High be praised. All right, that's my acknowledgement to the Most High at this time. Who would like to be next? Look at all those hands up. Everybody running to be next to praise the Most High, give him his praise on this day. I think Sister Higdalia was next, wasn't she?
Yes.
There you go. Let's rock and roll. Shabbat shalom. Imad, you got it.
Shabbat shalom. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom, lekulam. I am going to begin with reading Mother Higdalia's thankfuls. And she began by saying, I am thankful for the Most High providing a sanctuary away from the world with GHA at Temple Kifarim, where our children can be safe, loved, learn the truth, and become genuine scholars. And then she posted Isaiah Yeshayahu and said, go and tell this people, be ever hearing but never understanding, be ever seeing but never perceiving. Make the heart of his people calloused, make their ears dull and close their eyes. Otherwise, they might see with their eyes, hear with their ears, and understand with their hearts, and turn and be healed. And she says, I am thankful to the Most High for not placing me in the category of those who are past being able to be healed. Hallelujah. She says, I am thankful that I understand we need to continually grow in our observance of the law for any oppression to be turned around. Ooh, that's a good one. I am extremely thankful for the sisters I consider friends. They are able to assist me in staying grounded in my thinking by not supporting any stupid thoughts I may have. I am thankful for all my friends because we discuss Torah all the time. It's just normal any day of the week, and I absolutely love that. She said, I am thankful that the Most High has made a way for us to be able to keep our house. Hallelujah. Hearing that wind outside is so scary, and he protects and provides by being with the work of our hands. I am thankful to the Most High for the wisdom and discernment to remove myself from situations that may cause me to falter in my servitude. All praises. I am thankful to the Most High for placing Ha-Moreh Mishael as my first formal teacher. He gave me an amazing foundation and stressed to never stop growing and doing more for the Most High. I am thankful to the Most High that I'm able to walk still. At times I think my feet are done, and he fortifies me with more strength to go on. Yeah, I am thankful to the Most High for all the great herbs he put on this earth to help us with several things we encounter, even things that are new to us. He had the foresight to create a remedy for it. I know she had more ones. I got. I'm starring her.
While we're waiting.
I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot to say, thankful to the Most High for our family in person and online.
May the Most High be praised. Yes. She said a whole lot, and she said a lot that a lot of our testimonies can contest to. Mm-hmm. A lot of the things that she acknowledged the Most High for, we also can thank the Most High for those things. Thank you, sis. Okay. Thank you very much. May the Most High be praised. Who would like to be next? Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special?
Mm-hmm. I have, it's quite a bit of them, so I'll read them. Aim Kimya, or Zaquina Laurel, says, greetings, family. Celebration time, giving thanks, praise, and honor to the Most High, sovereign for bringing us safely through another cycle. I'm smiling today, but I wasn't yesterday while getting ready to pay. Hold on. pay a bill and discovered that my account only had $5 in a charge that I knew nothing about. The bank closed the account. Prior to that, on a different banking account, I had the bank stop an automatic withdrawal because people's cannot be trusted, and when you try reaching them, they're not reachable.
May the Most High be praised. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Well, I hope everything worked out for you yesterday, Sister Laurel. We can't have nothing happening with you. You the bomb. You the truth. We can't let you be out there and something happens and you don't have the support to back you up. You let us know, because you know Prince and his family is always here for you. May the Most High be praised.
All right. Ima Sukari says, grateful for the Most High's every blessed day. I rise. May we all meditate.
May the Most High be praised.
All right. Onit says, I am thankful to the Most High for life and blessing all of us to see and experience another beautiful Shabbat day.
May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Onit.
Sister Dominique, as Chief Malak says, I am thankful to the Creator for the life of Maish and the knowledge of the Creator in which he's teaching me. I'm thankful to the Creator for allowing me to become with child.
May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom. Hey, tell your husband I tried to call him the other day and it didn't work. Tell him I ain't got his correct phone number, so we got a problem with that. May the Most High be praised.
And she also says, thankful to the Creator for allowing me to have a smooth experience during these times, which is my first. I'm so excited. Thank you, Creator of heaven and earth.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah.
Sister Gabby says, Total Most High for set apart day to be renewed, peace, elevation, health, happy and healthy children, and thankful for life lessons.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby.
Thankful for family and love, y'all.
Shabbat Shalom.
And then, I'm sorry. And Kenya says,
Ima.
Yeah.
That's another one. We got to send a gift to.
Okay.
Mr. Otter and his wife.
Okay.
You got to remember that. And Brother Asa, I need you to give me a call. We got to speak when you get a chance. I talk to you about it when I talk to you. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. Go ahead, Ima. My apologies.
No problem. Chief Malak says, Baruch Ha-Elohim, I'm thankful for you more, Isha. All right. And then my sister wife says, I'm very grateful to the Most High, saw fit that my husband and I celebrated 4 strong years of marriage as of yesterday. Maish has truly changed my life in a positive way. Total Most High for such a strong and covering husband.
Oh, you touched my heart. Oh, you make me cry. Yeah. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised.
Yes, happy anniversary.
What you say? Didn't hear you.
I said, yes, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary. Oh, you got me crying over here. Let's go, y'all.
We're about to get a Grammy. All right. Sister Dollar says, Shabbat Shalom, Gabby, miss you so much. We miss SJ. Yes, we do. And she said, tell him her Senor Shalom says Shalom. We definitely miss SJ.
That's because y'all don't follow her page. See, I follow her page, and I'll be seeing all the stuff she put up over her children. I'll be like, yeah, go ahead, boy. I comment too, let her know, man. That's my little squad right there. Them boys is growing strong. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom.
All right. So I guess everybody, I read everybody. So, I'm also thankful to witness the growth of our son, BK. I will always be grateful for that. He is teething and now more teeth are poking through. He'll be 2 soon. Time literally flies.
Hey, listen, let me tell you about that little guy. This little guy, what are you, like 19, 20 months now? I think he's 20 months. and he's walking up the steps, holding on to the side of the banister, walking up the steps, and then walking down the steps, sliding down a wall as he walked down the steps. He ain't but that big, and he's walking up. And I ain't talking about crawling up the steps. That's how he started. He's walking up the steps and then walking down the steps like a grown person.
Yeah.
That boy's something.
He is grown.
Yeah.
He around adults, so he's mimicking.
Yeah.
She said, look at you knowing the amount of months. Oh, that's funny. The Prime Minister says Torah for his holy gathering on the Shabbat.
Shabbat Shalom, Prime Minister.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you.
Came into your Isha as well, into your Bat. You want to talk? Oh, yes. Malcolm Gadali says we want to talk and interact, not just see pics. Exactly. Because we all follow her. We see all the pics, but she said they'll be visiting soon.
See, where's my brother Kezu at? You brother Kezu, you see what your wife just did to me?
You are messy. All
Sister
right.
Kaza, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Aisha. I don't call you Kaza, I call you Aisha. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. But I'll call you Kaza if you want me to. Kaza
says, I'm very appreciative for the way my aunts and uncles take care of my mother, who is the baby of 12. Wow. Growing up, I didn't understand it for a short period. I resented it. However, throughout let me find her finishing statement. Throughout my thoughts, my stages of growth and development, I've learned that their relationships, their dynamics were formed way before I was thought of. And I've learned to appreciate and be grateful for the way they love and take the way they love and take care of their sister. Oh, praises.
Praise. Total Rabbah. Brother Kezu.
Brother Kezu says, thankful to the Most High for all things, because without him, we are not. Torah Yah also for growth, because that's what life is about.
That's what life is about. Absolutely. Now, a lot of classes, while you get yourself together, Ima, a lot of classes, when they start off with prayer. Well, this is our form of prayer, to give thanks to the Creator. That's the strongest prayer you can ever give, to thank the Creator, to show him that you're appreciative of all that he does for you. This is a powerful piece. A lot of people play it down. A lot of people don't want to tune in on this part. A lot of people don't want to acknowledge this part. A lot of you are sitting in the audience. We got 2,200 people in the room, and most of you ain't said nothing. But that's okay if you don't want to. We're not going to hold you to that fire. All I'm saying is this is a powerful piece of the day to let the Most High know that we are grateful for what he does for us, because he does so much. Do you know that the Most High takes care of the ants, take care of the trees, take care of the heavens, take care of the small particles in the earth, and takes care of all human beings all at the same time? Take care of all of our needs all at the same time. He's simultaneously working on all those different things, plus many more different things. We have no knowledge of what it takes for the Most High to just let one day transpire in this universe. And he got a billion more universes that he's dealing with. And he does it all at the same time. Now, we can't even talk and walk, a lot of us, at the same time. But the Most High is doing all that. So within the midst of him having such a busy schedule, he took the time to make sure that your life was the way that it was. I am extremely grateful to this King for all that he does for us. Extremely grateful. Mm-hmm. All right, let's rock and roll.
Okay. All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I guess it's my turn. But, you're still welcome to place your thanks in the chat and I'll read them. All praises, all glory goes unto our Creator, Ha Elohim. Thankful to him for allowing us to be here on this day. Thankful for him allowing us to
Leave it up for a little bit. May the Most High be praised. That's sister. She be on point, boy. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Ima. Please
Yes,
forgive me. Please forgive me. Go ahead.
no problem. Giving all praises, all glory unto the Creator for who He is, thanking Him for this Shabbat day. All praises unto Him, thanking Him for allowing me to make it through another week of traveling, of unexpected traveling, having family time, dealing with emergencies. Thankful to the Creator for my parents, whom I'm forever reminded on a daily basis of the sacrifices they made, not just to the communities at large, but just humans being parents, as choosing to be a mother and a father. I'm thankful for their sacrifices. And as I mother my children and grow in this process as a wife, I see, what it is and what it takes to sacrifice who you are at times, not in totality, but just different things for your children, for your husband, for your family, and to build a nation and to be a part of that growth. So I'm thankful for their example, and that it's an everlasting, righteous, and positive example. So Total Most High for my parents, Total Creator for my Ish, for the blessing that He has given unto me and my family, my children, Total for His guidance, His protection, His lessons, His messages. Even though sometimes you're like, what does that mean? But, as you think about it, meditate on it, the answers come to you and just have more conversation. So I'm grateful for His wisdom and His ability to be the man that He is in this world that we live in. I'm super grateful for the Most High protecting my nephew and my great niece, who were in a very bad accident recently, this past week. And just thankful that the Most High spared their life. A person T-boned them in their vehicle, flipped over about quarter of a mile. And I'm thankful that the vehicle that they was in was made, the sturdiness of that vehicle was made so strong that my great niece, she had no concussions or anything. She had like one small scratch under her chin and on her knee. And, and my nephew, thanking all, the Creator for him, because he, even though he does have a slight concussion and some bruising and soreness, the Most High spared both of their lives. And when I look at, the way that the vehicle looks, and I know that if it was in another vehicle, I would pray that the Most High would have spared their lives as well. But we know that sometimes, a shield is different, the physical shield, and cars are made so weak and cheap nowadays. So I'm thankful, that the Most High saw fit to allow them to be here. I'm super thankful that He allowed us to come together as a family when that happened, to just, acknowledge how grateful we are as a family for yet allowing us to not have to go through a loss, but to go through a day of appreciation and hugging each other a little tighter and saying I love you, and just being reminded of, what we have and what we have to be thankful for. Thankful to the Creator for allowing my youngest son and my best friend and I to do some traveling. No, it actually was a G-Wagon. So I'm thankful, for that. But thankful to the Most High for allowing my youngest son and my best friend to do a spontaneous trip and allowing us to accomplish what we needed to accomplish in that day and to make it back safely. And to be glad and, thankful for what we had to go and do, and to be pleased with what the Most High has blessed us with. So I'm grateful for that. I'm just grateful. I'm always super grateful just for life, every day we wake up and we realize that we don't have to wake up. The Most High didn't have to allow us to open our eyes, to breathe air, to, stand up on our feet and our legs, and that they work. I constantly, every day you hear about stories of lives being taken, whether it be, all things are by the Most High's will, but whether it be in old age or suddenly, or, out of some type of danger or just accidental, I'm grateful that, we get to experience life and give thanks to the Creator and ask for his forgiveness so that, we can appreciate what life has to offer. I'm, always thankful for the land that we live on, this isolation. I truly love being out here. I feel like I am in a whole nother world from what's outside of that gate. And of course, when I go outside of that gate, it's like the world's just abruptly slaps me in my face. But once I come back into this gate, I feel completely protected. I feel like this world over here is untouchable by anybody on the outside that's wishing or desiring negativity upon us. So I'm just grateful for that peace that the Most High has given. And I just continuously pray for my families who have just recently lost, family members, my cousins who lost their mothers. Well, recently, a few of my cousins, and grateful for the strength of our family. So I just pray that the Most High continues to bless us, watch over us, that we continue to walk in his way, that we continue to call upon him in our times of need, first and foremost. I'm super grateful, of course, for our school and for the dedication of our teachers, our parents, and our students. That's it. Say who? Toda Rabah. You're on mute. You're on mute.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabah, Toda Rabah, Toda Rabah. Is that Sister Opal?
That is Sister
100
Opal.
years ago. From 100 years ago. Wow, Sister Opal. Shabbat Shalom. Haven't heard from you in a long time. May the Most High be with you, protecting, blessing, and strengthening you. It's good to see that you're still with us, texting and following along and fellowshipping and keeping us in your prayers. We're truly grateful. May the Most High be with you, sis. Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah.
All right.
I didn't read her thankful.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Sister Opal says, Shabbat Shalom, family. Thank Most High for you, family, and keeping your prayer and for keeping me on this journey. And then
Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom, bro. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you as well, bro.
Okay. Brother Benjamin says Shabbat Sabbath blessings to all servants of Yahuwah and to the whole house of Yisrael. Oh, she's just talking to me. Okay. And then Sister Tahor Kodesh says Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom. I tell you, Sister Tahora Kodesh is here every week. We're going to have to invite her out for Passover, too. Oh, yeah. Passover is coming up, everybody, April 4th. Mm-hmm. This year, April 4th. If you come into the land, you got to put your reservations in now because it's going to be a crowded. We want to make sure we got enough room for you.
Okay.
So put your reservations in so we'll know. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, Emi, what's next?
What's next? Oh, my presentation. So likely.
You got your presentation ready?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. What's the name of the day's class today? A man must build his wife. Wow. That's going to be a powerful class. We got to see what this is. A man must build his... Oh, man. Boy, you know how many people got offended just by the title alone? Build what? Ain't nobody building nothing over here. Boy, these women is hype. I know they hype. That's all right, because you're about to get into a message today. We're going to do some talking today, some teaching, and we're going to do some learning today about a man must build his wife. What kind of person even puts the title like that on the name of a Shabbat service class? They are hot. They hot. They coming at you, Prince. Talk about a man must build what? He better build himself, build his wife. Boy, they hot. That's all right, though, because we're going to open it up and we're going to expose the truth. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi. Go ahead.
Oh, gosh. Yes. He is hot.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Yep. I think the thing is people are just more mad about verbiage. They don't understand it's the westernized thought process, though, honestly. I really think that's what it is. And just the lack of just kind of just thinking beyond the words.
I do got something else I want to say before you get into your lesson, Emma. I mean, not your lesson, because you ain't teaching nothing. You're not teaching, you're not teaching the men nothing. You're presenting information for us to disseminate in our mind and process in how we want to live. That's what you're doing. Thank you, Emma.
Because I don't want to offend any men, by opening my mouth as a woman.
I want to talk about one of my tenants. A good guy that's been around for a long time with us, Mr. Cornell. That's his name, Mr. Cornell. The guy is amazing. I mean, he went through his hardship some years back, and it was a real struggle for him. He came through. He's on top of things. And the other day I saw him, and he says to me something about the classes. He stopped me and he said, I want to thank you, Prince, you and your wife, for those classes this one class that y'all gave some time back. He says, in this class, he said, now I'm trying to remember exactly how he said it, which I may get it a little twisted, but the general ideal of what he said, I remember. He says, for those lessons that you teach really work. He said, particularly I'm talking about the fasting. He said, I've never fasted in my life. And he says, when you were on that class and you was fasting, I could see it in your face. He said, the Creator was on you. I saw the Spirit glowing on you. He said, you were so in your place. Forget how he said that part right there. Something about you were so in your place, but yet the presence of the Creator was on you, and I saw it. He said, it encouraged me through your teachings from your wife, because she was doing her fasting, you was doing your fasting, and it encouraged me to fast. And he says that he started fasting. And first I was impressed just by that. When we teach, a lot of people don't take heed to the lessons that's coming forward, but we always talking about how necessary fasting is. So he said he tried it. And he said his doctors told him, whatever he doing, keep doing it from his fasting. So I guess it's healing him, it's making him better, whatever it is. But he had to stop me and tell me how he appreciated that class. And he touched my heart. When people listen to the messages and then apply them to their lives and see the benefit of what we're teaching, it make this right here, what we're doing right now, all necessary. You know what I mean? It makes it all worthwhile. Because a lot of times you get up there and you teach, but you think people ain't really paying you heed. They ain't listening. They ain't paying attention. And he never comments on these pages, never comments, but he's always here a whole lot of the time. And he's listening to the messages that's coming across. Not only are he listening, but he applied the teachings to his life. He told me to tell my wife, thank you, because he appreciates the message that he got just out of that one class. He talked about at least two classes, but that one class and the one message that I just explained stood out the most from everything else that he said that day, and how it has affected his life just by beginning to fast, and that the doctors are now telling him, whatever you're doing, keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
That means a lot because he was really, really sick, real sick. And now I see him, he's talking about shalom. That's how he greet me. He says, shalom. I call his phone, shalom. I go to his door, shalom. He's a good dude. You know, I can't argue with him. I
That's
can't
good.
argue with him. He might be going on 10 years now. He's been with us.
Wow.
It might be close to 10 years now.
Nice.
And he's been with us through the hard times, through the good times, and all those things. Well, may the Most High be with him. May the Most High continue to bless him and strengthen him and add tremendous years to his life and extreme health to his body, mind, soul, and spirit. May the Most High be with him. And if you listening in today, bro, may the Most High be with you and cause you to be a conquering lion, to conquer all those things that hold you down and hold you back in life. Peace and blessings from on high be unto you, from everlasting to everlasting. Toda Rabbah.
Toda Rabbah. Can you hear me well, Abba?
Yes.
Okay. My internet keeps glitching. But yeah, so before I go into my presentation, I did want to give another thanks to the Creator that I did forget. Giving thanks to the Creator for my youngest daughter. I don't know, just her life has been something else, but it's definitely been a testament.
See, I don't know if that's me or if it's her. Can anybody hear her? Because she's frozen right now on my screen. Yeah, she's broken on my screen. Can't hear her at all. Okay. If she's just choppy, then I can't hear her at all. I don't know if her Wi-Fi went out. Brother Benjamin say he can hear. Okay. Yeah, I think she's gone. I'm going to take her off the screen for a little while. All right. Yeah, she's frozen. Shabbat shalom. She was giving a testimony. I don't know what it was about. Oh, she was talking about Ziki, her youngest child, Ziki. She began by talking about the life as she lived such a challenging life in the beginning of her life, the first stages of her life, and how she overcame and came through. And I can testify to that because I was a part of the majority of that taking place in her life. And how she's now been accepted to several colleges. She fought through, she endured, she made it through all the challenges in life that the life brought her, and yet she conquered. And she's still here, she's doing her thing, and she's getting greater and greater as the days go through and as the days go by. But here's my Isha, so let's invite her back to the stage and let her do her thing. Maybe she can speak a little bit better than I. Go ahead, Iman, you got it?
Kane. I don't know where I glitched, but I'm sorry. What were you saying, Abba?
You was talking about Ziki.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm super grateful to the Most High for her life, the testimony of her life, her strengths, her weaknesses, her laugh, her smile, just the joy of her being in our lives. And so I'm really super humbled by her existence. Her name means I will be a spark for Yah. And truly, she has been that and continues to be that. I'm super grateful. She graduates this year from high school, and she's already received three college acceptance letters. Her grade point average is like a 3.8. And then she just received a scholarship for one of the colleges, HBCU, and it's very hard to get scholarships from them. but she just received a scholarship, a partial scholarship, which we're going to, work and pray and ask that the Most High bless her with more. But I'm just super proud of her. I try not to get too emotional about it, but as she's my youngest daughter, and just watching her grow and become the woman that she's desiring to be. She's going to school for sports medicine, and she actually said, I want to go all the way and get my doctorate in it. And just for her to have that aspiration to want to do more than what is expected of her, and what that field calls for, shows me, that that's in her desires. And I just continuously pray that the Creator blesses her and gives her, what she desires in righteousness, and strengthens her and walks her through this process. And that we as a family and a community and a village are able to keep her uplifted, keeping her strong in this world, because, every step they take when they, the further away they walk from our homes, they're more exposed to the world. So my constant prayer for her is to be protected, to be guided, and not to allow the pressures of the world to change her heart, to change her mind, her vision, but to endure her with strength and comfort, and knowing that she has so many people, to call upon for support. So I just, have to give thanks to the Creator for her life, and then also to the Creator for my oldest daughter's life, who, as an older child, as the oldest of my children, she takes on a lot of responsibility. But she just started her paralegal program, and she'll be going into law school soon. And I'm just, I'm just humbled by motherhood and by the successes of my children, and seeing them grow into who they want to become. It's a very humbling experience. And I constantly pray for them every day. I constantly ask the Most High to be with them, especially on the physical, when I'm not able to just be right there and hold their hand and give them words of encouragement when they're going through things that I may not see or hear. So, total to the Most High. And I'm grateful for my husband, for, as a man who, when you take a wife and she has multiple children, it can be very difficult. And it was very difficult in the beginning to blend our family. But I'm grateful of the relationship that he and they have developed between each other. I actually took a stance where I was like, I'm hands off on it, because I don't want to dictate how they have a relationship with him or him with them. And I've watched it just develop in these last 7 years into a beautiful father-daughter relationship. And I'm grateful that they have him in their life to be there as a support. It's so important for young women to know and have a great father figure, a great dad, Abba, all the words, because that teaches them something that is not teachable by them just going into the world and being with or marrying a man. Having a father, a righteous father, a loving and positive father, is super important. And it gives women so much courage, so much self-esteem, so much strength. And it teaches them what they deserve when it comes to having a loving father, and what they know what a man should do. Not just assuming what a man is capable of doing, but knowing what a man should do as a husband and as a father. So, giving thanks to the Creator for that blessing. Zehun.
Man, I don't know what she talking about in that last part. Them children can't stand me. It's like, we do got a good relationship. But I just wanted to make this clear. I really thought this is necessary. She speaks about the children going to school, getting degrees and doctorates, becoming lawyers and all that stuff. But none of that means nothing. She's not even really focused. That's just the added bonus. The mindset of these children is what she's talking about. And that's what we're most appreciative for, their mindset. And she's right. We all have a relationship outside of my relationship with her. Me and the children have our own separate relationships. I'm in the background talking to them. I know stuff she don't even know I know. And then when I tell her something, she be like, well, how you know that? Like if me and the children don't talk. What's wrong with her? I don't know what's wrong with her. But anyway, I'm very appreciative for the young ladies that they have become, and even Kelfani, the one and only male of her children. Oh, second, she got two males. What am I thinking about? The oldest male of her children. Even he have shown tremendous progress in his understanding of things and how he focuses on his development and determined to be what he sets his mind to be. It's a beautiful thing. All of her children, Eziwanyi, wow. I mean, what's to be said? What cannot be said about Eziwanyi? The children has a certain spirit because they have a certain foundation before they was even born that was laid by my wife's parents. My wife's parents laid the foundation, and then they had all these children, and then the children helped to reinforce that foundation, and now their children is helping to reinforce that foundation for the future generations to come. That's how family is supposed to work. That's a beautiful thing. So it's all working together because the foundation was laid, the sacrifices was made, the time and the price was paid a long time ago. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about generational wealth. It's not just in finances, it's also in the mind, the capability to process, the capability to understand things, the capability to control your actions and your emotions through life. And those children have those gifts. They're beautiful children. They're beautiful children. And may the Most High continue to be with them. And when we have our hard times, I look at them and they straighten up. Or they'll look at me and I look back and they'll straighten up. Y'all notice how I said that, right? Yeah. May the Most High be praised. Now, but them some beautiful children. They are all right. They getting there. They ain't perfect. They ain't perfect. But as you're going to see in today's lesson, in comparing them to the average child of today, they are perfect. In comparison to the average child of today, those children are perfect. They're great. You ain't got to tell them to go to Shabbat class. They in Shabbat class. They go to Shabbat. Even if they ain't here with us, they worshiping and honoring the Creator in some Shabbat class. They like in-house meetings. They don't really like that over the line stuff, but most of the time they be here with us in the background, just don't say nothing. But a lot of the times they go to places where they can physically go, but we ain't got to tell them that. They're grown now for the most part. The majority of them, they grown. They do their own thing and they don't leave the Most High out of the equation. And that's a beautiful thing. May the Most High be praised. So my hat is off to you, Iman, because you started all that. When I met them, they was young, but you started all that. You got it before. I've been here like 7, 8 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 7 or 8 years out of here, like they was all young. Everybody was young, and now they're adults. So may the Most High be praised. We got a lot to be thankful for. That's right. Such a blessings.
Toda Rabah. All right, everyone. Ames of Christ says, wonderful guidance you have given from those who came before, through parents as well, from generation to generation, continually. Toda Rabah.
Be praised.
Toda Rabah.
Okay.
Right. This generation. Yes.
What'd she say? I love you, Prince. What'd she say?
So I love
you. Love me. What you try to say, Sister Ornette? Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. Shalom.
You are on.
You know what mess.
You on 10 this week. You on 10 today. 100.
Yeah. Sister Ornette. I gotta do something mess with it. Tell Koresh I said Shabbat Shalom as well. And how Iman. All right, let's go, Iman. Come on. Okay. Sister Ornette probably blushing right now. That's how come she can't type.
Oh, God. All right, everyone. So yes, before we, I begin, because it is a disclaimer. I am not here teaching a lesson, quote unquote. I am sharing information. Um, it's it's really disheartening that I even have to say that, but however, I do, because there have been some feedback from not sisters, but some men who feel very agitated, I guess, in their spirit, that I have a portion of today to speak and share, and where it's become, kind of just, I think, disheartening to hear people be so agitated that they have to send a message of disagreement to my husband about it. But nonetheless, we have gone before the Creator on this matter, on all the matters that we do, and He has allowed us to go forward. And so that's what we shall do. But all praises to the Creator. I pray that, He is with us through this message, through this information. Last week, I talked about Shabbat Shalom, Sister Sharon. I spoke on mental health. And one of the things that we spoke on during mental health was the gut, and how it affects it. So this week, I just wanted to come back with more information on that, and have some solutions, or not really solutions, but healthy alternatives, healthy ways that we can improve our gut to help improve our mental stability. And also maybe to identify, things that we may not even understood about our gut and how it affected our mental stability. So, and I believe a couple of people in the audience brought that about the gut. And then, so of course it had, sparked more interest in me about that, because I just recently, in the past few months, bought like gut probiotics for myself, to, start to just help with my gut, balance. One, because I am in the stages of perimenopause and just the off balances that we feel as a woman. And just finding, healthy alternatives and healthy additives to help with balancing out my body, my hormones, my mental stability. And so, I pray that this information is helpful to someone now or in the future. So I'll begin. First, I wanted to talk about, and the information that I'm speaking from first today is from the John Hopkins Medicine Board. And so researching that question, the first thing it talked about was the brain-gut connection. So I wanted to kind of like go into that so we could understand why, how the gut helps or controls the brain or interacts with the brain. All right, so it says, unlike the big brain in your skull, the ENS can't balance your checkbook or compose a love note. Its main role is controlling digestion, from swallowing to the release of enzymes that break down food, to the control of blood flow that helps with nutrient absorption to elimination. The enteric nervous system doesn't seem capable of thought as we know it, but it communicates back and forth with our big brain with profound results. The ENS may trigger big emotional shifts experienced by people coping with irritable bowel syndrome, IBS, and functional bowel problems such as constipation, diarrhea, bloating, pain, and stomach upset. For decades, researchers and doctors thought that anxiety and depression contributed to these problems, but our studies and others show that it may also be the other way around. Researchers are finding evidence that irritation in the gastrointestinal system may send signals to the central nervous system, CNS, that trigger mood changes. These new findings may explain why a higher than normal percentage of people with IBS and functional bowel problems develop depression and anxiety. That's important data because up to 30 to 40% of the population has functional bowel problems at some point. So then going on to just talk about they just talking about understanding, treatments and opportunities. But I wanted to bring out the bacteria, the microbiome in the mental health and how that is effective. So it says the microbiome and mental health are deeply interconnected through the gut-brain axis, with gut bacteria directly influencing neurotransmitter production, stress responses, and mood regulation through bidirectional communication pathways. Gut-brain connection therapy encompasses evidence-based approaches, including gut-directed hypnotherapy, diaphragmatic breathing, mindfulness interventions, and adaptations of CBT and ACT that address how emotional distress and GI systems fuel each other. Therapists can now know how to assess gut health, questioning about bloating, digestive patterns, stress symptom connections, and lifestyle factors without crossing into medical treatment. All right, and one more before I tell you what we can do to help our gut. And it says the gut-brain connection refers to the two-way communication between the central nervous system and the gut microbiome. Through the vagus nerve, immune signaling, microbial metabolites, and pathways. It says, so what role does the back and forth communication play in mental health? The microbiome helps regulate neurotransmitters and stress signals, meaning the health and balance of your gut can directly influence things, like I said before, the mood, anxiety levels, and focus. The tiny microbes living in your gut help make brain chemicals like serotonin, which boosts mood, and GABA, which calms the nervous system. And this is quoted by Jenny Hughes, PhD. She does trauma psychology. When your gut is healthy and balanced, it works together with your brain to keep you feeling and functioning your best. When your gut is balanced and diverse, the signals it sends to tend to support steadier moods, less anxiety, and better focus. However, when the microbiome is out of balance, also known as gut dysbiosis, mental health can take a hit. When the gut is out of balance, the signals can be more like alarms, says Hughes. This can leave you feeling more anxious, down, or stressed. And so I started to look up, because that's always a good question. My husband brought that out last week, of we bring the information, but how do we now help people to find solutions to that? So I looked up, the question I asked is basically ways to improve our gut health. And it says to improve gut health, focus on eating a balanced diet rich in fiber from fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. Incorporate fermented foods like kimchi and sauerkraut, limiting processed foods and added sugars, exercising regularly, and getting adequate sleep. Add probiotics.
Can you read that
again?
Slowly this time, please.
Okay. To improve gut health, focus on eating a balanced diet rich in fiber from fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, incorporating fermented foods like kimchi and sauerkraut, limiting processed foods and added sugars, exercising regularly, and getting adequate sleep. It says also add probiotics and prebiotics such as fiber to support beneficial gut bacteria, while also staying hydrated and eating mindfully. So some of the dietary changes: eat more fiber, high fiber foods like fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and seeds feed healthy gut bacteria. Incorporate fermented foods like yogurt with live cultures, kimchi, sauerkraut, and kombucha contain probiotics, which introduce beneficial bacteria to the gut. Limit processed foods. Processed foods high in sugar and unhealthy fats can negatively impact gut bacteria. Stay hydrated, drinking plenty of water, helps with digestion, and keeps bowel movements regular. Eat whole foods. Prioritize whole natural foods over processed options as they help cultivate a healthy gut microbiome. And then it just says lifestyle habits. And that says exercise regularly, consistent physical activity, including aerobic and resistant training, can improve gut microbiota. Get enough sleep. Adequate sleep supports the body's circadian rhythms, which influence gut bacteria activity. Eat mindfully. Eating meals as regular intervals and chewing thoroughly can help the digestive system function more efficiently. And then the last is support for gut bacteria. Probiotics. These are live beneficial bacteria found in supplements and fermented foods that help restore a healthy balance in the gut. Prebiotics. These are fiber-rich compounds found in foods that act as food for beneficial gut bacteria, helping them to thrive. So I wanted to bring that out, share that with everyone, because I just thought that was important to speak on our gut, because daily, when we intake food, we don't think about, oh, is this going to interact with my mental health or my thoughts, or is this going to cause me to be tired or cause depression? A lot of times we just eat because, hey, I feel like eating, so I'm gonna eat. And we're not watching how we're eating or what we're eating. And so I thought that was very important to share, especially because the world right now, so many people are suffering from mental health. And it's a question mark because a lot of people don't even know where it came from because they don't have a history in their family of it. But a lot of it is now coming from what we eat, how we eat it, where we eat it from, all these things. Malcolm Higdalia brought up earlier how they're putting the mRNAs in the vegetables. We know a lot of the things that they've been doing to the meats, but, we think, oh, we're eating vegetables, so we're safe. But they're attacking everything that's in their hands. And the most healthiest way to eat, of course, is growing our own foods and, raising our own animals if we choose to do that. And processing our own foods because we know the process of how we may have done it. So I think, all those are important. I think the act of it, knowing this information helps us to make better choices. And, but to make those better choices, we have to have a plan. We have to execute that plan. We have the land to grow food. We do need farmers. We do need help. We need hands on actively doing this, because we can speak about it all day. We can desire to have that lifestyle. But however, I don't like to say but, however, it's harder when we don't have the support and we're not doing our best to provide it, and you don't have to be a farmer here. You can be a farmer where you are, but let's speak, let's engage, let's do trades, let's do bartering. Let's somehow help one another so that we can have healthier options and alternatives than what, the stores provide, as to the best of our ability. So Totem Most High for allowing me to share that information with you all. I pray that, we all have gained something from that information.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Yeah, we all gained something from that information. Y'all see them hands in the background? All of our hands on top of each other saying we are one. We're going to work in unity. She mentioned that when she said that you don't actually have to be on our land growing food. But if you're growing food, wherever you're growing food and we're growing food, or maybe there's another service that we can offer you for the food that we know, because you grew it, we know that it's healthy and good for us, that we can utilize that and find a way to share. That's good. Now, in her message today, she mentioned you have to get enough sleep. You have to get an adequate amount of sleep for your brain to function properly, even for your gut to function properly. Now, that's good information, real good information that we need to know, because a lot of people get 2-3 hours of sleep and think they can go to work I got one brother who he works in the daytime and he works at night. And then he'll go home and get 3 or 4 hours of sleep. He's up again early in the morning trying to get, and he does it. He's been doing it for years, and that's what he does. But what I'm saying to you, bro, is that that's not good. You have to get at least a minimum 5 hours of sleep a day, maybe 6 at a minimum. Suggestion is 8 hours of sleep. That's what they suggest. But a lot of people's body work off of different amounts of sleep. But 2 and 3 hours is definitely not enough sleep. 2 or 3 hours a day for any significant time, your body will begin to show you that that's not enough rest. On the other side of that, there's a lot of people who sleep too much. 10, 12 hours of sleep. That's just ridiculous. Some people go to bed 11 o'clock at night and don't get out of the bed to 10 o'clock the next morning. That's too much sleep. You will have the same effect as not getting enough sleep. If you don't understand what I'm saying, look it up.
Sure.
And let the Europeans or whoever it is that you trust in look up their research on Google and see what happens when you get too much sleep, and see what they classify as too much sleep. Your body can't operate and function properly. You will also destroy your life. The longevity of your life will also be taken down significantly because you're doing too much sleeping. We have to understand this. And she also mentioned something about probiotics. Probiotics and prebiotics are all good things that we need for the microbes in our body to help us and to help our body function properly. Reason why we need these things is because we're not eating live foods. The majority of us don't eat live foods. Think about it. In the last week, everything you ate was dead. Almost everything you ate came in a package. And then almost everything you ate was frozen. Well, a lot of us, breakfast foods, froze. We got to warm that up, heat that up, thaw it out, cook it, get it out the refrigerator. We got to do all these type of things to the food that we eat. Therefore, it's dead. You're killing it. You got to become a person who consumes life, living food, if you want to live. If you want to die, then just keep eating all that dead food. Ain't nothing withstanding that 210 degrees heat on the stove. Ain't nothing withstanding that. Everything on there is dead. It's all dead. The meat you're eating is dead. If you was eating live meat, you'll be eating it with the blood in it, and you won't be cooking it like the animals in the jungle do. They eat live meat. That is very nutritional for them. But for you, it will hurt you. So you don't do that. When you do, you get your food, you cook it, and you kill it even further. You destroy all the enzymes, the natural enzymes in it. First, you shouldn't be eating meat at all. You should be eating more fruits and vegetables and nuts. That's what you should be eating. And when you eat those things, it'll coat your stomach with the right type of chemicals that will help your brain function properly to send the right signals to the rest of your body. It'll even help your blood flow a whole lot better. But what we do today, we eat 90% of the foods that we eat are dead foods, but yet we say we want to live. You can eat and get full and still die of starvation because the foods that you eat don't have proper nutrients in it. Therefore, your body is starving for nutrients to revitalize itself. And if they're not there, although your stomach is full, your body will die. And a lot of people don't understand that, but these things are true. And we have to take notice of these things. We have to start looking at these things. In embryology, the fetus brain and gut system is in the same place. Wow. Vagus nerve, the big one. This is the primary communication highway, carries signals both ways, but 80% of the fibers go from the gut to the brain. Wow. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. It's so much for us to learn. continue, runs from the brain stream, throat, heart, lung, stomach, intestine, liver, regulates digestion, inflammation, mood, and anxiety, heart rate, and immune system. So the things you eat are extremely vital to the mindset and the conditioning of your mind, the functionality of your mind. A lot of times you got what they call brain fog. It could be because of something you ate that affecting. I had to tell my wife this morning. I just had a conversation with her this morning. Was that this morning or last night? I'm not even sure. I think it was last night, maybe. She came in the room about 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what time it was. No, 12 o'clock. It was 12 o'clock. She came in the room about 12 o'clock last night with a bowl of cereal. She ate her bowl of cereal and then laid down on the floor with me to go to sleep. On the floor? Prince, you ain't got a bed? I got a bed, but I don't sleep in the bed. I sleep on the floor. I got a mattress, a little tiny mattress, a thin mattress that I put on the floor with some blankets and sheets. And that's why I sleep, because your body needs that floor. Y'all don't think so, but the Creator didn't make us with a bed. One day my wife might do a lesson on that, sleeping on the floor versus sleeping on the bed. You write that down, baby. Maybe we could do that one day. Sleeping on the floor does a whole lot for your body. Well, anyway, Prince sleeps on the floor majority of the time now, 99% of the time. Very once in a while, I might sleep on the bed, but I sleep on the floor, on a little thin mattress, on blankets, sometimes with a pillow, sometimes without. But I had to tell her, it's not good for you to eat and lay down and go to sleep. Because all that food, see, that's why we stand up when we eat. You sit up, you stand up. You should stand up while you're eating, but we sit down, but yet we sit up while we're eating. Well, we should eat while we're standing, because that gives the body, the food, just a natural flow. What is that? What do they call that when you drop something on the ground and it goes straight down?
Gravity?
No, it's a serious word, a simple word. I forget the word. Yeah, I got brain fog, y'all see. I must have ate something I wasn't supposed to eat. Gravity, the natural word.
I said gravity.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Okay, my apologies. I didn't know I heard gravity. Okay. So what has to happen is your food has to go down its natural course, its natural cycle. And when it gets in your stomach, it needs to be able to go and continue its natural pace through your intestines. But when you lay down, you cause a lot of bloating in your stomach, and it affects your brain and the way you think, and even how you feel the next morning when you wake up. So if you're one of those people, and it put weight on you, if you're one of those people who eat and lay down and go to sleep, I used to be one of those people. I learned the hard way. And I used to get, my stomach used to hurt, used to feel funny, so I stopped doing it. Now I try not to eat after 8 o'clock at night. If it's after 8 o'clock, I try not to eat. When you eat after that, your body goes through a different process. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful, because that's how it goes. All right? Yeah. So you should not eat and lay down and go to sleep, because it's not good for you. Brother Benjamin says, I slept on a military cot for several years. Purchased a bed 4 years ago. Could not get comfortable. Back on the air mattress now. You see that? You see that? Yeah. But those stay away from the meat. That's right. May the Most High be praised. Sleeping on the floor does wonders for your back. I used to always have back pain. My back used to hurt all the time. And it was that, and I got an expensive mattress. That mattress cost like $4,000 when we bought it 20 years ago.
That's the problem.
It wasn't that old. You know, the mattress ain't that old. That mattress was probably about 5 years, maybe 5-6 years old. But it was expensive mattress. So it ain't the mattress like we got a cheap piece of junk mattress. We got a nice quality mattress. But the mattresses are not designed for you to feel, unless you get a hard one. Some mattresses you can get hard and they'll last longer. Your back will be better and you'll sleep more comfortable once you get used to it. But a lot of people like that soft sleep. Soft sleep messes your body up. Think about it for a minute. If you laying down the mattress and the mattress contours to your body, that means that your body is sinking down into the mattress where another part of your body is raised up on the mattress.
Yeah.
And that within itself will cause you to have pains,
Yeah.
especially in your lower back here. They call that the sciatic nerve. Back there, when
Mm-hmm.
you say a lot of people have sciatic nerve problems. A lot of times because they did just sleeping on those mattresses, where all you need to do is sleep on a floor. A lot of people don't understand it. Chinese people did that for years. They still do it. A lot of Chinese people still sleep on a little thin mattress or some sheets, blankets on the floor. And look at their posture. Look what they're able to do. It's deep, man. But we got to get into this, family. We got to learn the sciences of life that will help prolong our days. All right, Emma. Thank you for that lesson. It was a beautiful lesson.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of some comments from it, but
Yes, go ahead. Do your thing.
okay. Oh, I guess this comment was from when I was talking about the brother sending you that disgruntled message about me presenting information.
Aim Kater, Shabbat Shalom.
She said, "Don't stifle the gifts." Absolutely. And then Sister Kaza says, shaking my head, that's disappointing. You have some jealous and envious people. We're supposed to dislike bad spirits and love the righteous ones. She went on to say, they don't understand the role of a princess. I yield. So Todarba, that's true. Sister Ornette says, break it down, princess. And she said, wow, that's why they call the gut the second brain. My sister wife says, knowing what to eat and what to limit is definitely key. Absolutely. And Sukari says, great share, vital information. Moray Kezu says he has seeds, which we definitely need. You got a lot of people saying they're about to sleep on the floor. One more, we need to resolve health issue is breathing properly because the solar plexus is also in the abdomen. Thank you. Yep, I do agree with that. Sorry. And then Tora Kodesh says, beautifully said, yes, we have to grow our own. Absolutely. And Todarabah, Brother Bayamas, yep, lesson was fire again. Todarabah. My sister wife says, I saw a quick video of a black man explaining how sleeping on a mattress makes your muscles work harder, while sleeping on a hard surface lets the muscles relax and the bones take the weight. Great information. And I wanted to say, it was a point when I read about allowing your food to digest. I remember growing up, my parents, we would eat dinner, and they actually would make us wait 30 minutes to an hour before we can have something to drink, or even have dessert. And my mom always used to be like, let your food digest properly first. And, you know, as a child, you're like, what? Like, why do I need to do that? But as I get older, I definitely understand it. Not saying that I follow what they taught me with that all the time, but I do find myself thinking like, wow, we couldn't even have the juice or water on the table during our dinner because my mom, she just didn't want us to even have the desire to want to drink on something while we're eating. And I know sometimes it does help if you're eating and it's, you know, to help to push your food down. But my mom was very strict on that. And she even had where we could only drink water or natural apple juice. We didn't grow up like with soda in our house and colorful juices or with dyes and all those things. My parents were very adamant about, you know, how we took care of ourselves then. Of course, you know, we're all adults, so we do things differently. But I do see that in my siblings, there's certain patterns that we all still partake in, you know, reading what we're eating, what we're drinking, how much juice we intake. And if we're doing juice, you know, what type of juice and things like that. But I also notice as a parent, you know, I've allowed my children to partake in things that I know aren't good for them. And so I've been definitely stressing to them more It's definitely as of late on what to do, to change those things and to help them see the difference. And a lot of times I tell them, just research it yourself. It doesn't have to be me telling you, and you don't have to believe everything I say, kind of like what you just said, Abba, but research it yourself, because a lot of what has helped me is reading it for myself, going and asking further questions, looking deeper into what our parents and grandparents used to tell us, right? And learning the effects of it. And sometimes you have to go through that experience to learn. However, though, a lot of the lessons that were taught back then are very vital to our existence now. So I just wanted to bring that out. And then, and Keita says, listen to mama, she's right. Absolutely. And Kimia says, Princess, great info. I eat a lot of that stuff and love it. I'm always on the floor. That's where I do all my stretching exercises. Hallelujah. And then Miyu says, breathing properly is very important because the solar plex, is in the abdomen as well. I think I did read that, but Toda Rabah. All right, Abba. Oh, I got to do laws, right? Laws, statutes, and commandments. Can you take over 1 second? I just need to go do something real quick. Thank you. You're on mute.
You gotta ask me twice. Shabbat shalom, everyone. All right, let's see if we can find the first law. Sister Hildalia, I'm sure, has the first law. She always does. Sister Hildalia, I'm not sure, but is this your law in Isaiah?
No, I starred all the laws. If you go look to the star.
I don't see hers. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. All right, Sister Higdalia's law, it comes out of the book of Leviticus, Leviticus 12 and 26. Let me open the book of Leviticus 12 and 26. Any questions, any comments? Get ready, family, because we're going to be doing those in a minute. If you have any questions, any comments about anything that you want us to talk about, discuss, or possibly answer to help you in your journey, please begin to post those questions and let us know. The first law today we have from Sister Higdalia. It says, and when the days of her purifying are fulfilled for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priests, who shall offer it before the Most High as an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from her issue of her blood. This is a law for her that has born a male or a female, and it shall be not able, and if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her, and then she shall be clean. Very good. Let me see where we at right now. Sister Higdalia. All right. And the young pigeon drove for a sin offering. Let me see where she at. When the days, she actually wrote the commandment. Even though you're not able to perform, okay, let's see what she says. Even though we are not able to perform these offerings today, it is still important to acknowledge the times they would have been necessary and apologize or lament that our own actions caused us to lose this ability. In my opinion, is audacious to just ignore it altogether. I would agree. Also, when we wrong people or touch and use dedicated things by accident at any infraction, we need to show humility and acknowledge what we are missing. Very good. May the Most High be praised. She says, oh, I forgot to say something. Thank the Most High for our family in person and online. May the Most High be praised. I actually agree with you, sis. Now, for anyone who don't know, the law that she brought out was a commandment in the book of Leviticus, the 12th chapter, that's dealing with a woman who had a baby. Whether she had a boy or a girl, there's a purification process that she may go through. Now, after you have a baby, which a lot of Israel don't do today or may not be in knowledge of, but after you have a baby, you should not take your newborn child to the temple to worship. You yourself should not go to the temple to worship. You have to go through a purification process for X amount of days based on the sex or the sex of the baby. There's another word more appropriate for that, but I can't think of it right now. Be it male or female. And if it's a male, you got to stay away from the temple or any holy thing, as the sister brought out, for 40 days for a male child. If it's a female child, then that time frame doubles. It's no longer 40, it becomes 80 days of gender. Thank you, Sister Ornette. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Benjamin. Thank you. Those are more adequate, more politically correct terminology or more professional terminology for the sex of the baby, the word gender. Yes, gender is the correct word that I should have spoken, but I didn't. Frank, thank you, Brother Kezu, you as well. Gender. For the gender of the baby determines the amount of time that you have to stay away from the most holy things or the holy place. You follow me? If you just had a baby, or if you're about to have a baby, you have to know this law so that you'll be in proper alignment with the Creator. A lot of people don't hold true to that. They don't follow these. And as soon as they have a baby, the first week, second week, third week, they're in the house of worship with the baby, the woman and the child, and yet both of those are unclean. And if your spiritual leader ain't on point, ain't on track, and don't know, he won't be able to tell you, you got to stay home, because he himself doesn't honor the Creator in the way in which we are supposed to. Most spiritual leaders just trying to fill their place. They don't even question. You just had a baby, you're unclean, you know. And after the baby goes through a certain time frame, you should have an offering set aside that you're willing to give to the Creator in exchange for the life of that child. These are things that we culturally did. And these are even things taught in the law. We should be willing to offer an offering to the Most High in exchange for the life of that child. And that's what the woman did after her days of purification was over. She brought an offering to the Creator. So if any of our sisters here who are having children or going to have children, you should always know that after your child is born, you should have an offering or something dedicated to the Almighty. And if you don't have any KSF, any money that you can give up to the Most High in that manner, then you should enter into a covenant, a verbal covenant with the Creator, and put it on record. Maybe you want to write it down so you don't forget, but put it on record so that you will fulfill that covenant before the Creator in exchange for your life, for your child. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any questions, any concerns? Any questions, any concerns? May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right, so we got some more commandments that we need to read. If you listen, family, it's that time. If you have a commandment for the Most High, please, now is the time to post your commandment. All right. Exodus chapter 20. Sister Laurel. Exodus chapter 20, verse 22 to 26. Exodus chapter 20, 22 to 26. All right. Exodus chapter 20, 22 to 26. Y'all ready? And the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, said to Moshe, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thy oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stones. For if thou lift thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall thou go up steps unto my altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered. May the Most High be praised. All right. And then she concludes and she says, we are to fear and serve, reverence, respect only the Most High, and have no other deity. Nakedness can represent garments, shame, sin, dishonor. And then she has the other part. Forbidden sexual relationships and perversions. The passage reminds me also of the upcoming feast. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Now, she talked about some powerful stuff here. That commandment that we read has brought out some really important parts. The only thing that I didn't hear her mention, well, I guess she did when she said respect and reverence the Almighty. She did highly talk about how you should not have any power before the Most High. And that's a good point. Very good point. Because that's how we fell, by having deities and things that we associated with the Almighty. And we ignored the Almighty in many references, and we gave more respect and honor to the deities. Like a lot of the people who worship JC, they give more respect to JC. You can have a whole service and you'll hear JC, JC, JC this, JC that, all over the place, and you won't hear anything about the Father, the Creator, the Master of all creation, and all that He's done for us. So that's reverencing an idol above the Almighty. But one thing that I want to touch on here, that I hear the commandment that my sister brought out, is the last part. And that last part, and if thou shalt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, which means you can't cut, shape, or fashion the stone. You have to pick the stone up off the ground in the condition that it's in and put it on top of another stone to build an altar. And the reason why is because the Most High didn't want us to create any image, any kind of form of anything, to place it on an altar to honor and reverence Him. He didn't want us to make that mistake at all. He wanted us to build altars, but we had to build altars out of stones that are unhewn, not fashioned or shaped by the hands of man. Because when men fashion and shape something, they give it a different life. They give it, and most men who fashion and shape something, they're called deities because the people end up worshiping them. The Most High is so careful that He don't want us to commit idolatry. He don't even want us planting trees next to the altar. Why is that? Because people worship trees. And He never wants it to be a mistake that this glory belongs to me and not that tree. They called it Asherah. A lot of people will plant Asherahs or trees next to the altar of the Most High. But a lot of our people's focus was on the Asherah. We worship those things and we reverence those things and we place those things above the Almighty. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, Ima, you got it. I did that part. You got to come off mute.
Tora, Ishi. The next law that we will go over is presented by Moray Kezu, and his law can be found in the book of Leviticus, chapter 20, verse 25. And it reads, "Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean, and ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast or by fowl or by any manner of living thing that creepeth on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean." And then so his explanation, "You must therefore make a distinction between clean and unclean animals, between clean and unclean birds. Do not defile yourselves by any animal or bird, anything that moves along the ground. Those that I have set apart is unclean for you." I'm looking for his explanation actually, because that was just
explanation.
I'm sorry, let me go. Oh, okay. Thank you. We are given the criteria in chapter 11, so it is up to our level of understandings to determine which fowl would be available for consumption and acceptable by the Creator.
That's a very good commandment that he brought out, especially when he jumped on chapter 11, because chicken is unclean, and so many people don't believe that chicken is unclean. Well, the research that they do, more people, even scholars, are now learning that chicken is a hybrid animal, is mixed with two different birds or several different birds to create it as to what it is today. And we're still gobbling it down. This research is coming out. It's becoming more clear now. They're not able to hide it behind their multi-billion-dollar industry, because that's why they don't want you to know that this bird is a hybrid. It's something that we shouldn't be eating. It's from the vulture family, and we should not be eating it. But so many people love, and they're in love with their chicken, and they don't want to see anything other than that but chicken on their plate. So the Most High is revealing this information. And Brother Kezu, I want to know if you will be willing to come on the platform to speak about our conversation the other day that you had about people who eat meat. I would rather it come from you than me. I would rather it come from you in your own words, because the world, our people, need to know the dangers and the difficulty of eating meat. So me and Brother Kez, we just had a conversation on Thursday night, and we were talking about it, eating meat. So I would like for him, if he's willing, if he's able to come on a platform. I just put the link in the room for him to come onto the platform and discuss with you all about the ramifications or the difficulties or the problems if you are a meat consumer, because a lot of people consume meat. Brother Kezu, will you be able to come on the stage to do this on the platform, or do you want me to do it? You must be behind the scene, bro. You got to come on. You got to talk to me. You got to talk to me. All right, Brother Kezu. All right, Brother Kezu is not responding. I don't know if he can't hear me. I don't know. Brother Kezu, I'm going to ask you one more time. And sister, if you can hear me, can you give your husband a call, please, and make sure he can hear me? Brother Kezu, would you like to come on the platform to talk about what you just discussed with me about eating meat just the other day, which was some very important information? I can do it if you want me to, but I think it would be better coming from you because you have more energy on that. All right, so let's go to the next commandment. And if he comes in, then we'll bring him back up. All right. Oh, here he is. He's here. He's here. All right, let the brother come up and speak. Go ahead, Brother Kezu. Shabbat shalom, bro.
Hey, Shabbat shalom. I didn't
So
even know it was going to be that fast. That was fast.
yeah. So what I wanted you to do, if you can, we had a conversation
Mhm.
the other night about you was talking to some people about consuming meat and the proper way in which it should be done and what you got to be careful of and how to properly get the blood out. All those things you brought up. So now we have the people's attention now that who are here, 2,000 people. So Brother Kezu, would you be able to share that information with the family today about what they should or should not be doing according to the law when they eat meat?
Hmm. Wow, that's funny because can I be heard?
Yeah, but we can hardly see you too good. But yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
Oh yeah. I was actually thinking I'm back to a portion I was reading this week, and this actually caused me to reflect with other brothers that I was speaking to as well. I let them know, like, listen, when I'm if and when I did cook basar, and when I do, if I always pour the blood to the dirt, and that's Torah. It's certain things that we don't apply in these times because I guess this is not our land, and being that we don't necessarily have our own herds, and we have to deal with the man. You know what I mean? So, but still, in that any and or every part of the law that we can apply, we should always want to apply it. So, like I was telling the brothers, like, listen, I'm cooking basar or something, I don't pour the blood down the drain. I literally pour the blood in the dirt. He was like, what? Yeah, that's what it says. It says pour the blood on the ground from which you come. So it's 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 definitely something we have to be mindful of, especially being in the land of our captors. They don't have our best interests at heart. That's the first time I heard that chicken is a hybrid like that, like mixed with turkey. But I know this from like a jungle fowl and like a prairie what was it, a prairie chicken, I believe. But we see it in nature that um sometimes things mix, right? What they call nature. Like I did some research on the grapefruit because I used to like grapefruit when I was little. I never really knew it was a hybrid. I used to love grapefruit. I got it from my grandmother. I used to be like, oh, ruby red, ruby red. And I never realized how it would just go right out of my body. But as an adult, you research, you read. I know I'm stemming off of the meat for a second, but I'm just saying, as far as them doing things to our food and our food supply is terrible. But you read and I've done my research and it said that a grapefruit was a hybrid, but it was a naturally occurring hybrid. So then you say, hmm, are they lying? Because history, you have to kind of fish through what's the actual truth with these people anyway. So you have to kind of consider, are they lying with this information that they're presenting to you? Are they distorting it? Did they in the lab create this and then say it happened naturally? So I still have grapefruit. Like I have a can of grapefruit Pellegrino. Somebody, bequeathed to me, and I was just like, I'm not sure I really want to drink it yet. I'm still kind of on the fence. But as far as the meat goes, we definitely have to be. We need to be in a point where we have our own herds, we have our own cattle, so that we can actually, if we do want to partake of it, we can shop with ourselves. Um, these
What is
days,
it about cooking meat that's wrong? How they cook it? If you're going to consume it, how should it be cooked?
oh, all the way through. I don't want to see no dom. I I sh- I shudder sometimes, like watching watching cooking shows and stuff like that, like Gordon Ramsay. I'd be like, this is what they call connected. This is what they call proper, like they They cut the basar and it's looking like, like why? Why do I see Dom on the plate after y'all cutting this thing? This is not proper and or right. This is not the way that the Most High said that we're supposed to partake of basar if we gonna do it. You know, that's one thing. Like I actually expressed in my class this past week. There were 2 commands given in the beginning, and after Noah says, "Be fruitful and multiply." And then on the second note, he gave us the command that we could partake of meat. It wasn't so much generalized and or classified as it is in Leviticus 11, but it was even given at that particular point. He said, if you're going to partake of the basar, do not eat it with the blood, because the blood is the life thereof. And there are certain aspects that we don't understand, but yet it's still a command, you know, and we are not to go against the commands. The duty of man is to fear Yah and keep his commands.
Let me ask you this. What is the problem with how they purchase the meat? Store-bought meat. What's the problem with that? How are you sinning against the Creator by buying store-bought meat?
Well, we don't know if it's died of itself. We don't know if it's diseased. We don't know a lot of things that deal with the store-bought meat. You're just kind of left in the dark regarding it, and that's because we don't have our own means of basar supply. You know, I'm pretty sure though, if we had a Hebrew butcher, you know, someone that was adept, we wouldn't have to worry. You know what I mean? We shouldn't have to worry. But I would say in my readings this past week as well, I did read somewhere where there's a sin offering, or not a sin offering. There's actually a mode of operations that you go through if by chance you eat something that is torn of beast and or died of itself. The actual command in that instance is to bathe yourself. Bathe yourself, wash your clothes, and bathe yourself in water before the evening times so that you can maintain your cleanliness. That's what I found out.
So that's the danger with eating store-bought food, is that it could have died itself.
No, they have pathogens. You don't know if it's you don't know if like I said, you don't know if the animal died of itself, if it's sick meat. You know, in the grocery store, I don't buy grocery store meat. Like if I were to go, I'm going to a butcher, a certified butcher, where I know there's no swine, there's no unclean things being cut up in there.
But when you go to a butcher, the animal is still dead already before you get there. So if the butcher doesn't want to, if his animal died by itself, a butcher could still chop it up and give it to you.
A certain butcher. Now, I don't go to just any butcher, Prince. I mean, I'm going to go to, like I said, a certified, I mean, somebody that knows the creator and some, you know what I mean? Because, like I said, we're living in the times where they're capitalistic. It's all about the money to them. You know what I mean? They don't care about, if we die tomorrow, somebody else is going to come buy this basar the next day. You understand? They don't really care about our life or our livelihood. So we have to be circumspect when we're dealing with them. Hey, ask them. You can't, it never hurt to ask them, when did you kill this animal? You know, you got to question them. And if they're forthwith, they're going to tell you, hey, you day before yesterday, which is, you know, not so bad. If they be like last week or last month, you're like, hold on, wait, man. How are you keeping your meat? You know what I mean? There's ways to keep basar, but you have to make sure y'all keeping it properly. I don't want no old tainted meat. What? No, thank you.
You know, when I was down Georgia, a lot of the butcher shops purchase meat already dead, and then they just chop it up. So they don't have the answer for that question some places, especially when you're all the way up in New York or Philadelphia or something like that, real far away from farms. A lot of those places don't have the answer to where this meat came from or when it was killed. All they know is they purchase 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 50 pounds even. They chop it up in their shop and then they give it to you. But they can't answer where that meat came from.
That's a fact. In most instances, they can't. Because, you like I said, you go to a lot of these butchers, and not like they have a ranch in the back or, a barn set up. They don't have animals in the back. It's just literally going to give you what they got and send you on your way.
Okay.
And I personally don't like dealing like that. Like I said, if I'm calling in for some basar, I'm calling in to someone that's reputable. That's why I say, like, coming down to Georgia, it was hard. Like, no, I don't know if I want to deal with this because it's a big area for swine down south. You know what I mean? It's a big area. But there is actually a Israelite farm in Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah,
I'm
Brother
about to,
Asa. It's a brother down here named Brother Asa who has a Israelite farm.
right. I know that.
What's the name of this farm? I can't remember the name of the farm, but he
Mhm.
does. He has a Israelite farm. Oh, Atlanta Harvest.
Okay.
It's called Atlanta Harvest.
I would rock with them if anything, like, because for one, like I said, it's keeping it within the nation, which we should do. You see it with the Jewish man all the time. They shop with themselves. They keep the KSEV within their network, which is what we should be more willing to do. Like, oftentimes, even with like side stuff, we want to call the next person rather than call our Israelite brother who does the same thing. We have to be self-sustaining because as a nation, within a nation, we need to be able to come up out here and sustain ourselves. In actuality, I shouldn't have to call a doctor of somebody else. We need to have doctors in Israel. We need to have butchers in Israel. We need to have agrarian type lifestyle people in Israel. This is what we need. And
So let me ask you this question. And when you take the meat home and you're ready to cook the meat, how do you get the blood out of the meat? Let's say I don't cook it. I just flour it up, throw it in there and start baking it or cooking it or frying it. Did I do it properly or how should it be done?
that's no, I rinse it off depending on what it is. Like, yeah, I would rinse it, soak it, and salt. Like when I used to cook chicken, like I would soak the chicken in salt water. I think that's probably a habit I got from my grandmother or my ima. But I would always soak it maybe an hour or two in some salt water, just to, I don't know, I guess drain it out and get rid of the excess that's in it. With like beef and basar like that, it's funny. Like when you put it in the fridge, the blood will literally just go into a different area of the bag. Like it's not even an issue. So really, then it would just
Well,
separate the meat.
I was told that wasn't blood. The majority of that wasn't blood. That was a chemical preservative that they put in the meat to give it a longer shelf life. And that when you put it in the
Wow,
refrigerator, people be thinking it's blood, but it's not blood. It's mixed
wow.
with blood.
I don't know. That's the first I heard that, but I wouldn't doubt it. Especially if like going, like I said, going to the regular grocery stores. I have seen like reels where they actually said they put dye in the meat to
Yeah,
make it more red.
right.
I'm like, what? How you gonna put more red in my blood? Like where they do that at?
Mm,
But that's what they do.
all right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. So, family, if you're going to eat meat, what you should do is soak it for a minimum of, I think it's 1 hour is the minimum in some salt water before you decide to cook it out, cook it, season it, roast it, whatever you're going to do, flour it, however you're going to cook it. That's the proper way of getting the blood out of the meat. The law says if you're going to eat meat, you got to eat the meat with the blood out of it. And you can find that in the book of Genesis, the 9th chapter. I believe it's the 9th chapter. The Creator said you just can't eat the meat with the blood in it. You can eat meat if you want to eat meat, what the Creator says, but you can't eat it with the blood in it. Now, a lot of the meat that we consume today, it's not meat. It's not natural meat. It's a hybrid and regenerated animals that the man mixed one animal with another animal to create another animal. And that's what they did. Even the cow today is an offshoot of an ancient animal of a cow and some other animal that they blended together to get the cow that they have today. These cows that's out here today that we're eating are not the original animal. Where does that cow live at in the wild? Like my brother put up about some of the vegetations, like the grapefruit. The cow does not live in the wild. They cannot. But I think the original name of the original cow was an Anubis or something like that. I gotta master that name so that when I speak about it, I'll be able to call the name out. But if something starts with an A, the original name of the original cow that they hybrided and took offshoots and mingled with another animal to create the modern cow that we have today. Same thing with the chicken. The chicken has been mingled with several different birds to create the tasty bird that you have today that you so love. None of these things are clean. All of these things are unclean. But when you talk about, when you begin to talk about these types of things with a people who have been a slave and relied on their oppressors to feed them for so long, the people become upset because the people cannot believe that they've been deceived and be eating unclean animals for so long. Why would the oppressor do this to us? The oppressor would do it to you because it's poor. It doesn't cost much to take the chickens. They used to feed chickens to poor people many years ago. They used to feed chickens to poor people. And that's why they fed it, because it was so cheap. Same thing with the pig. It's so cheap. Same thing with the cow now. Now, because beef is on such demand, it's a little bit higher. Because it's on such demand, so many people are eating it. But you got to watch it. The aurochs. Yeah, aurochs is the name of the original. This is the name of the original cow. That animal right there. And then they took that and offshoot and created the modern day bovine or cow that you have today. And that's how it happened. Back then they knew the spots to hit that animal in order for all that blood to drain out. They turned over a pit to get all the fat out. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. So there we go, family. There we go. And these are the things that we're dealing with. And a lot of our people don't have this knowledge. A lot of our people just want to eat what they want to eat. They want to eat what they want to eat, and they don't think about rather this food that they're consuming is proper and right for their diet. My brother Prime Minister says the last known aurochs died in Poland in 1627. So then what are we eating today? I promise you that the blood was out of the meat before they ate it. I promise you there was. All right. May the Most High be praised. Geechee Farmers / Atlantic Harvest. All right. So are there any questions, any comments, family, before we get moving? Are there any questions, any comments? Aim Kater says they do put dye in the meat. My mom used to work in that department. Wow. And those dyes are chemicals, preservatives and dyes. They'll take old meat, re-dye it, package it up in a new package, and get all the methane gas out of it and repackage it so you can eat it. All right. Are there any questions or comments, family? I don't recall any law pertaining to how the priests were supposed to prepare the meat. Just like I don't know any laws where it tell you how we're supposed to circumcise our child. Just that we had to do it. You remove the foreskin. Well, how do you do that? We don't know. It just says we had to do it. And with the meat, all we know is we got to get all the blood out of it, so we eat it. So the high priest, whoever it was, we don't know if they, I mean, it might sound strange to us right now about them being out in the opening and killing an animal and then soaking it in salt water, but we can't say that it didn't happen, because a lot of the meat, not the sacrificial meat, but a lot of the meat that we ate, we don't know how they did what they did. We know, but the Torah doesn't tell us. Like, for example, how did they refrigerate meat? The Torah doesn't tell us that they wrapped it up in sackcloth and different paper, not paper, but in different fabric and buried it in the ground. How low in the ground? It doesn't tell us. And then they covered it back up, and that kept the meat with preservatives. Well, think about it. If you put salt on it, wrap it up, and put it in the ground, it will be preserved, and it will also be eating out the impurities of the blood that's still in the meat. So it's a lot of things to this, family. It's a lot of things to this. And we don't know the answers to everything. And the Torah does not give us every method and every step that was followed to get the blood out of the meat. You know, it doesn't tell us every proper step to do it. So Prince is here today trying to explain that although the Father says for us to get the blood out of the meat, he did not give us the proper instructions as to how to get the blood out of the meat. That came with how we developed as a people, doing different things, learning different things, and seeing what worked and what didn't work and utilizing it. So therefore, when it comes to getting the blood out the meat, there are different methods that we utilize to get the blood out of the meat. Turn it upside down, cut the jugular vein, the blood gushes out. Soak it in salt water after that to get the remaining blood out of the system, and then move forward. All right, sis says the Torah says to pour it out like water. The assertion it should be supported somewhere by Torah. The priest had to eat a part of offering, and the instruction offerings in detail. For offerings are detailed. All right, may the Most High be praised. You can also cook the blood out. Excuse me. I don't know about cooking out the blood. I don't know how you would possibly cook the blood out, because if you don't soak the blood out and get the blood out of the meat prior to cooking it, once you begin to cook it with the blood in it, the blood is still there, and the blood congeals into something else and takes on the fabric of the meat. So I don't know how you can cook it and get the blood out of it. So I don't know how that could be, because I don't understand how that could be. But if you say it's so, then let's see. Don't eat the meat with the blood. Absolutely. There you go. That's my understanding, that it would just become a part of the animal. I mean, part of the food. Blood is a liquid, and it will evaporate. No. Blood don't evaporate like that. It turns into a different substance. It cooks out, then juice forms. All right. Well, all right. All right. So y'all go ahead and test it. I ain't got no meat in my house to test it with, so I couldn't answer that. I don't have any meat in my house, and I won't have any meat in my house. So if y'all want to test it, y'all go test it, and y'all come back and let me know. All right? Y'all go check it out. Well, why don't y'all just do this? The brothers that's here questioning whether it is or it ain't, just do a YouTube search on it. Just do a Google search on it real quick and see what Google tells us. And that way we won't be using our opinion. Let's see if somebody did the work already to see if it's done. Science project, huh? I agree with you, Ayn Katir. I agree with you. Let's do a kitchen search at the stove. On the grill outside. But you can't tell once the meat is cooked, you can't tell if the blood is still in it or not. You can't tell just by looking at it. You have to do a test on this, scientific test, to let you know. All right? You can't tell. When I did fried chicken, I remember seeing the blood and eventually not. Sometimes you can cook. I agree with that, Flo. However, when you eat it, you can see the blood cooked in it. That's right. When you eat fried chicken, around the bone, when you get down to the bone, you can still see little, and you can cook it well. You can still see little veins of blood in the meat, even at that time. It doesn't get rid of the blood. That's right. So anyway, if you're going to eat chicken or you're going to eat meat at all, any type of meat, basal, any type of animal, then you should soak the blood in water, salt water, and then eat it. All right. So that's how we're going to leave that part of the conversation. But y'all can do the research. Somebody can look it up real quick and see what the scientist says. Okay? All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Did we have any more commandments? Iman, were you aware of any other commandments we had that we did not? Please, family, if you posted a commandment and we didn't get to it, please let us know so we can post your commandment. Deuteronomy 15:23. Only thou shalt not eat the blood thereof. Thou shalt pour it upon the ground as water. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. Thank you, sis. If there are any other commandments, please repost your commandment for me. I'm going up the list and I don't know. But there was another question that I wanted to address. Sis has the questions. She says, if an apple is mixed with another apple, do you consider that to be a hybrid? That's a very interesting question. And I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure. What I consider to be a hybrid, if you're asking me personally without having the scientific research done, I would say you probably created a new species of animal. A new species of apple. So yes, it could be a hybrid. If you go back to the original source of an apple, what that apple was originally, then that will be an original heirloom apple. But if you mingle that with different species of apple, it could be what you would consider a hybrid. Yes, I would just have to say yes. Now I'm thinking about that hybrid apple because thinking about animals. A pig and a hog is the same animal. And I'm told from a video that I saw some time ago that if you take a pig and put it in a wild over a period of time, and it don't take too long, like 6 months to a year, it will begin to develop a snout, tusk, and hair on his back, just like a hog that lives out in the wild. This is what I was told. I've never done a research. I do not know, but this is what I was told from the video that I saw. Given some time, a pig will become a wild boar or a hog if let out in the wild like that. All right? So may the Most High be praised. So that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. My brother says all domesticated animals are a hybrid of an original animal, except the horse. The horses are domesticated, but yet the horse exists the same way in the wild. So it's not all animals, but it's a lot of animals a lot of animals, but maybe he's talking about a different type of domestication. Chickens, cows, goats, pigs, and rabbits are all man-made. Okay. All right. A hybrid is something formed by combining two or more different elements or technologies to achieve a better outcome, such as improved efficiency and performance. So maybe I'm using the wrong word, and if that's what a hybrid is. All right. If you have to introduce chemicals to it or something outside of it to make it a hybrid, then I would be using the wrong word. Are hybrids bad if they from the same family? And that's what we're not sure. And that's what we're not sure about. So let's keep focusing and let's see if we can get this thing done. I was under the impression heirlooms just meant more than 50 years old, which it could be. But from what I understand of an heirloom is supposed to mean the original of that product. It could be just 50 years old. I'm not sure. 50 years ago, I know they wasn't doing what they're doing now. All right, let's rock and roll. All right. All right, here we go. Leviticus 20. Imasakari, Leviticus 20 and 8. And ye shall keep my statutes and do them. I am the Most High, which sanctifies you. Yeah, I'm going to get right to your commandment, Ima. I just seen this out the corner of my eye. The wild horses running around are those left by the Spanish when they got their behind whooped by a native and had to scram. Yeah, but they're still wild horses, right? Yeah, I think they're still original horse, though. All right. I believe they're original stocks. I believe. I've never seen every horse that I've seen in the wild looks just like the horse that we see in captivity. All right. It's Deuteronomy, Leviticus 20 and 8. And Leviticus 20 and 8 reads, and ye shall keep my statutes and do them. I am Yahweh, which sanctifies you. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. May we continue to follow the Most High. All right. Any other questions or comments, family? Let's move on. Are there any questions or comments that we need to discuss today? Are there any questions or comments? Think about it, family. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask your questions. Question. Here's a question. Numbers chapter 2, verse 2 speaks of ensigns of their father's house. Numbers chapter 2, verse 2. Let me see if I can pull it up. Numbers chapter 2, verse 2. Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standards with the ensigns of their father's house, far above the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch it. Let me see. One second, I'm just checking it out. And I think you're asking me what this enzyme is supposed to be. Is that right? Okay. Now, when I look up the word enzyme, they only have oat. And the oat was a sign. And what I'm gathering from this is that it's a certain marking, like an emblem or a family mark, some type of sign from their father's house that should be utilized as a symbol, just a symbol of recognition for the tribe that that individual belonged to, letting people know that that individual is of its father's house. So that's what I'm gathering as the explanation of that commandment. Pitch their tent with their tribe. Yes. All right. My law, Bimidbar, in Numbers 1 and 15. All right, let's see. Numbers chapter 1, verse 15. Huh? Numbers chapter 51. Numbers chapter 1, verse 51. Okay. Let me see. 51 to 54. And when the tabernacle settled forward, the Levites shall take it down. And when the tabernacle to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. And the stranger that cometh near shall be put to death. And the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standards throughout their hosts. But the Levites shall pitch around about the tabernacle of testimony, that there be no wrath unto the congregation of the children of Israel. And the Levites shall keep the charge of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Most High commanded Moshe. All right. Pitch their tents with their tribes. Yes, the Levites stayed together, and they stayed around the testimony, the ark, the covenant. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments that I might be missing? If you have any questions, please post them. If you have any comments, please post them. And we'll address those issues today. All right, let's move forward. All right. Law repost. Okay. Aim Katir has a law repost. Let me see what she says. Originally, today may not mean non-hybridized. Original today may not mean non-hybridized, but the product may be free from further hibernation for a number of reasons of years. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Law reposts. My apologies for not seeing that law earlier in Katir. Law reposts. Leviticus 17 and 3 to 5. Leviticus 17, verse 3 to 5. And it says, what man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer an offering unto the Most High before the tabernacle of the Most High, blood shall be imputed upon that man. He have shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they bring them unto the Most High, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest of the offerings, and offer them for a peace offering unto the Most High. PITIED, that was a very, very important commandment that you brought up. Extremely important, and I'm explaining for several reasons. Let me read your thing. Human and animal life are weighed by the Most High, and if we take a life unjustly or without regard for the law, we're considered murderers and will be cut off from the Most High and our people. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah in Katir. This commandment that she brought out is talking about whenever there's a sacrifice being made, how that sacrifice, once you kill it, you had to bring it to the door. I used to use this commandment a long time ago when I used to have my debates with the Christians. And they used to try to tell me that JC was a sacrifice for the sin offerings. Well, if the Most High was in the business of receiving human sacrifices, that sacrifice will still have to be brought to the door of the tabernacle to be accepted by the Most High. And it wasn't. But let me read this. A lot of people don't understand that. In the 5th verse, it says, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Most High, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and then unto the priests. And the priest shall offer them for a peace offering unto the Most High. And that never happened with JC. In none of the history books that you read, his body was not taken before the Most High and offered up as a sacrifice. I mean, as an offering, a sin offering given to the Most High. It never happened. So therefore, that should cause a little bit of cloud on anyone who believes that that man died for their sins and was offered up. His life was an offering as a sin offering. There's no way he could have been, because he didn't do what his body wasn't done what the law says you have to do with a sin offering that you're offering unto the Most High. Therefore, it just didn't work. Vayikra 19 and 16. And that's Torah Kodesh's commandment. Listen, family, if you got your command, please bring them up, please. It says, thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Most High. Thou shalt not go about talebearing or thundering among your people. Do not do anything to endanger your brother's life. I am the Most High. Very good, sis. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. People stand by watching and listening to each other being slandered and gossiped about. Those acts literally alter how you, your brother, sister, or neighbor is seen, endangering their life and brotherhood. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. A lot of people have lost their lives because of that, because of some gossip and rumors and false teachings and those types of things. And this is prevalent in our world today. This happens today. All right. So I don't think we have any more questions. Is that right? Let me go and make sure there's no questions in the room. Let me make sure there's no questions. Are there any questions, family? Because I don't want to overlook your questions if you ask the question. All right. I don't think we missed any questions. So if we didn't miss any questions, we're going to go to our lesson for the day. All right. Let's go into our lesson for the day. May the Most High be praised. Let me see how I can share the screen. We're going to get into that thing. What's the name of the lesson today? What's the name of today's lesson? Anybody know? All right. The name of the lesson is A Man Must Build His Wife. We're going to start our readings in the book of Ezekiel. In the book of Ezekiel, chapter 14, verse 21. Rock out, Prince. That's what we're going to do. We're going to rock out. All right. A man must build his wife. A man must build his wife. Now, I know a lot of you think you already know where Prince going to go with this lesson. I'm not so certain that you do. I'm not so certain that you know. But we're going to travel. We're going to get there and we're going to get it done. This is a highlight of the day, right? This is what you all been waiting for. This is why so many people, 1,800 people sitting around waiting for this lesson. All right, let's see where we at. In America today, so many marriages fail. And they fail early within the first 5 to 7 years. They say statistically, if your marriage can last past 5 or 7 years, then your marriage can last inevitably. But most marriages today last within that time frame. They, let's say, fail within that time frame of 5 to 7 years. So if you've been married 3 years, you still got 2 more years to go to cover the minimum. After that, it usually gets better. But you two are still trying to learn each other. Part of the problem with marriages failing today is because people don't marry for purpose. People marry for pleasure today. Oh, I love him, so I want to marry him. What love got to do with this? Nothing. Love is just an added bonus. It ain't got nothing to do with it. And a lot of our people determine love to say rather they want to marry somebody. They believe that we should only marry if we're in love. And I love you, therefore I want to marry you. And that's just not the way it goes. So may the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. Most marriages in this Western culture that we live in today fail, and they fail drastically. One reason why it fails is because the man or the male don't know himself. He don't know himself. He's not in control of himself. Therefore, he can't possibly know someone else if he hasn't first mastered the discipline of self. Very important. Extremely important. I remember here we was talking about on a post, we had a young lady who reached out to her brother and gave him to let him know, hey, listen, I'm available. What's up? You want to do something? And the brother came back to her and he said, well, listen, sis, I don't do that right now. I'm not interested in any women right now. I'm not bringing that into my life. He was 1,000% in the right direction only because he knows himself. He understood his mission, what he was about right now in his life. Now, this is an attractive woman who put that hint out there. She's a very attractive woman. But the male, I have to call him a man in this level. I have to say man, because males don't operate like that. Males would have said, yeah, shorty, give me your number. Let me hit you up. And went out there, screwed the girl, probably got her pregnant. And a little while later on, they've been breaking up and he went off to the next one. That's how males operate. But men don't do that. Men operate with discipline. Men operate with self-awareness. This brother said to the sister, no, sis, I ain't ready for no women right now. He probably know he got to get his money up. Having wealth doesn't make you a man. But the knowledge that you can't have what you can't provide for makes you a man as well. That contributes to manhood. So the brother said, and not that was his issue, because I don't know if that was his issue or his reasoning for it. But what he said to the young lady was a powerful thing. He says, I'm not ready for a wife yet. That shows me that he knew himself. So to me, that's a man, or that's manliness. He didn't just run out and jump out to the first thing that advertised herself to him of an availability that could possibly fit in his life. He said, nah, I'm not moving out like that. I got to get this thing right. Now, whatever he did behind the scenes, I'm not aware of it. I don't know. But I know what he did do right there in my presence. And I didn't take that as him dissing the female. I took that as him understanding who he is in this walk of life. That's a powerful thing. Males often bite off more than they can chew and later on realize that they have no purpose for that woman in their life, or she's too much for him. That's what males often do, but men don't do that. Men will evaluate the situation before they take a woman into his life as a wife. And a man will not sleep with a woman until after he has committed her unto himself as his responsibility. Males are those who are still running around chasing after females, sexing female after female after female, because he hasn't gotten in tune with himself yet. He's not a man. He's a male. And sometimes you can have a male in the body of a man. They're just not mature enough to reach manhood. They're males in the body of a man operating like they're teenagers. Therefore, I cannot call that a man. You have some males that are young in age, 21, 22, 25 even, that are men. They're in the bodies of males, but they operate on a manly level. They are men. So it has nothing to do with the numbers of years that you have been in this earth to determine whether you're a man or not. It has everything to do with how you conduct yourself, what you know about yourself, how you act, and your responsibility level of that which belongs to you or what you take advantage of. All those things are attributes of a man. So when somebody says all men are males, well, that's not necessarily true. Statistically, all men are the masculine gender. So if you want to classify that as a male, then I would say yes. But all males are not men. That manliness takes it to a higher level of proficiency and perfection. Not that they are perfect, but it's a higher level of perfection than an average male. A man knows himself. And therefore, a man must build a woman. What we're about to get into with these next couple of verses, these next two chapters, is going to be some powerful stuff. Extremely powerful. So I would ask at this time that you will go out, like, and share the page if you can. Subscribe if you have not subscribed. Share it in your social media groups, your Facebook, your Instagram, whatever you might be connected to in social media that can get others to watch this video, because it's going to be very, very important. I promise you. It's going to be very, very important. Prime Minister, what is that you're posting, Prime Minister? A man must not divorce a woman he married after having seduced her. Okay. May the Most High be praised. I don't know if that's your commandment, but it's a very good thing. If they were found out, then yes, he can't divorce her. All right. Let's go. We're going to start our readings in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 14, verse 21. Before we begin our readings, I want to reflect on some of the things that we read in Ezekiel to lead us up to where we are now. In the book of Ezekiel, the Most High told the angel, when we first started reading, to go out in the midst of the people and put a mark upon the heads of the individuals who hated wickedness and evil, who were striving to live righteously, to put a mark on their heads. And now we're in a part of Ezekiel in the 14th chapter where we're going to read about some of the people who commonly ask questions about why did the Creator destroy these people? Why the Most High, these children was in the hospital with cancer and the Creator allowed them to die. What did these people ever do to deserve death? Sometimes, family, things happen to us. It happens to us or our loved ones or friends that we know, and we question the Most High as to why he allowed this to happen. Because this person was a good person. This person was a nice person. I don't see any reason why the Most High would have killed or allowed that person to receive that torture. Usually that happens with our loved ones. When our loved ones depart us and we get to see them suffering, we ask that question, not knowing everything about that individual. But let me say this with you. The Most High is just in everything that he does. And everything he does for a reason. But a lot of the people who are anti the Most High, they don't see the answers to why the Most High does what he does. So what we're about to see is the Most High destroyed a whole city. A whole city of Israelites in Jerusalem. He destroyed a whole lot of them. But some of the people made it out. He allowed some people to be reserved in the city after he wiped out the majority of them. And for anybody that will come along later and say, why did the Most High kill so many people? The Most High allowed a remnant of a remnant to remain just so that people can see how tainted and wicked the people in that city were. Now, I want you to know, family, that while we're reading this about Jerusalem, we're actually reading it about ourselves. We're actually reading about us, our history, even today, how it played out then and how it's playing out right now in our lives, right now with everyday life, with a lot of people you may love that do things in the dark that you don't even know, that are really wicked in their mind that you don't understand, because your mind is not like the Most High's mind. You can't understand the Most High's doings. Although you want to, you couldn't possibly. Like I said earlier today, the Most High, the creator of all creation, provides for all things in creation simultaneously at the same time. And humans try to comprehend the Most High's mind, and they can't even comprehend their own doings. So let's embark upon this. We're going to start our readings in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 14, verse 21. And remember, today's lesson is called A Man Must Build His Wife. We haven't forgotten. For thus says the Most High, Yohe-Wahe Ha-Elohim, how much more when I send upon Jerusalem my 4 disastrous acts of judgment: sword, famine, wild beast, and pestilence. The sword, other men are going to be killing other men. The famine, food will not grow. Wild beasts, animals will come in and kill some of the people. And pestilence, disease and infection will come in. Now, 3 of these things are taking place within us right now. People are killing our people on the streets every day. Some of it's by ourselves, but the majority of it is the outside influences killing us. So that will be the sword. Famine, the foods we buy in the supermarkets does not have the proper nutrients in it. Therefore, that's killing us. Therefore, it's killing us. Some of us don't even have proper foods. They talk about certain neighborhoods that don't have fruits and vegetables, proper foods in the stores, in the markets where you live. Then they have wild beasts. Now, the only thing that I know about wild beasts killing people today is like some of the chicken that y'all buy at the store and some of the meat that's contaminated. But other than that, we don't really have too many wild beasts killing us today. And then we have pestilence. Pestilence is the number 1 killer today. What do I mean pestilence is the number 1 killer today? Pestilence is disease, infestations. And people don't know, but cancer is an infestation. Herpes is an infestation. Syphilis is an infestation. All these different diseases, bird flu, all these different diseases that are killing the majority of our people today are infestations. And every one of those diseases can be traced back to parasites. Parasites infest your body and they kill you from the inside out. They destroy you. They eat on your heart. They eat on your lungs, your kidneys, your brain, even your brain. Herpes is a parasite that lodges within your brain and eats on your brain. It kills you. And then it comes down from time to time and it reveals itself through either your mouth or your genitals or whatever parts of your body where that virus, which is microscopic parasites, where that virus has rested. People don't think about these things in this manner. They're parasites and they're pestilence and they're with us. But the Most High says, I have sent these upon the people. The Most High is saying that he released these things upon us. And then when some of our people pass away from these things, we like, wow, why did this happen? Well, it says that the Most High says that he released these upon Yerushalayim, his people. My 4 devastating acts. Yes, rodents and bugs, and they carry bugs, and they carry acts. But let me ask you this, sis. This is what sister says, and I'm going to expand her knowledge a little bit further. She says, when I hear pestilence, I think of rodents and bugs and things that carry diseases. Well, what are the diseases that they're carrying? The diseases that they're carrying that infect us are parasites. They're small microscopic parasites. Those parasites infiltrate our bodies and make us sick, have an effect on us. Like when you take a fly and you hold a fly still and squeeze them, you'll see little larvae, little eggs, little parasites coming out of him. A fly will sit on you and put those parasites under your skin, and it could kill you, it could hurt, it can harm you, or it could just blister out in that one area. All depend on how properly alkalized your body is against parasitic. If you don't flush your body constantly of parasites, parasites will eat you from the inside out, and sicknesses and diseases will become taking a hold of you. Children catching colds. What do you think a cold virus is? They're little microscopic parasites. That's why if a person touches something and sneezes on something, microscopic parasites are going out of their mouth in their saliva. You go back and touch it, you can get that parasite in your skin or on your skin. And you know how it finds its way into your body? When you rub your eyes, or when you dig in your mouth, or when you pick up your food. That parasite finds its way into your bloodstream and sickens you. It weakens you. And these things are factual. So yes, my sister, you're right. Chickens and pigs carry herpes. That's right. Small parasites. That's right. When I hear pestilence, I think of rodents and bugs, things that carry diseases. And diseases are parasites, microscopic parasites. Almost every disease to man is a parasite. And a lot of those people don't understand. But when you look deeper and deeper into knowledge, you will learn the importance of ridding parasites out of your body. Certain parasites, you have to use certain stronger things to destroy it. Let's read on. But the Most High brought these parasites into this earth to cut off from it man and beast, to kill both man and to kill both beasts. The Most High brought these things in to destroy us from off the earth. But why? Why did the Most High do this? He did it because we are some wicked individuals camouflaging ourselves as if we are righteous individuals, pretending to be righteous. You can walk 30 years in righteousness and one day become wicked, and the Most High will rub you out, because the Most High says all your 30 years will be removed as if you were never righteous at all, and he will bring down his wrath upon you. Or you can work 30 years and live a wicked life, and then one day change your life and become righteous before the Most High in truthfulness, and the Most High will have mercy upon you. That's right. That's exactly what we're doing. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Dosiah. A lot of us will be camouflaging ourselves as if we're righteous. Hey, every time we see somebody, we saying shalom, we smiling, we talking, but in our minds, we got wicked thoughts. When the lights are out, we got wicked actions, and we're doing wicked deeds. When nobody's around that we know, we do all type of abominable acts that we know we ain't got no business doing. We're only camouflaging as if we're righteous. We're pretending to worship and serve the Most High. But we need to elevate from that station to a constant station of righteousness. That's the difficulty that a lot of us have. The Most High says he put this pestilence, this famine, and this sword and the wild beast in the earth to destroy it, man and beast. But behold, watch this. Some survivors will be left in it. Some survivors will be left in it. So some people will make it through. And they will be brought out. Sons and daughters, behold, when they come to you and you see their ways and their deeds, you will be consoled for the disaster that I have brought upon Jerusalem. Let me say this to you, family. The Most High was telling the prophet that after I bring the pestilence, the sword, the disease, and the famine, a remnant of those people who are wiped off and rubbed out and did away with, a remnant of them shall make it through. Let's say your children will survive. And the Most High tells the prophet, he says, and those remnant who make it through, you watch their behavior, their character, and how they act, and you will see why I destroyed the majority of them. Did y'all catch what I just said? Your children are going to only do what they've learned from you. They might not do it as hard as you did it, but they're going to repeat your behavior in their actions once they have an opportunity to do so. So ultimately, what they're saying is you are mimicking your parents before you, those who brought you up. They're gone now. Most of our parents are gone, And some of us still have our parents. Some of us still have them. But they home somewhere sitting down, chilling out. They don't do like they used to do when they were our ages. Or when we was coming up and they was raising us up and we was being reared by them, we got to see their behavior and how they conducted themselves. A lot of that reflecting us today. And then a lot of what we do today reflects in our children of tomorrow. The Most High is saying, when he brings destruction and flattens civilization, the remnant who are left behind, their actions, their thoughts, and their deeds will show you why he destroyed the people before them. What are you teaching your children by the way you conduct yourself? How are you teaching your children to live? When you go in the room and you make prayer to the Most High, are your children present? Do they know that's what you're doing? Do they see you when you do it? Do you teach them the proper ways to adjust their behavior and walk through life today? Do you teach them how to submit and surrender to the will of the Creator? Do you? Or do you teach them selfishness, how not to care for the poor or the widow or the homeless or the fatherless, how to be stingy with what they have, how not to provide for anyone other than themselves? Is a gluttonous world, so it's all about me. Just get for you and yours. Is that how we raise our children? Do we teach our children that it's okay to have sex with anybody you want, just don't tell nobody? Do we teach our children that? Do we allow our young daughters to see us with other men all throughout the week and ain't none of them their daddy? Because a lot of times when your child just witnessed something with their eyes, they formulate anything they want in their imagination about who that man is in our lives. What is my mother doing with that man in a room, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we in the back room or in the other room or downstairs on the floor? What is she doing with that individual? You'd be surprised, and you might be in there just playing patty cake with the man. But you're behind closed doors and your children see this. They're only going to imitate your behavior from what they phantom in their mind. And subconsciously, they develop thinking that this behavior is okay. So the Creator told the prophet, you will see why I flattened the city through the actions of the remnant that survive. And the remnant that survive is going to be doing what they naturally did or learned from the people that was just destroyed in their lifetime. They just acted out. Like right now, today, we just living. The majority of us is just living. A lot of us are playing church, acting like we're worshiping and serving the Most High, but we're not. And we know we're not. But we'll show up on the Shabbat and say, Shabbat Shalom, Prince. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Princess. Shabbat Shalom. And we'll act like we're worshiping the Creator throughout the week, when in reality, we only tune in once a week unto that awesome power. And all throughout the week, we sexing who we want, we eating what we want, and don't let no man judge you. I agree with that. No man don't need to judge you. The Most High is always watching. But you seem to act like nobody's watching. Get it right, family. Because the only way we're going to reverse this curse is by completely surrendering our will to the Creator. All of our will. All of the time. Not 3/4 of the day, but all of the time. Now, by surrendering your will to the Creator, a lot of people don't understand this, but it doesn't mean that you're going to walk around and just let people do what they want to do to you. No, that's not what it means. It means you're going to be the best version of yourself, to lift up, to live as an example in your life how a righteous man or a righteous woman is supposed to conduct themselves. Now, a righteous man or a righteous woman don't mean you're going to let people just take advantage of you, misuse you. It don't even mean that you ain't going to curse. It don't even mean that you're not going to take your 15-year-old child who wants to have sex and put her out your house. That's what righteousness will do. If she doesn't want to abide by your law and do your law, then she has to go. If he doesn't want to abide by your law and do your law, then he has to go. But you are supposed to be giving them the example of righteousness through your actions, thoughts, and your deeds. When your child come home and tell you the kid in school punched him in the eye, and you get all riled up and you go to the school and bust out the principal windows and cussing the school out about what your child got punched in the mouth, well, the first thing you should have did is ask your child what happened, to see if your child deserved to be punched in the mouth. Ain't nobody putting their hands on my little Tommy. Come here, Tommy. Let's go. We're going to this school and we're going to raise a fit. And you are wrong. Tommy deserved to be punched in the mouth. He deserved that. Little Tommy was a little baby pervert that he got from his father. He took the little girl and followed her into the bathroom and did some unrighteous things to her. He deserved to be punched in the mouth. But you didn't ask that question. All you heard was that Tommy got punched. And you immediately went into defend mode and defended the guilty. And you shouldn't. Sometimes these people or children or individuals do things and they get just what they deserve. But you know, we how we are. Not mine. That ain't gonna happen to mine, and yours be the main ones. So what the Most High was saying was this: those people who are descendants of the people that I just destroyed, watch how they act, and you'll see why their mothers and fathers are dead while they're destroyed. Because a lot of us are not worthy to raise children, because we ourselves are some wicked individuals. We pretend to worship the Most High. And through our pretending to worship him, it makes us all the more not worthy of his great blessings. That's what the prophet had to see. So the prophet and anyone in the future would know not to question why the Most High did what he did. So now let's question this, family. Based on what we have today in our society and our culture and how the grown folk are acting, what does that say about all the people that came before us? Did they do their job properly? Did they teach us how to live a righteous life? Gazoo, thank you. Did they teach us how to live a righteous life? Did they teach us how to fear and obey and serve the Most High respectfully? Because you can only judge based on your actions today, family. All right, let me give you an example, a better example of what I mean. And then maybe this will help stick in a little bit. There was a racist group called the skinheads, the Ku Klux Klan, skinheads, and they hated black people. They taught their children from conception to hate black people. The people that they associated with taught their children the same thing. Those two children from both of those households grew up together playing with each other with black dowels, chopping black heads off, cutting off black legs, killing black people. They taught their children to hate black people. So when their children grow up to be adults, they are now teaching their children to hate black people. The information that these children got in their youth was a direct reflection of the mindset of their parents, without their parents having to say anything directly to them, like you don't like black people, you hate black people when you get older, kill black people. They didn't have to do that because they taught it by the way they lived. And the people that they was associated with, their spirits got on their children. And when those children came together, those spirits was combined. So they learned this without even really having to be sit down and say, hate black people. They learned it because when they were sitting around their parents, they heard how their parents talked about black people, how they would point them out on television and talk about them, what their parents would say, anti-black slogans on their shirts, on their clothes. They never told their children, you're going to grow up and hate black children. But they did tell them through their actions, thoughts, and their deeds. So those children, when they grew up, they became in positions of power. And guess what they did? They killed black people. They destroyed black people without even having to say, you're going to grow up and you're going to kill black children. They were taught this subliminally from their parents. What did you learn from your parents? You know how you can tell what you learned from your parents? You can tell because of the lifestyle that you live today. A lot of our peoples are harlots. Men and women are harlots. Sex is a commodity to us. It's a simple thing. We get it, we don't, but we're going to more strive to get it just so we can get it. What is the purpose of it? Have you entered into a covenant with this individual that you're laying down with? Or are you just doing the do? Most of us do not enter into covenants. Therefore, we shouldn't be having sex. We should be celibate. There's a lot of high-power brothers and sisters right here on this page right now. You ask them the question the last time they had intimacy, they'll tell you, oh, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Oh, yesterday before Shabbat came in. Okay, who was you intimate with? Was it your husband or your wife? Oh, I ain't got no wife. Then why are you intimate? Oh, I ain't got no husband. Then the last time you had a husband should have been the last time you was intimate. Why don't we understand that these actions are unrighteous behaviors? It is because we are wearing a camouflage to pretend to be righteous. We're only pretending. And our children see the behavior that we do, and they are perpetrating the same behavior. Around your house, you make prayer, they see you make prayer. Around your house, they hear you give out charity to people who can't afford to help themselves. They hear it. You don't tell them to do it, but they hear it, and they themselves will be kind to others in school. They will learn from your behavior, but you have to be demonstrating your deeds have to reflect righteousness. And if your deeds reflect righteousness in your home, like I know a family, they got a son. I ain't going to tell y'all his name, but they got a son. And this young man is one of the most proper, respectful young men that I know. I mean, he might not be perfect, and if there's any flaws in him, I don't know them. Because every time he's presented to me, he's of the utmost of righteousness for a young child. He's courteous, he's respectful, he's mannerable, his mannerism is off the charts, and he's intelligent. So when he's around other children, he knows how to play with children, he knows how to help other children. He knows how to do what he needs to do to be who he is to be. I don't see any flaws in this young child. But now when I look at his parents, I look at them, and every time we communicate, every time we associate, every time we're in affiliation, they got one problem that I got a problem with, but those parents are on point. Every time I talk to them, they're talking about the Most High, talking about how they can help somebody else. And I see them helping others in their life daily. I see it. Now, that's why that child is like he is, because his parents, without even having to, don't do that, Rashad. I mean, don't do that, y'all. Don't do that, little boy. You know, instead of having to tell him what to do and what not to do, they show him through their actions how he is to conduct himself. And that's exactly what he does. The subliminal messages are a lot stronger than the verbal messages that you portray when you yourself are not living according to those verbal actions. So many people tell their children, do what I tell you to do, not what you see me do. That's not right. That's not right. It should be do as I do, because they learn that behavior better. Kazoo. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These people that I'm talking about, they offer their time because they understand that people can't afford certain things. So they offer up and give. It's almost nothing that I wouldn't do for people like that. You know what I mean? People who actually say, you know what, there's a shortage over there. Let me fill in and fill that shortness because I'm able to do it. I got some time. Let me get that done. You see what I'm saying? Those type of people are showing examples to their children how righteousness looks. Therefore, their children will grow up being righteous without even understanding. It will be a whole lifestyle that they embody within themselves of what righteousness is, and they won't even have to put forth any extra effort to be righteous. I can see that young guy 15 years from now knocking on my door saying, Prince, I want to marry your daughter, with his father next to him. I want to marry your daughter to be my wife. You understand? I can see that because he's being taught up and raised up in a righteous environment. That's why the Most High told the prophet, you will see why I brought this destruction upon the city. Soon as you see the people that came out, watch their deeds and how they live, and they will tell you the reflection of their parents, those people that I destroyed. Now, it goes beyond just the household. It goes beyond just the household. You know what I'm saying? It goes from just the parents to now the community that the children are involved in. The people in their circle that they are surrounded with, that they interact with on a daily basis. It goes into a whole environment of things to determine the righteousness of those children. And that's what happened here. The whole city was wicked. The majority, they put Sodom and Gomorrah to shame. Our people who had the Most High so near to us put Sodom and Gomorrah to shame. Is we still doing that today? I almost cursed just a minute ago. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We got Israelites in jail right now for trafficking other Israelites. How embarrassing is that? Sexual trafficking other young ladies who we're supposed to be protecting. We're in jail for setting them up to get trafficked and sold as prostitutes. But we are supposed to be an example for the future generations to come. What examples are we giving them? What example are you being to your children in how to conduct themselves when they become adults? You argue with the neighbor next door. You argue with their father. And the fathers argue with their mothers. So what are you teaching your children who are watching your behavior? You know, I can almost respect the girl or the woman, the female, almost respect the female that says, I ain't bringing no strange men home to my children. But yet she'll meet the strange man somewhere else and do all kind of lewd stuff with them. She just don't bring them around her children. You still bringing them around your children because the spirit you got on you is the same spirit that's going to go home when you go home with your children. That same spirit is going to get into your children. You don't understand that. That's why it's best that if you know better, you do better. You know you're not married and you shouldn't be having intercourse with any man. None. And most women can't pass that test. And most men definitely won't pass it. The last time he had intercourse was when his wife was here with him. He was married. That was 3 years ago. Yeah, right. That's why I got to shout my brother out, Nasik Shema. Nasik Shemaine, y'all know anything about him, you know, I got to shout him out. Beit Hamazain, his class that he teaches on. You got to shout him out. When I first met that man was celibate. I believe it was 7 years he was celibate. No intercourse, no sex, no nothing. Just him. And he was on his grind, deep, disciplined. Discipline. I believe it was 7 years. Now I'm going with I believe. I believe he said 7 years. But he was diligent about the Most High. He was serious about the Most High. And when the Most High finally blessed him, he gave him a Batula, a virgin wife. He might be about 7, 8 years older than her. He might even be 10 years older than her. I don't know. Whatever it is a perfect match because he was in position, more stable, more suitable than a fool. You understand? To take on a woman of such character and trait. And that's exactly what the Most High blessed him with, a virgin wife of age and accountability. And she is exactly that, a great asset to his life. This is how the Most High rewards those who make those sacrifices for him. And that's what we're supposed to be doing, family. That's how we're supposed to be living. So there we go. We're going to go up to the 15th chapter now. All right. Let's get into the 15th chapter. He says, that's how I'm about to be. And he sure got a gem of a wife. Absolutely. Yes, he does. Not good ones. Look at the youth today. I cringe at the thought of a bad example children will have. Sift through. May the Most High be praised. This is the topic for the day. A man must build his wife. I didn't see too many shares go out, family. Did we send any shares out? I didn't see, but 2 shares went out. I seen 2 shares. Why we only got 2 shares? What? We got 1,700 people in the room, but we only got 2 shares. Why is that? Come on, family. We got to get this up, man. We got to get this up. Come on, y'all. Share the page. Like the page. Hit that like button. Hit that return button so you always come back and share the page so we can get this ratings up. Let's go. And the word of the Most High came to me. He says, son of man, Ain Adam, son of man, how does the wood of the vine surpass any wood? How does the wood of the vine surpass any other wood? Now let's think about this for a minute. A vine, anybody know what vines do? Vines will actually grow up a tree and strangle the tree of its nutrients. Vines will actually grow up any fence that you put it on. It will grow up. Vines need something to attach themselves to, or else they'll go across the ground. But that's what vines do. How does woods of the vine pass any other wood? We use pine trees for making wood so we can build houses. We don't use vines for that. The vine branch that is among the trees of the forest, is wood taken from it to make anything? Do we use the vine trees for anything in existence today? Do people take a peg from it to hang any vessel on it? No. Behold. So basically, now this vine is symbolic of people. First got to put that into your mind. The vine is symbolic of people and the movements of people. A lot of people use other people to get higher. They climb up on other people, and then they actually, use people to get what they can get from those people to sustain their life, depleting from the people. Just like vines climb up trees and steal the nutrients from the tree to prolong its life and to allow it to go higher and higher. That's how people gravitate to other people so that they can get what they can get out of those people. We know a lot of people like that, just to get higher than where they were. A vine will grow up a gate or a fence. It'll use the gate to get higher and higher so it can get taller and get whatever it can get out the gate, but it can't get no nutrients out the gate. And then if a vine doesn't have something to grow up, the vine will just go across the ground. It will remain at that same level. And that's why you see some people that's doing the same thing today that they've been doing for the last 30 years since you've known them. They have no progress, no development, no growth. They still on the ground. That's how vines work. So these vines, when you see the vines mentioned in the scripture, is actually talking about people. The vine branch that is among the trees of the forest. Remember, the trees is a different type of a vine. A tree, they're all plants, but a tree is strong in stature. It can stand on its own. It shoots toward the heavens, a tree. So a tree is a certain type of individual. And usually the weaker vines or a vine likes to gravitate toward trees so that they can steal from the trees. Watch this. Is wood taken from it to make anything? Can you use anything from those people who suck the life out of other people? They can't stand on their own. Really, you can't use anything from them. You can't even use their advice. You can't utilize them for too much. Watch this. Behold, it is given to the fire for fuel. Those people will be given to fire for fuel. Watch this. When the fire has consumed both ends of it and the middle of it is charred, it is useful. Is it useful for anything? Oh, we got an answer. Behold, when it was whole, it was used for nothing. When it was alive, when those people was alive, what good were they to do to be here in the earth? They just took up space. They didn't serve the Creator. They didn't give the Most High the best of them. There are a lot of people who are vines today, and they just use other people. They suck off of other people's benefits and other people's lives just so they themselves can have what they classify as a life. But without those other individuals, they would not exist, or they wouldn't exist as they do. Some people live with other people, been living with other people for a long time. And if those other people didn't provide you roof, shelter, you wouldn't have anywhere to live. It's a lot of people like that. They suck up off the backs of others. There's a lot of, if you fall in this category, family, then I'm talking to you. If you don't fall in this category, then I ain't talking to you. But if anything that I say to you is to better you, to give you the medicine that you need to stop being a vine in this society and be more productive. Listen to what I'm saying to you. It's a lot of brothers right now living in their brother's house, living in their brother's basement, sleeping on their brother's floors, not because they're trying to get their backs right, but because they ain't got nowhere else to go. But yet they talking about taking a wife. How? You and your wife going to slay on your brother's floor? No, it don't go like that. It's a lot of vines around here. So let me expose them. How much less when the fire has consumed it and it is charred? Can it even be used for anything? Therefore, thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Ha-Elohim, like the wood of the vine among the trees of the forest, which I have given to the fire for fuel, so have I given up the inhabitants of Jerusalem. The Most High took the inhabitants of Jerusalem and used pestilence. He used the animals. He used famine, and he used a sword to destroy us. He gave us up by putting us on those slave ships and sending us so far away from him. But I want to show something to you, family. He never made a complete end of us. He used us for fuel to build up. You know, fuel gives energy to things, to help things to move, to help things to grow, to help things to build. He took us and used us for fuel as he sent us around the world as slaves. And we built up everybody else's society. We was the few that built America. We was the few that built Barbados. We was the few that built Portugal. We were the few that built up all these places where they had slaves and built up a civilization. We were that few. But let me tell you something about a vine that you might not know. If you got a bunch of vines together and you put fire to it and you burn it up, although the vines, when they were alive, you could take the vines and make a rope out of the vines. And that rope will be real strong. So you could have used that vine while it was alive to intertwine it with other pieces of vine unity. Same thing with us today. If we come together and consolidate our strengths, it will be almost impossible for us to be penetrated. But as long as we like that, every little piece of vine separated, you can just grab one piece and snap it off pretty easily. Snap it off pretty easily. But once that vine is entwined and you get that thick rope, oh, you can almost put a house on it on the other end and pull that house down the street. That's how strong it is. But we are that vine, family. And the only way we're going to find our strength to this level and degree that it's needed to propel us into the next generations of blessings that the Creator has for us is if we work together. If we work together. But even if you take that vine and put them all together and set them on fire and burn them all up like we was in the belly of those slave ships. We were all together in the bellies of those slave ships. And we all was burnt up and used for fuel to make these other civilizations great, while ours lay dormant and impopulated by other people. Even if you take those vines and burn them up, the ashes from the vines, once the ashes is put on the proper soil, right? And the ashes is mingled with the soil, the ashes make the soil rich in nutrients. Thereby, new growth can take place from the ashes of those vines that had very little value in life once they was destroyed. They served a greater purpose when they were destroyed than they did when they was alive, because they brought forth greater life. Would you be a vine for the Most High to bring forth greater life in this lifetime while you're here? Will you teach your children, your sons and other sons and daughters how to serve this King and how to be the best version of themselves in their youth? Will you work like that? Will you be that perfect example so that the Most High don't have to destroy us just so that we can be nutrients for the earth, but yet so we can be a great vine right now to raise up other little vines so we can all work together, build together, and make a strong rope? The Most High says he's going to take us back home. Will you be in the midst of that? And if you are physically not in the midst of that, will your teachings through the way that you lived your life and demonstrated your behavior be in the midst of that? Think about it, family. Even after you go back to ashes and dust, you could bring forth greater life through your actions and how you have adopted and grabbed somebody in this lifetime and raised them up to help them to be better than they would have been without you. So let's watch this story as we travel along. He says, I set my face against them, though they escape from the fire, and the fire shall not yet consume them, and you will know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh when I set my face against them, and I will make the land desolate because they have acted faithlessly, declares the Most High. Let's get it together, family, because it does not have to be what we are promoting today. Every one of us can become accountable for our actions today so that tomorrow is better than today is. Every one of us. And if we get on that level of perfection, we will demand from the Creator through our actions that He protects us from this adversarial energy that's out here in this earth. Through our actions, we can demand that without opening our mouths, just by the simple way that we conduct ourselves. But the way we've conducted ourselves in the past has made us fuel for the fire. It has made us slaves to fuel everybody else's projects, not our own. But we can change all that. We have the ability to change all that. A man must build his wife. Think about all the things that I just talked about the parents raising the individuals, teaching individuals subconsciously, how the individuals turn out to be what they are, usually because of a reflection of their parents. Either you accept your parents' teachings through life or you reject them and outdo them in positivity. One or the other. Ezekiel, the prophet Ezekiel says again, the word of the Most High came to me. And it said, Son of man, make known to Jerusalem her inhabitants, her abominations. Make known to Jerusalem her abominations. La Ruba. And say, thus says Adonai Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh to Jerusalem. Now, we just talked about how the Most High destroyed Jerusalem and how a remnant of Jerusalem was still there. But they were so tore up mentally that the Most High could not use them for anything productive because they didn't work together, they didn't live together, they didn't help each other, they were selfish, they showed hatred, they denied each other the rights that each other should have had. They did not do what they needed to do to uplift each other as a people. This is the mind state of that woman that the Most High is talking to right now. Her name is Jerusalem. This is the best example of a man choosing a woman and how to use her. A man must build his wife. Let's see if Prince is on to something. Your origins and your birth are of the land of Canaan. So what is he bringing that out for? A lot of us look at a direct lineage and genealogy and say our forefathers came from the land of Canaan. No, man, the Creator's going a whole lot deeper than that. How was the Canaanites behaving that made the Most High destroy them and put us in there? How was they behaving? Now, the Canaanites was not totally all destroyed. A lot of them still lived. We didn't do what the Most High said for us to do by destroying them all. We let a lot of them live. And what do you think happened? The Most High told us that they would be a snare unto us. And they did. We amalgamated with some of them. They became a part of us. They influenced our minds. They taught us things that we should not have learned. Bad behavior, disrespectful behavior, how to mistreat the Most High and not obey his commands. They taught us a lot of things, because we did not destroy all of them as the Most High told us to do. So when it says your birth are of the land of Canaan, that's really where we became a nation and began to flourish in a polluted land full of idolatry. Yes, we are practicing the mindset of the nation that came before us, that got kicked out of the land. The Most High destroyed them and put us into that land. And then what did we do? We started acting worse than them. So your birth was in the land of Canaan. Your father was an Amorite in behavior, in thought, and your mother was a Hittite in thought and behavior, in characteristics, in personality, and in traits. So what did that make us? Messed up individuals. It tore us up mentally. We didn't know how to do nothing. We was left in the streets. Everything that we did was about self. We didn't share with each other. We didn't know how to build nothing. A lot of us right now, if you gave them $10,000, what would they do with it? Waste it. They'll buy a whole lot of stuff because they don't know what to do to build and preserve life. They don't know. Therefore, we don't have anything. That's right. Your mama was a Hittite. And as for your birth, what do you think you're going to be if your parents are teaching you that? What are you going to end up being? On the day that you were born, your cord was not cut. You didn't separate from them. Your mentality was the same mentality of your parents. You didn't take on a new nationality, not new nationality, but new behavior, new understanding of things. That didn't happen. Your cord wasn't cut. You took and learned what your parents gave you through that cord. That's how you gravitated in life. Now, you was washed in water, nor were you washed in water to cleanse you. You never even got that filth up off of you. You came right out. I want a husband. I want a wife. And what did you do to correct the parents' poison that they put into you from your youth, growing to this point right now, where some of these women out here got so many bodies, it's unbelievable. She's 25 years old. She done been with 70, 80 men. It's unbelievable. Where did she get that behavior from? She got it from her parents and the people in her community that she grew up in. Her cord wasn't cut when she was born. She wasn't like Princess Amuna. She wasn't like that when she got married. She was more like, I don't even want to talk about these people's name, but I'm going to leave it like that. She wasn't like that when she got married. She was demonstrating the behavior of the people and the culture and the society that she grew up in. She was not washed. She was not cleansed. She was still wallowing around in her filth. Neither was she rubbed with salt, nor was she wrapped in swaddling cloths. Everything that she wore, she got from somebody else. All of her behavior, all of her attitude, all of her presence, everything was hand-me-down from somewhere else. Her mindset, her thought patterns, how she did everything in life was the behavior and the characteristics she never learned of herself. They was the behavior and the characteristics of other people, never for herself. She never learned who she was as a woman. So, sisters, I'm not blaming you fully for your behavior, but after today, I will be. Because today you're going to hear what's needed. And if you don't conduct yourself appropriately after today, you don't have anybody else to blame but yourself. Let's see what the Most High has in store for us. Let's see. As for your birth, on the day you were born, your cords was not cut, nor were you washed with water to cleanse you, nor rubbed with salt. Salt is a purifier. You was never made clean. Your whole life, you've been following around in dirt. You've been with dirty people, dirty-minded people. You've been sexually active with dirty-minded people. You would eat with dirty-minded people. You were educated in the dirty-minded people's schools. You played with dirty-minded people. When your parents went away, your parents had dirty minds. And when your parents went away, they sent you to your aunt's house, and your aunt was dirty-minded. So how could anything clean come out of that? You were never introduced to anything clean. It was just filth that you were surrounded with, sis. And that's why I don't blame you as much as I will after this lesson. But then who knows? You may change your ways and become what you were meant to be from your creation and separate yourself from all those dirty things, dirty people, dirty ideals, dirty behavior. Watch what happens. You're going to learn today how you're supposed to be and what a man is supposed to do for you, and then how you are to conduct yourself being a woman. A man must build his wife. Now, we have to admit, any woman that's coming from a background like we just discussed, she's not proper marriage material. She's not. And the majority of our sisters out here in this world today has come from that type of a background. It's so bad that some of these sisters have been molested by their own brothers, their own fathers, their own uncles. They have received perversion from their own families. That's how dirty the minds of the people around them were. And these were the people who raised them up. A female is supposed to be able to trust in the leadership of her older brother. But no, he's doing perversions to her. She's growing up with that type of stigma in her mind. How do you think she's going to conduct herself? If a woman's mother was a whore, would that make her unsuitable for being a good wife? If she never learned what the proper behavior of a woman was, yes. If she's adapted to her mother's behavior, yes. What I'm stating is that the majority of our sisters today, their mamas was whores. And they don't know how to not be a whore. That's why the man in their lives can't trust them. That's why they've had so many different sex partners. That's why they had so many different marriages. Because they don't know how to be a wife. Because it was never taught to them. But sometimes there are exceptions to every rule. There's a lot of sisters whose mothers may have been living the life of a whore or harlot. All these different men. The girl, 10 years old, her mom had 3 men already. That's whoredom. That's whoredom. And when she grows up, she's only going to mimic the behavior of her mother because that's all she knows. You can't really blame the youth for that right now until after they've been educated. Sometimes somebody will creep into a young woman's life that isn't her parents, that doesn't have a dirty mind, and they will elevate her. They will teach her so many things about womanhood and how she's to conduct herself. I tend to agree. Many of our sisters who came to Torah has passed whoredom. Absolutely. But a lot of them who came to Torah are still in whoredom. They're still in whoredom. And those are the ones that I'm talking to. Those are the ones that I'm talking to. It says, when you was out there living like everybody else, no, I pitied you to do any of these things to you out of compassion for you, but you were cast out into the open field, for you were abhorred on the day that you were born. The Most High Ruach is leading this lesson big time. Prince, can you go over mostly 14:1 before ending this lesson, please? I don't know what mostly is. I think that might be a typo. Mishlei, is that what you want me to do? Ecclesiasticus? Is that what you asking me? Because if that's the case, we can go there. I could jump back to where I'm at. I have no issue moving around. And Shabbat Shalom to you, sis. And tell my family I said Shabbat Shalom. I have said for years, I won't trust a woman who does not admit to her whoredom, who claims righteousness in the face of multitude children by children men who are not her husband. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mishlei. Proverbs. Okay. Let's go. Proverbs, and what chapter was that? What chapter and verse was that? Proverbs 14:1. Okay, let's go. It says, every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands. He that walketh in his righteousness feareth the Most High, but he that is perverse in his ways despises him. And that's where a lot of our people fit in. We are perverse in our ways. We are perverse. Kohelet is what I thought you was talking about, but okay. Mishlei. My phone keeps auto-correcting. Sorry, it's no problem. You're fine. We good. Thank you for helping me. Did I do something wrong? Oh, my brother was, that's it. Proverbs, I did it. But this important part right here is something that we don't see. Let me see what my sister's talking about. It's sad because the perverse never seems to see their actions as such. And you're absolutely right. They never do. And even when you try to explain to them, they have an excuse for it. They get on the defense and they feel like they got to defend themselves. And all you're trying to do is expose them to their shortcomings. But this part right here is the part that really grabs us in this situation. It says, no eye pitied you to do any of these things to you out of compassion for you. The eyes didn't pity you because the eyes didn't care. They didn't know compassion within themselves. They had no desire to be compassionate. They didn't care. But yet you are walking around talking about you want to be married one day, and you don't understand that all that you've learned is filth. Selfishness, hatred, envy, jealousy. You talk about, I could be a sister wife. How? Well, you don't know how to share with another individual. How could you be a sister wife? Well, he could just keep me over there and keep her over there. Then you don't have a family. That's not how sister wives are supposed to operate. If he did something like that, it was a decision that he made, not something that you come in talking about. That's what we got to do. And for you to become a sister wife to a man, to another sister who's already married to a man, and you come in already talking about, well, you can just keep us separated, you don't need to be a wife at all. You don't need to be a wife at all because you ain't in the right mindset to be anybody's anything. You toe up. And that's not the way that this is supposed to be. So anyway, let's talk about building this woman, building this wife. Let's talk about this because this is important. My device just shut off on me. Let's talk about a man must build his wife. Now you probably can see why it was so important, the name of this chapter. That's instant separation. I see that as low tov, absolutely. Now you might can see why the name of this chapter is as such. A man must build his wife. But I'm going to show you all also, I'm going to show you all how a woman must learn what a man is supposed to do for her. Because coming from such an environment as this, She don't know how a man is supposed to conduct himself. She don't know how a woman is supposed to expect certain things or certain behavior from a man. She don't know. Therefore, her whole life she go around searching for love in all the wrong places. She didn't start off corrupt. She didn't start off corrupt. She had a pureness of heart. But what happened was it was diverted because everybody she was around and all the people in her circle was all dirt, trash, filth, harlots, the worst of the worst. And that's what she learned. Maisha says, definitely not over here. You'll be in the first thing smoking. Here to be a division, cause chaos, low total. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. So let's talk. No eye pitied you to do any of these things to you out of compassion. But what it says is that you were cast out in the open field. Man, think about that for a second, family. She was cast out into the open field. Most of our young ladies today are left to find this out for themselves. That's what it means by cast out into the open field. You are left to just figure it out for yourself. Nobody sat you down and had that conversation with you. Sometimes females have that conversations and with other people who know better, and they teach them and it helps them. But the majority of the females in the Israelite community, not just through the world, but I'm also focused on us right now. They didn't have that conversation. They was just put out into the field and let go and let to run wild. And you'll see what they did. We're going to get into it. In that case, with the man, with the woman having multiple children and fathers, it's difficult for that man to garner respect because all the children want their fathers to be their head. And I can't argue with you about that. I can't argue with you about that. You're absolutely correct. Is that like Hagar? I need you to be a little bit more specific in your question. Oh, when you're talking about the woman coming to the household but don't want to share the husband, she want him to herself. So she said, just build me a house over here. I don't know what happened with Hagar. Hagar wasn't good wife material, that's for sure, because she didn't work well with Ima Sarah. Watch this part. Now, this woman, now, brothers, this is where your mind got to get focused on, because the majority of our women is messed up in this world today. They are messed up in this world today, and they're out here looking for husbands, but do not know how to be a wife. You understand? They're looking for husbands, but don't know how to be a wife. So what do you do with her? When you find a woman, a specimen like this, and you see that the world has had its way with her, do you turn your back on her and run from her? Or do you try to help her? Let's see. Let's see what the Most High did when he saw Yerushalayim, that woman, in need of a covering. Let's see how the Most High decided, I'm going to make you my wife. Let's see. And in this lesson, sisters, you will learn, for those of you who don't know, what to look for, the characteristics in a man. You will learn in this lesson, sisters, what to expect from a man to do for you in your life, and how not to conduct yourself after this man has done so much. Watch this, sisters, because this message has went over a lot of people's head. Ezekiel, the 16th chapter, has been in the book for many years, but I barely ever hear anybody teach on it. And then when I do hear somebody teach on it, they don't teach it like this. Never. It says, now this is the Most High talking, and when I pass by you, he's talking to that woman that was an average girl out here in the streets today. I saw you wallowing in your own blood. She was unclean. She knew nothing about spirituality and spiritual cleanliness, but he saw her out in these streets, polluted in her own blood. And I said to you, in your blood while she was in her state of ignorance, while she was in her state of uncleanness, the Most High spoke to her. So therefore, brothers, you ain't always got to look for a perfect woman. You ain't always got to look for a perfect woman. If the Most High can pick a unclean woman and try to clean her up and make her clean, then so can you. She ain't got to be perfect. And don't even expect perfection when you're dealing with the modern everyday woman. Everybody's not a Nasika. Everybody's not going to be a virgin. Everybody's not going to be clean. Everybody's not going to be perfect. Some of them will be perfect in spirit, perfectly willing to change. That's what you got to look for. A woman that wants to do better and be better. You can't get them while they still hot, running around like a thought. You can't get them when they like that. You got to get them when they're really ready to turn and be better than what they've been. And every child should want to be better than her mother. Every child. Even if your mother's an angel, every little girl that you have should want to outdo you in righteousness and perfection. Every one of them. But what we get, because the world has handed us some horrible females, the majority of what we get is, oh, ain't no man going to tell me what to do. I'm independent. I'm a boss chick. I'm going to do it my way. And they are not good quality women for marriage. They could be if the man is strong enough, takes the time, and breaks them down. If he's good enough, he can elevate her after she surrenders herself willingly to be broken down. And if she's not willing to be broken down, she will never make a good wife. If she, and I ain't talking about the fake breaking down, like, oh yeah, all right, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to obey you. I'm going to be your wife. But she's still on the phone with her girlfriend. Yo, man, I'm just trying to get what I can get from this nigga. That ain't broken down. That's a deceiver. And the Most High will expose her if you yourself as the man is on point with the Almighty. Sometimes the Most High will give you that type of woman, let you fall in love with that type of woman if you're not on point with him. Just so she can bring you down. Just so she can destroy you. And she will. But if you're on point with the Most High and you're living to the best of your ability as a man, he will bring you a princess to elevate, to bring you up, to raise you up, to help you to grow, to help you to be the best you can possibly be. And men, I ain't even really got to talk to the men. Males, if you decide to take a wife for purpose. Don't take a wife because she looked good. She looked pretty. She smelled good. She got a little couple dollars. She got a decent job. We covered that in last week's class. A man don't get a wife so she can help pay bills. A man get a wife that fills his purpose for her in his life. So brothers, always look for a purpose when you decide, I'm going to take this woman as my wife. What purpose does she fill in your life? And if the only purpose that she brings to your life is sex, then you don't need her as a wife. Every woman has one of those things. And every woman can give you, every female can give you sex. Never marry because of sex. And don't ever marry because you feel like you love somebody. Oh, I love her. I'm going to marry her because I love her. Stop. Love ain't got nothing to do with this. What purpose does she serve in your life? You always got to ask yourself that. Oh, she looked good. Oh, baby, I love at first sight. I love you. Ain't none of that matter. None of that matters. There's a lot of people who said they love you today. Where they at now? They said that. How many people you've been in relationships with that told you they loved you? How many? How many men you had in your ear talking about I love you? How many women then been in your life talking about I love you? Turn around. Look upstairs. Look down. Look to your left. Look to your right. Look behind you. Where they at today? But yet they loved you. Love don't stop. Love don't cease. See, the Most High loved us. And that's the only reason why we still breathing today. That's the only reason why we still here, because the Most High, he loved us. Let's move on, family. Let's not play. For all those, it's your first time here, please take the time to ring the bell. Please take the time to share this page to your social media or wherever you at. Please take the time to take out and just like the page so that we can get some algorithms bringing more individuals in so that they can hear this truth of the Creator. And when I passed by you, I saw you wallowing in your blood. And I said to you, in your blood, in that condition, he said to her, what did he say? He said, Kaya. He commanded her. And what did he command her? Because she was already alive. She's wallowing around the ground in her blood, fitting for her way, staying with her sister, staying with her brother, staying with her cousin, her uncle, wherever she could find a place to rest her head is where she was staying. Sometime at the bus stop, sometimes she would catch the train just to ride the train at night so she can sleep and get a couple hours, get up the next day, go into a hotel, actually use a bathroom so she could wash up. And then she back to the streets of no return. When the Most High found her, she was wallowing around in her blood, didn't know the day from tomorrow, didn't know what she was going to be doing next. And the Most High says to her, let's go with it again. What did it say? It says, Kaya, live. He commanded her to live. And when the Most High spoke those words, as every man that comes into your life should give you the opportunity, sisters, to live. If a man says he's interested in you, then he has to prove his worth to you in your life. If he doesn't show you his value of taking him as your husband, then run from him. If he's staying with his homie, if he's sleeping in the backseat of his car, if he ain't got a house, if he ain't got a home to put you in, then you flee from that fool. Because all he's going to have you doing is going in the same circle or worse. When a man comes looking for a wife, a man has to be in a position to provide for that wife. But she has to be a woman that's worthy to be a wife. Don't mean she has to have money. Don't mean she has to have a place to live. Don't mean she has to know everything. But her mind state has to be in a condition that she can be worked with and built upon so that she can grow and be better than what she's ever been in her life and better than anybody that she knows. She has to be able to kaya, to live. That's what the Creator said to Yerushalayim when he saw her waddling around in her own blood. He said, kaya, live. He said, I said to you, in your blood, in her dam, in her ignorance, in her disparity, in her depravity, in her need, he said, live. Now, the thing about the Most High is, and the same thing should be about the man that chooses you. He didn't just say live and then turn around and walk away. He said live and then gave you all the things you needed so that you could live. And not just live, but live more abundantly. Any man that comes into your life, sisters, should be able to take you to the next level of stages of development in your life. You might have your own apartment. And you might got a job where you work at every day. When you marry a man, that job goes away. In that apartment, you get out of there and you go live with him. If you marry a man, he should be able to put you in your own place. And if he don't put you out of that apartment, that bill for that apartment is now his responsibility, not yours. A woman never has to work if she has a husband unless she desires to work. Unless it is her desire to work, not out of need, but out of desire. Now, if something happens, your husband falls on hard times and you have to work, that's a different story. But if your husband just sitting around chilling at home, talking to the fellas, playing basketball and reading scriptures, but yet put you to work every day and you go out there and slave for those, then something's wrong with that situation completely. A woman should never have to work when she's a wife. Never. And if you do work, you should be working in your household to help your husband's vision to be fulfilled. Let's move on. So in your blood, I said, live. He says, I made you flourish like a plant of the field. So when he told her to live, he gave her everything she needed to live with. Any man coming into your life should be providing the things that you need so you could be the best version of yourself. You want to be a wife? Then that man that comes into your life shall take away all that masculinity energy you got from striving to take care of yourself. It should no longer exist within you. And a lot of women might not understand that statement, but a lot of females have masculine energy when they've been out here in this world fending for themselves for so long. They got that hustle mentality. That's a masculine energy. Oh, I'm going to get this money. I'm going to Uber. I'm going to Lyft. I'm going to do all these things I could do because I got to make that bread. It's because you're not married. And a lot of times, sisters, you're not married because you're not wife material. Because you haven't learned how to humble yourself in maturity to be wife material. So what you should probably do is talk to some women that's married. Not just talk to any woman that's married, but talk to women that's been married for a significant amount of time and make sure that their husband is a man and not a simp. Because a lot of women will be staying married because the husband's scared to leave them. He's a simp. Make sure he's a man and not a simp. Talk to her and see some of the sacrifices that she had to do in order for her to remain married in such a marriage. The Creator says, when I took you and I saw you in your blood, I made you flourish like a plant of the field. And you know how plants in the field flourish? They get everything that they need. They need to get all the substances, all the things that they need, they get. It says, and you grew up and became tall. So that's the whole process, sis. That man should be providing you he should be providing for you in a manner that helps you to elevate, helps you to grow, helps you to mature, helps you to be better than you could have ever been by yourself. So if you're a woman right now and you got a job and you got an apartment or you got a house and you getting it on your own, when that man comes, you should have 3 mansions. What do I mean by that? He should help you to rise to a level of being greater than you could ever be by yourself. Not literally that you should live in 3 mansions. I'm saying in comparison to what you achieved on your own, that man should take you and excel you through the roof when you got a man in your life. And you became tall. And you became tall. And arrived at a full adornment. That meant you began to look good. You began to work out. You began to take care of yourself. You had all the proper foods in your body. Your skin was looking good. You know, you kept your hair done. Your nails was parted, clean, smooth, fingernail polish, glycerin. You look good. You ain't have no weave in your head. You ain't had no weave in your head. You ain't have no weave in your head. You ain't had nobody else's hair in your head. You had all your natural stuff and you was looking good as a woman should. It says your breast was formed. Oh, your breasts look good. You know when a woman's breasts get the best shape and form that they could possibly get is when a woman is mentally happy. When she's mentally happy, her breasts take a shape and a form to reflect her happiness. You don't believe me? Look at a lot of women that's living out there in the streets and they all toe up in their minds. Their breasts sag. And usually your breast sag is when you're not eating right, you're not living right, and you're not happy. Usually that's how things happen. But let's get it right, family. We can do this. We can reverse this curse. Your breast was formed and your hair had grown. You ain't believe me about the breast? I'm sure you'll believe me about the hair. A lot of people's hair fall out when they're depressed.
They get bald around the edges and their hair fall out. It's because they're depressed. But when they get happy, their hair begin to grow. Their hair begin to get thick. Single women are ugly. Married women are beautiful. And what I mean by that, a single woman might look pretty, but the single life is a miserable life. She's not happy unless she's a harlot, unless she got a whole lot of men all around her, and then she still ain't happy. She only gives the illusion of being happy. But a married woman, she's beautiful because she's happy, and all her beauty comes out from the inside out, and it glows on her face, and it makes her beautiful. She could be a woman that was knocked upside the head when she was single, but the moment she got married, she became much, much more attractive spiritually, emotionally, financially, physically, and all of that shows in her face. Do you know how beautiful a woman becomes when she ain't got no stress in her life? She ain't got to worry about getting the money to pay the bills. She ain't got to worry about getting a house and a roof. All she got to worry about is managing that house, taking care of the family. That's all she got to focus on. She could pick up that phone and say, hubby, we need some bread. We need some groceries. We need whatever we need. And he will run to go get it and make sure that she got what she need. Do you understand how much stress is alleviated off the woman for that? How much cleanliness she just allowed herself to go through by doing that for her man, or receiving that type of behavior from a man? It's a beautiful thing. And we have to remember how beautiful it is. We have to know this. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up in, before I go on to the next. Okay, no, I got one more thing to cover. One more verse to cover. Your breast was formed and your hair had grown, yet you were naked and bare. He still had more to do for you. And watch, I'm going to go into that in a minute, but I want to go to some of these comments first before I go into that. All right. The first comment is the first one I want to address is this one. In all my years of growing up in the CHR rich, no one ever break down these reality checks. Things would never have been so different. Wow. Thank you for that compliment, sis. May the Most High be praised. What'd that say? TH, what's that? I don't know what that is. So glad the Most High ripped me out of that place. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. I need to learn that art at Binyamin, whatever that art is. Zeus says you need to learn it. All right. Ak, know your self-worth and have the heartlessness to step into your own companionship. Right. That's right. You know, I've been by myself for years, never allowed myself to feel like I needed anyone for anything. The Most High got me, and he has you as well. You are a remarkable brother. There you go. May the Most High be praised. A lot of sad women out here. Then that's correct. A lot of sad women. Blessed be. All praises to our Creator. I'm falling out laughing in happy breasts and sad breasts. He's right, though. All you got to do is look at the example. Happy breasts and sad breasts. Oh, man. That's what I'm not with myself. That's what I'm on with myself at that moment. At the moment, letting go. That's the only way to forgive. Go. All right. May the Most High be praised. I definitely didn't get there overnight, but once I learned it, I stood on it. All right. Well, I thought I had some conversations to talk about. Y'all talking amongst each other. All right. I had one test for a woman who I would like to be with. Well, 2. She must complete a full Torah study with me. And 2, she must have blood work and allow me to view the results. Now that is complete. That part right there, that right there is definitely something that must be done in today's world when you're taking a husband or when you're taking a wife. Blood work. All of my Nashim, had blood work. You take them all to get that blood work done, to make sure they don't have any diseases, to make sure something didn't just sip in. You know, a lot of times a female will be with a guy and she just let him do something to her and or kiss or that other thing he could do and think that she ain't got nothing. And you meet her 2 and 3 years later, she don't have no symptoms, and you interact with her and you get something and you begin to question because you're more in tune with your body than she is with hers. What is this? She says, well, I'm a Betula. I've never been with a man ever, but you allowed him to do other things and he has infected you and you didn't even know you were sick because you were wallowing around in your blood, didn't even know. So you gotta, before you cohabit with a woman, and I'm gonna tell you this, family, it's even on a level before you kiss a woman, before you exchange saliva with a female, before you hold her hand, you should go get a blood test done. If you think you're interested in a female, you should take her or let her go and get that blood test done and give you the results. There is so much disease and sickness out here. It's unbelievable. The disease and the sicknesses that are out here in this earth that are destroying our people, all because they didn't do a simple thing and get a blood test done. Everybody who I marry, I have them, when I marry couples, I have them go get a blood test and go, unless they've been together for years, that's a different story. But the majority of them, when they're newly coming together, bro, you got to go get your blood test. Sis, you got to go get your blood test. Yes, before you swap that stuff, you need to go get a blood test. Because even in the saliva, disease, bacteria, parasites, like I mentioned, are there, can be transferred and go into your bloodstream. And then you got a sickness. And that's another thing. That's right. I didn't even focus on that one because this is something new and modern. But you got to make sure who got that jab or not. Because that jab affects your DNA. It would affect your offspring and the children that you bring forward. You got to know these things, family. You got to know. You have to know. We got a lot of work to do before we get married. Before you even kiss, you got to get that stuff checked out. If you talking to this lady and she's talking to you and y'all think that it's a possibility y'all two may be coming together, then you need to go get that test done. Blood test, saliva test, and vaginal test, if she is not a virgin, is needed. Absolutely. But the blood test will tell you all of it. A blood test will tell you what's in the saliva, what's in the blood, and what's in the vagina. A blood test will tell you it all. But you got to remember, because they do not run the herpes test with a blood test. You got to specifically request a herpes test. A herpes test is a separate test. And I only know that because I had all that checked out. A herpes test is a separate test. But if a woman has herpes, those little sores on people's mouth, those little cold sores, those are herpes. Those breakouts on the mouth, breakouts on the vagina or the testicle areas of the man, those are all forms of herpes. And you got to know that they're there. And it might be in remission at the time that you married them. So you get the test, you find the test, you learn that they got it. It doesn't mean that you have to divorce them, or you can't marry them. Well, what it means is that they should get treated for it. Now, if they got it in the vaginal area, that's a different conversation. But they got a little bump up here. What it means is that they need to get treated for it. And there are ways to get it out of your system. All right. It's called an all-panel STD test. May the Most High be praised. And what does this say? Well, if you lay with a woman and that pum-pum smell off, you're going to need a vaginal culture. It's not going to show up on a blood test per se. Okay. Thank you very much for the pum-pum. Oh, wow. And Shabbat Shalom, Chicken Brothel. May the Most High be with you. All right. And for females, the blood tests have to be done prior to their menstruation cycle so they won't get false readings. Now that I didn't know. That I didn't know. May the Most High be praised. All right. So this is the Most High showing a man how to take a wife and his responsibilities for that wife. This is the Most High showing a woman what to expect from a man before she becomes his wife. But I want you to notice how none of this stuff was done before the Most High decided, I'm going to marry you. You don't see anything about taking her to himself yet and laying down, having intercourse. He ain't speaking about none of that stuff as of yet. Let's watch. Y'all ready? It says, when I pass by you again. So he did all that stuff in preparation for her to make her his wife. He saw her. So he talked to her, he chilled out with her, and he began to cover her. He began to make sure her life was improved. He began to give her the things that she needed to make her life that much better for her. Watch this. This is how the Most High is moving. Brandon Kodesh, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you, bro. May the Most High be with you. So watch this part here. Ima says, urine cultures are necessary as well for yeast infections and certain BB tests to be more accurate. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Heroes can be transferred to child at birth. That's absolutely correct. Herpes can be transferred. So the Most High did an evaluation way before, counted the cause, and knew based on his assessment, tended to her like a wounded plant. Absolutely. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. And that's what this conversation is all about. So let's read on. So in the first part of the lesson, the Most High gave all these things to her. He helped her out. He healed her. He saw that she was mentally unstable. So he began to immediately to work on her mind. He did everything he had to do to cause her to elevate. And that's how a man should be when he decides he wants to marry a woman. He has to feed her. Like my brother Benjamin said earlier, he takes them and has the Torah study with them, where they go through Torah together. Beautiful piece. That's the Most High elevating her consciousness. Do you know how bad it is to be married to a woman and she don't know who Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is, but yet she claims to be a Hebrew Israelite? A lot of times they do that just because the man that they want to entice is a Hebrew Israelite. They know nothing about this culture. Don't even desire to know about this culture, but they know that that man is the man that they want. And they will do and lie and persuade and cover up and hide and do whatever they got to do to get that man to marry them. And they're not really worthy. So Benjamin say, I'm going to teach you. Just like the Most High elevated her mind, Benjamin said he's going to elevate her mind. She has to meet those criteria. When I pass by you again, and saw you, behold, you were at the age for love. So now time has passed. You see what I'm saying? Time has passed. He gave her some time and she was maturing. He was still doing all the things that he needed to do. But now she was old enough and he was ready to love her. Wait a minute. Not just in age, but in maturity as well. So wait a minute. Did the Most High get a young girl and fashion and mold and shape a young girl until she got old enough to be married? Scripture says, when I passed by you again and saw you, behold, you were at the age of love. So where was she at before that? She wasn't at the age of love, but yet he made sure that she had everything that she needed. So when that time came, if that time was to come, she will be mature and ready enough for her to know what it is that she's getting herself into. See, he didn't take her to herself when she was a child, when she was super young. He provided for her. He made sure she was cool. He made sure she had what she needed. And then he came back. He says, and when I passed by you again and saw you, behold, you were at the age of love. Now, what's the age of love, family? What is the age of love today for a young woman? Somebody tell me. Because all before that, she had not experienced love. And you would have had to have been in the lesson earlier today to know what it is that we're talking about. And if you don't know, then go back and watch the lesson and you'll be caught up on it. What is the age of love, family? In your opinion, what do you all think the age of love is for a young lady? And you're going to be amazed at the true answer. But I just want to see what you all got to say. What is the age of love for a woman? Somebody tell me. Sis says, age of love is when she is mentally and physically mature. Well, you know that they say that a female never fully reaches her peak of maturity. She never grows in maturity in totality. Childbearing years. Now, Sister Hadalia, you are so right, and I see that you took your careful time to explain that. 15, according to R. Kelly. You know, you say 15 according to R. Kelly, but that's not a joke. That's real. That's real. This is the answer when her cycle begins. And that's what we got to see. The body tells you, the body will automatically tell you when you're ready for certain things. And this is not what man dictates. This is what the body tells you. There are a lot of people out here today that teach us that a woman never matures past the age of 14 mentally. That a lot of the grown women we have today are still like 14-year-old women, 14-year-old girls mentally. They have not matured. They have not grown. They have not developed past the age of 14, and yet they're 30 and 40 and 50 years old, some of them. But yet they still have the mentality of a 14-year-old girl. So we would like to say when they're mature, but what is maturity? 14. There you go, sister right there. She hit it on the head. 14. 14. Unfortunately, today, many have their cycles very early, like 7, not an age I would say is permissible. I would agree with you. And I don't even think that is I don't think it's accurate for a woman who's even 14 to be on her cycle and have a husband. I don't, personally. But I wouldn't argue with that. But I know that it's, in my opinion, it's way too soon, way too early, in my opinion, and she's nowhere near that level of responsibility or accountability at 14. In my opinion, she's not ready. But this is why I don't think she's ready. I don't think she's ready because today's women, mentally, not just the women of today, but the men of today also, they're mentally nowhere near the level of a 14-year-old woman from 2,000, 3,000 years ago. A 14-year-old woman 2,000, 3,000 years ago was able to raise children, have a family, and do all those things because her mind was a different mindset, not the 14-year-old women today. 14-year-old women today are slow. They don't know nothing, most of them. They can't do much of nothing, most of them. If you tear your clothes, you ask them, can you sew? No. Can you play the piano? No. Can you cook? No. I can make you some hot dogs. I can boil you some eggs. They can't do almost nothing. Can you go out in the field and milk a goat, a sheep, a lamb? Can you do it? No, no, no. They can't do nothing. So what good is she to have for you to bring her in as a wife unless you're going to teach her? And if you're going to teach her, it's going to take her years to learn. Therefore, what the Most High did was the Most High took her young, wait till she got of a certain age and development, and then he said, you're at that time of love. But today, let's say the brother, I don't even know what he did, R. Kelly. I don't know how R. Kelly did what he did because I didn't research all that stuff. But naturally, when a woman begins to go on her menstrual cycle, it means that her body is ready and mature for adulthood. She's ready to begin to have children. But today, a lot of our young ladies are on their menstrual cycle because of the poisons that they put in the food. They did not naturally develop, and their menstrual cycle come on naturally, and they develop to that age mentally and emotionally, spiritually, and physically to do anything. All right? The foods that they eat, a lot of our children, 7 and 8 years old, their menstrual cycle come on. But they're not nowhere near ready for marriage. They were more so applied to this where the Creator said, provide all these things for them. And then when they get a certain age, you take them to yourself. Not when they're children and you see them waddle around in their blood, they don't know anything. They're not mature enough to handle mothering or fathering a child. They're not. Especially a 14-year-old today. But she's on a cycle. If you take a woman that's 14 years old on her cycle and you decide to make her your wife, it will be my recommendation that you don't touch her for at least 10 years when she becomes 24 or 25. That will be my recommendation. Now, whatever you do with her, you're raising her, you're grooming her, you're teaching her, you're educating her, that could be her 10-year training session. Let it last for at least 10 years. When she becomes 20, 21, 22, then she's probably more ready to become a mother. But in my opinion, 14 is extremely too young. 14 years old today is not like the 14 years old of yesterday. It's a totally different world. And even in a lot of countries, a 14-year-old in a lot of countries is way more mature than a 14-year-old here in America. Way more mature. So the American 14-year-old girl, she's nowhere near ready to be having a child. Nowhere near ready. And I know there's a lot of 14-year-olds with big breastises and big backsides and thick thighs and looking all grown, but their minds, their mentality is shot. They're not ready. Believe me, that same girl that looks like a grown woman, ask her how do you make macaroni and cheese. Ask her how to, man, she almost nothing. Ask her to make you some quignon. Ask her, can you go cook me some quignon? Make me some grits, some applesauce. Ask her how to do that stuff, and she won't know. Ask her to make you some pancakes from scratch. Ask her to bake you a cake from scratch. A lot of the women on this platform right now don't know how to make a cake from scratch. You talk about cornbread from scratch. Ask them right now, if Kroger wasn't open, you would starve. If Kroger's wasn't open, 9 times out of 10, 90% of us would starve because our women can't cook. They don't know how to make food. They might know how to boil a little bit of something, but they don't know how to cook. They don't. And then a lot of them don't know how to clean. They'll wipe a house down and make a house look good. That mean they arrange things and move things around and make sure ain't no trash out in the opening, but they can't clean. They don't know how to clean. Men clean better than most women because most women was never taught how to do it. And I'm not saying this to make fun of anyone. I'm not saying it to make fun of anyone. I'm speaking a reality, a truth. They don't know how to. They nasty. And if you don't get on them and force them to do it, they'll live in that filth. They'll live like that. You go in the bathroom, urine all in the toilet paper, old toilet paper all in the toilet, bathroom stinking, and they'll live in that house with no problem. Some people, females, they take off their underwear, they all over the house, all over the floor, in the bedrooms. It's just nasty. And it's because they wasn't taught how to be a woman. They were forced. A lot of women, young ladies, was forced into adulthood. They didn't have the time to learn because they was forced into it. They were molested at a young age. They was introduced to sex against their will. And once they was introduced to it, they got a little bit of breastitis and a little bit of backside, and they felt like they wanted to continue on with that experimental. And they did it, but didn't know the principles of it. And they did that for 10, 15, 20 years, and now they got 30, 40, and 50 mils under their belt, and nobody wifed them. And then they get 26, 27, 28 years old, and they want to be married, but they got 89 bodies on them. Their minds didn't develop, but their body got trafficked. But they want to be a wife. How? And sad, but this is the case of the majority of the young females out here in these streets today. Tattoos all over their body. Mental anguish, mental stress, manliness, all in their behavior. They are messed up. The Most High has to clean them before he can take them. It's sad. It's sad. But this is the reality that a lot of people don't want to talk about. This is the reality that a lot of people run from and shun from. This is the reality that a lot of females are going to say, you leave us alone, Prince. Stop picking on us, Prince. The reason why you feel like that right now, because you yourself is guilty. And you know that I'm talking truth. You know that you experienced this in your own life. And you know you sitting around talking about, I want to be a wife. How? How are you going to be a wife if you don't change your condition, your mindset, your understanding? And the only way you can be prepared for wifedom is if you get somebody who understands the needed and necessary principles of creating your foundation to be a wife. That's what you got to learn. And a lot of people are too proud to do that. Go to somebody that's been married for 30, 40 years and sit down with them and talk to them as long as they got a real man. And you ask them, what's the key to being married? What type of woman do I got to be married? But don't just go to anybody. Go to somebody righteous. Go to somebody that fears the Most High and talk to them. And then a lot of older women, older females who are 40 and 50 and even 60 years old, some of them don't know how to be a wife. Yet they married. The reason why is because they run that house and their husbands be yes men. Yes, ma'am, whatever you want. Yes, ma'am, whatever you say. I've known grown men or males, grown males, who they would tell their child to do something, and their mother didn't like what he said, and she tell the child to do something else. And guess who the child obeyed? Guess who the child obeyed? The mother. And that's his house. And he paid the bills. But the mother calls the shots because she is the man and he is the woman. And this is a reality with so many households, and you will never know. And sometimes the males get out there and act so strong, like they running the show, and they ain't running nothing. They strong with you on the streets, but they a pussycat when they home with their wife. And she's the real man of the house. Now, I believe that a man is supposed to take everything that a woman needs to cause her household to flourish. He's supposed to provide all those things to cause that household to flourish. And that the woman, she runs that house. Believe me, she runs that house. She is the head honcho in that house. She is the woman in charge of that house until the moment that that man walks in that door. And when that man walks in that door, the power shifts to his control. He has the last say. He has the last word. Everything around his house has to meet his approval. And if he's a man, he wants to come home to a clean home, not a nasty home. Old socks on the hamper for a whole week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The finances is getting spent up out of order. You ain't doing right with the finances like you're supposed to be. All these things are a reflection of the community, the civilization that you grew up in. You understand what I'm saying? All these things are a reflection of how you was raised as a child, knowing your role and responsibilities and duties as a mother or as a wife, how you're supposed to be. But you don't know. Because you wasn't taught. Because your mama didn't know. And she wasn't taught. And all she could give you was what she had. Some of you, your mama never even sat you down and said, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. Some of y'all run over your mother. Your mother is catering to you like you her girlfriend, as opposed to her realizing that you're her daughter. And that's why a lot of you all messed up right now. A lot of you out here talking about, ain't no man gonna tell me what to do, and you mean it. That's why you're gonna be single the rest of your life. Until you change your behavior, until you change your mindset and your understanding of things. I've seen a lot of beautiful women that can't get a husband. And the reason why they can't get a husband is because they lead with sex, thinking that sex is what's going to make him love me. Sex is, if I give him sex, that's what's going to make him stay. And it's not. It's not. It's so much for you to learn today, what to expect out of a man. It's so much for you to learn. Sis says, we just need a righteous man. A righteous man wouldn't touch you. A righteous man, now I'm not talking about you, sis. I'm talking about the average woman in the streets. A righteous man wouldn't touch her. Like my brother said, he got to have Torah study with this woman and teach her about the Creator. And if she can't make it through that, he ain't messing with her. That's a righteous man speaking right there. That's righteousness. That's righteous behavior. If she can't make it, a righteous man wouldn't touch her. A righteous man will walk in and ask you a few questions. If you interested in me, you're going to get a whole interview. I'm going to give you a whole interview about what you desire and why you even here. Why are you even saying you want to be my wife? Why are you asking that question? Tell me what purpose you serve in my life and how I can serve a purpose. I need to know these things. That's what a righteous man would do. A righteous man ain't just going to look at you and say, you know what? You got a nice body. You is pretty. You making a couple dollars. Girl, let's see what we can do. Righteous men don't move like that. What purpose do you serve? Why should I? Tell me why I should marry you. Why should I? If you haven't learned how a man builds his wife, all right. All right. I'm going to keep teaching, sis. I'm going to keep teaching. I'm going to keep teaching. Hopefully you'll get that answer by the end of the day. May the Most High be praised. But all these things are needed and necessary. A disciplined man and surrendered man of the Most High always alike. But without discrimination, without discernment, a woman can be duped and vice versa. May the Most High be praised. They all look alike. Okay, I got you. All right, let's address my sister's question. She said, how can a man build a woman? And I only been teaching on that all day. The beginning of my class until now has been teaching on that. But I'll digress a little bit, and I'll give you a little bit more insight on how a man can teach a wife, how he can build a wife. As I stated earlier, first thing is she has to be a willing soul. She has to be willing to be taught. She has to be teachable. Every female is not teachable. When they come in with the attitude that I know and I got it, then you can't do nothing with them. They have to find a spirit of humility to say, I don't know and I don't got it. So teach me, please. They have to have that spirit of humility, or else there's nothing that he can do with her. All right. The other way that a man can teach his wife is by him himself being a man, first of all, dealing in righteousness and showing through example how she is supposed to conduct herself. That's another way that a man can build his wife or build a wife. He has to first pick her for purpose to fit into his life. Well, what's the purpose? Why are you marrying her? You got to have a reason for marrying her and bringing her into your life, and it shouldn't have anything to do with sex. Nothing to do with sex. It should have everything to do with purpose and qualifications and what you can do to help her to get there. So now, once he brings her in, once he has a purpose for her, he has to give her the proper education so that she can do her job proficiently. Sometimes he might have to send her to school because he might want her to manage the money or to manage the properties, or there's a lot of things that he might need her to do to help his own business. She has to know how to do it. Sometimes she needs further education, which he should cover. He should provide that cost because she's an investment. He has to teach her. If she don't know how to cook, but yet he wants her, send her to cooking school and let her learn how to cook to be a better wife. Sometimes, most of the time, a man must build a woman to be a wife. Because most women are following in their own blood. They've learned the ways of this world, which are not conducive to a healthy marriage and being a wife. Matter of fact, most of them are not conducive to even being a good mother, let alone being a wife. And it takes time. It takes time. It takes time. The male must be disciplined. If he's not disciplined, he can't show her by example because he himself is not worthy of a wife if he has no discipline. He must be disciplined. When he gives his word and say, this is what I'm going to do and this is what I'm not going to do, he must honor that and do that and not do that. He must. Because if he doesn't, he's not showing her through example that he's worthy of a wife and being in a position of a leader. These are the things that I'm trying to share. You know, she has to be receptive and willing to change. And I told you all through the lesson what a woman is to look for to determine if this guy is going to be a good husband for her. Things that he should be providing, things that he should be looking and teaching her and nourishing her and showing her, you know, things what to expect. Is so much to this, so long, lengthy of a process that even after they begin their courtship, that should last for like 6 months to a year. But even after they begin that courtship, no sex is included in that conversation. Once she did the blood test, once he enters into this covenant and say, I'm going to make you mine, let's enter into this courtship. Let's start doing this thing. Let's see how we are with each other. Once he enters into that situation with her, right? Sex should be out of the equation until the day he actually marries her. And once they're actually married, he gets to enjoy the pleasure of her sexually. But all prior to that, he doesn't get that pleasure. He doesn't get that fulfillment. Yeah, because they have to be wife material. All right, let's move on. Let me some more information will be passed out while we're reading. He says, when I passed by you again and saw you, behold, you were in the age of love. When her menstrual comes on, in the ancient times, she was ready to be married off. That's why so many people, even in down south, back just 50 years ago, 60 years ago, women was married at 14, 15 years old, having children. But they were women. They knew how to do things that our females today don't have the faintest idea of how to do. Well, I don't need glasses. My eyes are going through a stage of development where they're coming back to their focal point. Right now, they have something in them that needs to be cleansed out. So I'm working on that. Absolutely. Keep his word with her. She was at the age, the time of love. I'm going to be squinting. As long as that stuff get in my eyes and I can't see, it's going to make me squint. It's going to make me squint so I can see. All right. But watch this. When he saw that she was at the time of love, watch what he did. And this is very important, sisters. Watch this. When he saw that she was in the time of love, he said, and I spread the corner of my garment over you. He says, I covered you with my skirt. In reality, I spread the corner of my garment over you. And the word for skirt is kanaf. Over you. And he did what? And I covered your nakedness. What is nakedness? Nakedness is your exposure to the things of this world. Your exposure to these things that interrupt your natural cycle of understanding in life. What you do naturally is your nakedness. Your mind state operating in these streets is your nakedness. And when a man sees that your nakedness is out of order, he needs to cover you, become your covering, and teach you how to conduct yourself. So he saw her nakedness. He saw her ways. He saw her character. He saw she needed help. So what did he do? He covered her up. And I made my vow to you. What did he do? He made his vow to her. He told her what he was going to do. And then after he told her what he was going to do, now all this is a transition of time. It didn't all happen right away. It's a period of time that each one of these things happened. I made my vow to you. And I entered into a covenant. with you. He married her. He made his vow saying, this is our courtship. And if you do this, and then that, and then we can get married one day. And then she passed all that. And then what he do? He entered into his covenant with her. This is how a man is supposed to take a wife. So many of us today do not understand how a man is supposed to take a, oh man, she look good. I like her. She got a big butt. I like her. She got nice titties, a pretty face. She got a nice job. I like her. I want to marry her. Those should be the last things that you look for when you decide you want to marry a woman. First things you look for is her character, her personality. Is she kind to animals? Do she take care of old people? Because if she take care of old people, she's going to more than likely take care of you. Do she have a lot of girlfriends? Do she hang out with a lot of people in a lot of different places? Because if she does all those things, you don't want her because she's more than likely no good. You got to ask yourself these questions before you decide, I'm going to marry this woman. Would she be a good woman for my children, a good mother to my children? Will she raise my children? Will she teach my children? Will she educate my children? Will she teach my children about the Creator? Is she a patient woman? Is she boisterous? Do she have a big mouth? Does she want to be heard? Does she feel like she got to be equal to her man? These are all the things you should be adding or questioning or asking. Always. Women say, well, I'm equal to my man in my marriage. I'm equal. When has a woman ever been married equal to a man? What time in history was a woman ever equal to a man? Never, since the day of creation. The Creator created Adam. He spoke to Adam. Hawa probably never heard the Most High's voice. The responsibility of a household falls on that man, not that woman. Everything that takes place is responsibility of a man. The man was the head. The man would always be the head. The whole Bible, the whole Tanakh was written with men being in positions of leadership. But you have females today that say they're equal with their man. And it's only because they've been westernized. You don't see the woman over in Arabia saying they're equal with their men. You don't see the woman in China saying they're equal with their men. You only see white women and black women because the black women has been influenced by the white women. You only hear that stuff over here in America that talks about we equal with man. Or you only hear it in civilizations where Europeans dominate or European idolatry dominate, where a woman is equal with her man. And that's here in America too. If you truly believe in the covenant of the Torah, no woman is equal to a man. Never was, never will be. It doesn't work that way. Men are always in a position of leadership. Men. When a woman gets married to a man, she actually is going, well, think about this. The natural order of things was her father was her protector. Her father was her provider. Her father was in her house, and that's who she answered to. When she leaves her father's house, it's only when she's married to a man. And that power transfers from that man, from her father, to her husband. The power shifts. So the woman always had a man as her head, in charge of her, responsible for her. Only in this civilization where we live today did women stand up and begin to do for themselves without a man. If your husband passed away, that's one thing. But even then, you were supposed to return back to his father's house or your father's house or his brother or somewhere in that area, depending on your circumstances. But a man was always supposed to be responsible for covering the needs of a woman. Today, they give women jobs. For many years, women wasn't even able to work. But today they give women jobs. And women have gotten to a point now where they compete with men in power and authority. A lot of women, they have positions of leadership. And this is true. It's not the way it was intended to be. It's not the way the Creator designed it. He didn't make it that way. The Creator says, and I entered into a covenant with you. I married you, declares the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and you became mine. It didn't even say he took her yet. He said he courted her. He made a vow. He courted her. He made a vow. He courted her. And then he entered into a covenant with her. He married her. And she became his. Y'all got to watch this. Most High knows what he's doing. He's trying to tell us how we're supposed to take a mate and how a man must build up his wife and the reasons why he must build her up. Because society today has destroyed the mentality of a female. That's right. Sister said that correctly. Back then, that vow was legit and they stood by it. That's right. They stood by it. And you became mine. Then watch what happens after he took her and made her his wife. How many men today you know operate on this level? After you became mine, he says, then I bathed you with water and washed off your blood from you and anointed you with oil. How many of you really understand what the Creator is saying right there? How many of you really understand what he's saying right there? Well, if you don't, I'm going to show you and I'm going to teach you what he's saying. Remember earlier when I told you that she was in her mind polluted and dirty and filthy. The Creator bathed her with water. He cleansed her thoughts, her mind of all that filth. By doing so, he's giving her an opportunity to have value and has worth. She's going to reject that value and worth. Soon after a period of time, she's going to forget all that she got and received and how she was elevated because it was so deeply embedded in her what was taking place. So he cleansed her, he washed her, and then he anointed her with oil. How many men says they want a wife? Take them, wash them, bathe them, cleanse them, which means teach them the proper way to conduct themselves. Cleanse them of all the evil and wickedness that they have inside their thoughts. You know, she married to him, but she's thinking about another man. Did you cleanse that thought out of her mind? Did you show her that that was wicked and evil? She didn't know because that's just what she did. She'll be with one man, laying down intimate with one man and thinking about how another man does it better. She naturally compared the people who penetrated her. That was a natural instance for her. Now she's married to a real man and she's doing the same behavior. See, if she was a virgin, she would have nobody to compare you to. But because the majority of our sisters out here in the streets today are not virgins, they can compare you to a minimum of 10 men on the average. He anointed her with oil. I clothed you also with embroidered clothings and shod you with fine leather. The Creator is showing us and showing you, sisters, that it's the man's responsibility to provide your clothings for you. Your clothing, your food, your shelter, everything you're supposed to have. Everything you're supposed to have is supposed to be provided to you from the Most High or your potential husband. Your potential husband. You got to know this, family. You got to know what to look for when this man says, I want to marry you. You got to know how to address and approach and ask the right questions. If he's sleeping in his truck every night, he's living in his homie house on the couch or in a shared room in the back, he's not ready for a wife. He says, I clothe you also, but some people are so desperate to get rid of their daughters that they'll give their daughters to a dude just because a dude say he wants her. You're doing your daughter a disservice, and that's not the way it should be. You have to carefully vet this individual to make sure that he meets the criteria that the Most High says he's supposed to have. Some people are so desperate to get rid of their daughter because she's getting older. She's getting older and she ain't got no children. So the first dude that come along, they putting her off to him. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. Then I bathed you with water and washed off your blood from you, anointed you with oil. I clothed you also with embroidered clothing and shod you with fine leather. I wrapped you in fine linen and covered you with silk. She didn't just have on linen. She had fine linen. She didn't just have clothes on. She had silk. Now, let me tell you, they're in Jerusalem. Silk come from China. That costs a lot of money. There was some imported stuff. He was providing for her like she was a queen. Because anytime a man takes a wife, she is just that. And you have to treat her as such. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? He has to be in a certain financial position to take a wife. If he's not, he shouldn't be taking a wife. This situation just happens to be that he was substantial. He was substantial. He said, I wrapped you in fine linen and covered you with silk. That means he had a couple dollars. He was ready for a wife. And that doesn't even mean that he didn't have a wife already. That doesn't mean that he didn't have 2 or 3 wives already. But it meant that when I bring you in my life, I'm going to make you the best you can possibly be. You ain't going to want for nothing. A lot of people get married and they struggling along with their husband to make ends meet. That is a no-no. That should never be. When a woman gets married, she should be able to go, whew, yes, exhale. And all that stress and pressure of trying to make ends meet, trying to survive, all that should be over and done with. The problem is too many males are taking these women, fooling them, beguiling them, making them think they are what they not. I had one guy told this girl, all this land over here, yeah, that's mine and my brother's, man. We own all that. Not talking about me, talking about another dude. Yeah, we own all that. That's ours. I mean, like if it was really his. That's my business down there. You see that business in town? That's my business. Yeah, I got this. I got that. And he was broke as a doorknob on the corner playing drums, trying to raise some money. Not that playing drums is a bad thing. I don't mean that disrespectfully. What I mean is the way that brother was doing it, he wasn't ready for a wife. He didn't even have a place for himself. But he got a full-blown woman talking about, I'm ready to make you my wife. And he on the corner in front of the white man playing drums when efficiently and effectively, he could have been doing so much. He was a good worker too. He was a good worker. But he's lying about all this stuff, talking about he owned this, he owned that. Don't own nothing. He didn't even have a place to rest his head. But yet he's saying, I'm ready for a wife. This is what I'm speaking about when I say that these guys out here today in these streets are not ready to be married. They're not. So many of them. They're not. And this brother definitely wasn't married. And the moment you say something to him about anything to try to correct his behavior, he off with the top and he want to fight. And you can't fight. Why would you want to fight and you can't fight? Aggression leads to nothing but more aggression. This is not how we're supposed to be living. And we talking about we reflections of the Most High. How? You can't even provide for yourself. And then his wife's mom gonna call up and ask my wife, hey, is this guy, does he have this? Does he have that? Is he really this? Is he really that? My wife said, no, he ain't none of that. And the brother got mad at my wife for being honest. He got mad at my wife for being honest and saying he's a broke guy. Why is he? And she didn't say that, but that was it. He doesn't have anything that he said he has. He said he owns this. He said that land down there was partly his. He owned part of that. He owns nothing. Why? Why are we like this? This is not good. Men need to stand up and be men. And if you're not a man and you're a male, you can become a man. But first thing you got to do is start at the beginning. Start to provide for yourself first before you start seeking a wife. And too many of us don't do that. Not enough of us do that. The majority of us, we run around with our thing out talking about, yeah, I'm going to get this or I'm going to get that. And we're not ready for wifedom. But you can't tell them that because they're not going to listen when you tell them. And that's the only reason why they take these women, because they want sex. Because they want sex, and that's it. Women prey on broke brothers because it gives them leverage. Then the women berate the brothers because he is broke. He has broke when he brought him home. Yeah, he was broke. He's still going to be broke, but that's what it is. Now, I want y'all to know, I'm not making fun of the brother. I'm just speaking a reality check in his ears so he would hear that he ain't ready for that wife. He keep talking about he want a wife, and he's not ready. He needs to hear this. He's going to get mad at me even when he hears it, but it's okay. He needs to hear it. Destroying all these women. I couldn't tell you how many women that laid down and gave themselves to him that he just ran through and ravished. I couldn't tell you how many it was. Making babies over here and babies over there and 2 or 3 babies over there. It's a shame. Taking care of none of them. It's a shame. It's hard, bro. It's hard. And I understand. I adorned you with ornaments and put bracelets on your wrists and chains on your neck. And I put a ring on your nose and earrings in your ears and a beautiful crown on your head. Did y'all see how he decked her out? You see how he decked her out? Now, what male do you know that's moving like this with a woman today? But I tell you, a whole lot of males that want a wife don't even know the beginning of the first thing to do with a wife. A lot of guys today, they find a little shorty, talk about they're going to marry him. They moving up in their house, sleeping in their rooms, in their beds, ain't paying no bills, ain't doing nothing. But they talking about you, my wife. When the bill come in, he slides it on the table and leave it for her to look at. The Creator wasn't playing like that. The Creator decked her out. And sisters, you got to find a man that's willing to do the same for you. You got to earn it, of course. You definitely has to earn it. You have to earn it. Let me say that because I can't say it no clearer. You have to earn it. I know my conversation today is offending a lot of people. I don't care. I work for the Most High, not for you. I got to tell you the truth. And if anything that I say hits you, then you're guilty. Then it just hits you. Don't think that Prince is down disrespecting me, Prince talking down on me. No, I'm not. I want you to wake up. I want you to stop playing this game. Sexing these women out here, taking advantage of these women. Oh, you my wife, and don't mean it. Running through the daughters of Israel, making them harlots, and don't mean it. We got to be real. Thus you were adorned with gold and silver, and your clothing was of fine linen and silk and embroidering cloth. You ate fine flour and honey and oil. It don't say nothing about no chicken or pork chops or applesauce or anything like that. It says you ate fine flour and honey and oil. Now, the honey was her medicine, oil was her lubricant, flour was her food. You grew exceedingly beautiful and advanced to royalty. You became a queen. And your renown went forth, your name, your renown, your name, your Shem. It went forth from among the nations because of your beauty. Do you see how she went from zero to something great, all because a good man was showing her love? But this was too much for her. Some women can't take it. Some women, when you make them sit on a pedestal, it blows their head up and they begin to say, this is what I did. This is who I am. And they begin to want more. You're not enough for them anymore. They want something better than you. They want more than what you're able to give. And they could begin to commit adultery. The relationship goes downhill. All chaos takes place after that. The marriage is destroyed, it breaks up, because a woman, once she's been receiving for so long and she's not really of a right spirit, her mind blows up and she began to be something else. She began to misunderstand you taking care of her and providing for her and making her life easy, and she become dishonest, unloyal, unfaithful. Not in every instance, but in a lot of cases, this is what happens. She got time on her hands, she began to slip out, especially if she's been with other men. She began to slip out. She ain't doing her part no more. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all got to watch this thing, how it goes, man. It's deep. It's deep. And your renown, your name went from among all the other nations because of your beauty. People began to tell her how pretty she was, how beautiful she is. She wasn't getting that before. She wasn't getting that type of attention before. But now she's wearing the finest clothing. She have a queen's crown on her head. She's eating the best of food. Her breast is sitting up. She's looking good. But he made her look good for him. She took that and began looking good for others. Whenever that woman of yours began to desire something other than you, she's committed adultery already. Understand what I'm saying to you. She's looking good. But he made her look good. You got to understand it. And your name went forth from among the nations because of your beauty. For it was perfect through the splendor that I had bestowed on you. She forgot how she was living before he took her. How she had nothing. How she was starving. Nobody would feed her mentally, emotionally, financially, spiritually, in any way. Nobody was providing for her. Her hair was all over the place. Her nails wasn't done. She couldn't bathe like she wanted to. She didn't have those fine garments like she got today. And your renown went forward among the nations because of your beauty, for it was perfect. Her beauty was perfect through the splendor that I, your husband, bestowed on you, declares Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the Most High, Ha Elohim. But you trusted in your beauty. She began to trust in the false presence of what she thought. She gave herself to somebody who did nothing for her but gave her praise. Talked about how good she looked. And she gave herself to that individual. But you trusted in your beauty and you played the whore because of your renown. And you lavished your whoredoms on any passerby. Where did she get this behavior from? This behavior didn't just pop in her ear. This behavior just didn't fall out of the sky. This behavior, as I told you earlier, she got it from her parents. She learned from the people that when she was a baby, she was a lad, she was a youth, this is how they conducted themselves. She never fully let go. She only let go enough to get what she wanted so she can get that husband. So is the story with a lot of women or females today. They only do enough to get that bag, to get what they need, and then they're back to themselves. Time is their true teller of all things. Time. Then the Most High gave her a period of time. And what did she do? She started practicing idolatry. She started worshiping everything in the heavens, everything in the earth, everything that had legs. She started worshiping those things. And watch this. She began to give herself to those things. After she got so much from the Most High. This story is a story of our ancestors. This is why we got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Not out of the Garden of Eden, out of Jerusalem right now. This is why we got kicked out. Because our heads, our forefathers, their heads blew up. And they began to give what the Most High gave to them to their lovers. I was talking to my wife yesterday. And I was talking about my mother. And, I don't say too much disrespectful about my mom, but I just want to share with you a story as I understand it to be. At one point in my mother's life, she's older now, and I would constantly take over like once a month, once a week, whatever, and give her X amount of dollars to help her in life, to supply for her needs to move forward in life, which a man is supposed to do. She has a house that she lives in. She doesn't have a mortgage. The house is paid for. So I would just give her a couple of dollars just to make sure she had enough, to make it through. And then one day it hit me. My mother doesn't live this lifestyle that we live. My mother is still in the church. She goes to the church, she worships the church, and she gives tithes and offerings to the church. And one day it hit me. Your mother is giving your money to the church. The money that the Most High gives to you and blesses you and allow you to pay your bills with, your mother is taking that money and giving it to the church. And from that day, I stopped giving my mother money. I stopped giving her money. My mother is cool. If she ever needed, she asks, she'll get whatever she needs. But I would voluntarily give her those things. She doesn't have any needs for anything. Her life is established. It's set up. She cool. I would never see her want for anything. I would never hurt her or see her need and don't give it to her because I'm afraid of what she's going to do. That won't happen. But to voluntarily give my money to her, knowing that she's giving it to the guy that died on the stick, I couldn't do it anymore. And I stopped. I ceased from doing it. I would sit down with my mom from time to time and have Bible studies, quick Bible studies with her, and show her all the things about Christianity and the fallacies of Christianity. But it never helped. It never worked. She's still there. She's still doing what she's doing. But she did her job. She raised me. She gave me what I needed, from what she was able to give me. And I'm grateful and I'm thankful because without her, I wouldn't be. The Most High chose me to come through her, and I honored her by making her life simple for her. That came by way of her son, and I'm grateful. And now she's 80 years old. She gets to sit back off of her money that she gets every month, her retirement money, and she's cool. Anything that she needs, she knows she can rely on her family. We got her, especially her son. We got her. I just don't volunteer and give her stuff anymore. Money. But what am I saying? I'm saying that I know how it hurt me for her to give what I went out and slaved for to her deity. So I can only imagine how much pain we brought the Creator, our people, our ancestors, with all that I just read to you about how he laid us out, how he decked us out with silver and gold and crowns and beautiful things, and he blessed us tremendously. And then we turn around and call on Jesus and give it to Jesus and say Jesus did all this. That hurt the Most High tremendously. But we're guilty of that, family. We are the reason we are living in this captivity today, because we are our ancestors reincarnated back in this earth today to try to get it right so that we can move further and further away, or further and further closer to this king. But what are we doing? We're doing worse than what our forefathers did. So many of us are still here playing church, acting like and pretending as if we really want to serve the Creator, and we don't. All we really want to do is what's pleasing to us, what makes us happy, what brings us joy. That's all we really want to do. And we will fellowship and give a little bit of our time and efforts to the Creator just to say, I'm a Hebrew Israelite and I kept the Shabbat. But what did you keep the rest of the week? Because we got a whole lot of laws. Was you good to the fatherless, the poor, the widows? Do you despise what Sodom and Gomorrah did, or are you friends with people who conduct themselves in Sodom and Gomorrah today? Do you got those kind of people in your company that you cool with? Is it your brother? Is it your sister? Is it your mother, your aunt, your uncle that you cool with that practice the practices of Sodom and Gomorrah, and you call yourself cool with that? Or do you despise the wickedness that's in this earth, and that the Most High has that mark upon your head as one of those who hate the wickedness in this earth? Where do you fit in that in all this, family? Where do you fit in? Because the majority of our people are comfortable just doing enough to say, I worship the Most High. Because they don't worship Jesus, they do a whole lot of other things that are unpleasing to the Creator. We sick. We need help. This message is going out to you. A man must build his wife from scratch and raise her up and teach her how to be the best version of herself. But he can't build her if he doesn't know himself. If he's not the best version of himself, or at least on his way to being the best version of himself. We were deceitful to the Most High because we said, Creator, all that you have said, we will do. He made a covenant with us. He entered into a covenant with us, and we went back on that covenant. We are that deceptive wife. We, Israel. It is us who have disrespected the Creator. Not him, us, but us, him. We became the wicked ones by violating the covenant that we made with him. We're sick. And we don't want nobody telling us we're sick. We're so sick that we take all of our money and we give it to our lovers. Nobody ain't never did that until we came around. We give it all to our lovers. We don't honor the Most High as we should, as our husband, as our father, as our king. We want to go to church. We want to, give glory to a deity that died on a stick and raise him up where the Most High should be the only one we raise. We do all these abominable things. All these actions we do to the Most High on a daily. A lot of the males today, they're guided by their wee-wee. That's their king. That's their God. And wherever they wee-wee point them, they're going in that direction. But yet they call themselves Hebrew Israelites. Their lust and their perversions have the best of them. That's their God. That's who they serve. Their own selves, the demons that exist within them, to tempt them to see if they're worthy of worshiping the Creator. Those demons inside of them is who they worship. That lust demon, that sexual demon, that money demon. That's who they worship. That grandeur demon. You got a lot of people who might have got a little bit of money, but they're not happy unless people looking at them driving a big car or flashing fancy watches. And a lot of times the car was a rehab that they got fixed up. Somebody is real old, but because ain't nobody else got it, they think they got something. The watches don't work. It's on the same. All you got to do is look at their wrist. They got that Rolex on. It's not even a real Rolex. It's an imitation Rolex. But they got it on, and it shows the same time every day, no matter what time you look at it, because it's broke, it doesn't work, and it's not real. But you won't know just by looking. They got the flashy gold check, and it's gold plated. You don't know because you assume this brother got money. That gold got to be real. He wouldn't wear false gold. Do you know how many rappers have been exposed for wearing false jewelry? And the first thing you think is that they're getting money. They got real gold and jewelry on, but they don't. Or it's rented gold and jewelry and they don't own it. You know how many people be in houses that they Airbnb and take videos and make it like it's theirs? They'll go change their clothes, take the Airbnb in another picture of the house. You go change their clothes again, take another Airbnb video and post those things every once in a while and make people think that's how they living. And they're not. There's a lot of people out here doing wicked things, all because they're giving in to their own passion and desires of pleasure. They have turned their backs on the Creator. They care nothing about the most highest people, nothing. All they care about is their own pleasure, and that's us, family. That's why so many of us are walked away from the Most High. And we only keep the Shabbat day just to say we got a relationship with the Creator. But anything else that we want to do in this world, we do it and we find a way to do it. And we justify our actions. But you trusted in your beauty and you played the whore because of your renown and lavished your whorings on any passerby. Your beauty became his. Anybody that walked by that gave you a compliment, you gravitated to that individual. You took some of your garments and made for yourselves colorful shrines, and on them played the whore. The like has never been, nor ever should be. You also took your beautiful jewels of my gold and of my silver, which I had given you, and made for yourselves images of men, and with them you played the whore. And you took your embroidering garments to cover them. And you set my oil and my incense before them. Also my bread that I gave you, I fed you with fine flour and oil and honey. You set before them for a pleasant aroma. You burnt incense to these deities. And so it was, declares the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. And you took your sons and your daughters, whom you have borne to me. So this shows you it was a long time that she was pretending. For many years she was pretending. She has sons and daughters for him. That's our ancestors. Our ancestors producing us and children when the Most High was providing for us delightfully, and we took those children and we taught them Christianity. We taught them Islam. We taught them Buddhism. We taught them spiritualism and any other name that you want to give the ism. We did that. We taught these to our children. You took your sons and your daughters whom you bore to me, and these you sacrificed them to be devoured because you gave them to those deities. Were your whorings so small a matter that you slaughtered my children and delivered them up as an offering by fire to them? And in all your abominations and your whorings, you did not remember the days of your youth when you were naked and bare, wallowing in your blood. These are evil women. So during the readings of this chapter, I want you to reflect upon slavery. Because people always ask, if your creator is real, why did he allow your people to suffer the way that they suffered during slavery? And why did he allow your people to suffer the way that they're suffering today? What do you think the punishment should have been for the woman who did this? And we ain't even finished with all that she did. But what do you think her punishment should be? You built yourself a vault chamber and made yourself a lofty place in every square. And at the head of the street, you built your lofty place and made you your beauty and your abominations, offering yourself to any passerby and multiplying your whoredom. You also played the whore with Egypt, your lustful neighbor, multiplying your whoredom to provoke me to anger. Behold, therefore I stretch out my hand against you and diminish your allotted portion and deliver you to the greed of your enemies, the daughter of the Philistines who are ashamed of your lewd behavior. You played the whore also with the Assyrians because you were not satisfied. Yes, you played the whore with them, and still you were not satisfied. You multiply your whoredom also with the trading land of the Chaldeans, and even with this, you were not satisfied. So what do you think our punishment should be? Because we disrespected the one who gave us everything and pulled us out of the dirt. How sick is your heart, declares the Most High, Ha Elohim of Israel, because you did all these things, the deed of brazen prostitutes, built your vault chambers at the head of every street, and making your lofty place in every square. Yet you were not like a prostitute, because you scorned payment. You proud. You didn't want nobody to pay you. An adulterous wife who received strangers instead of her husband. Men gives gifts to all prostitutes, but you gave your gifts to all your lovers, bribing them to come to you from every side with your whorings. So you were different from other women in your whorings. No one solicited you to play the role, and you gave payment, while no payment was given to you. Therefore, you were different. Let's think about it for a moment, family. The way that we played the role of a harlot to the Most High is because we went after other gods. We went after deities. We went after gods. We went after deities. We worshiped others other than giving our glory, honor, and respect and praise to the Most High and the Most High alone. We bound partners with him, and this was extremely disrespectful to him. Extremely disrespectful. And we got nothing out of it. Nothing. Matter of fact, we gave to these deities and didn't receive anything in exchange. We paid those deities to be our deity. And we're still doing it today. And it needs to be corrected. Therefore, prostitute, hear the words of Yohei-Wahei. For thus saith Yohei-Wahei, because your lust was poured out and your nakedness uncovered in your whoredoms with your lovers and with all your abominable idols, and because of the blood of your children that you gave them, therefore, behold, I will gather all your lovers with whom you took pleasure. All those you loved and all those you hated, I will gather them against you from every side and will uncover your nakedness to them, that they may see all your nakedness, and I will judge you as women who commit adultery. He considered idolatry, worshiping deities, as adultery. And shed blood are judged, and bring upon you the blood of wrath and jealousy, and I will give you into their hands, and they shall throw down your vault chamber and break down your lofty place. They shall strip you of your clothes and take your beautiful jewels and leave you naked and bare. They shall bring up a crowd against you, and they shall stone you and cut to pieces with their sword, and they shall burn your houses and execute judgment upon you in the sight of many women. I will make you stop playing the whore, and you shall also give payment no more. So will I satisfy my wrath on you, and my jealousy shall depart from you. I will be calm and will no more be angry, because you have not remembered the days of your youth, but you have enraged me with all these things. Therefore, behold, I have returned your deeds upon your head. The deeds that we have done is what determines how we get treated by our Father, the Most High King. I have returned your deeds upon your head, declares the Most High Ha-Elohim. Have you not committed lewdness in addition to all your abominations? Behold, everyone who uses proverbs will use this proverb about you. Like mother, like daughter. What did I say? Where did she learn this behavior? She got it from her parents. Like mother, like daughter. You are the daughter of your mother, who loathed her husband and her children. And you are the sister of your sister, who loathed their husbands and their children. See? Her sister had the same behavior because she was raised in the same household. These are some very trifling people who are roaming this earth right now, talking about they want to be married and don't know how to be a wife. It is imperative right now, family, that we live our best behavior, being as righteous as possible, so that our children will learn righteousness without us having to sit them down and teach them. They learn by watching you. They learn by your actions. They discern your spirit, and it becomes a part of them. When they grow up, they will lead their households the same way. And that's what the Father is saying here. You are the daughter of your mother, who loathes her husband and her children. She hated, she despised, she couldn't wait to get away from her husband and her children. And you are the sister of your sisters, who loathe their husband and their children. Your mother was a Hittite and your father an Amorite. He does not mean by blood, he means in their minds, in their behavior. That's how they were. And because they had this type of behavior in their attitude, that's how they conducted themselves, it handed down to their children, and their children conducted themselves the same way. And your elder sister is Samaria. Wow. Their elder sister is Samaria, just like Samaria is, who lived with her daughters to the north of you. And your younger sisters who lived in the south of you is Sodom with her daughters. Not only did you walk in their ways and do according to their abominations, within a very little time, you were more corrupt than they in all of your ways. As I live, declares the Most High, Ha-Elohim, your sister Sodom and her daughters have not done as you and your daughters have done. They have not, Sodom and Gomorrah didn't do as bad as you and your daughters. The daughters did evil because they learned from the mother. You follow me? They learn from their mother. Today, family, you have an opportunity to teach your children to live a righteous life. But you first have to live it yourself so that they can learn to do the same thing. Behold, this was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, access of food, and prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and the needy. Men, what you want to look for in choosing a wife is a wife that will help the poor and the needy. You always want that in choosing a wife. Look for somebody who has a compassionate heart. Women, if you want to be wife material, then these are the types of qualities that you must have. Willing to feed the poor and the needy. Prince talks about that all the time on this platform. All the time we talk about feeding the poor, the housed, the needy, the people who are not as well off as you are. Help them. The fatherless, the poor, the widows, the elderly people, help them. Supply their needs. The Most High is saying that this sister was void of that. They did not aid in the poor and the needy, yet they had great substance. They had food to the abundance. They'd rather throw it out than go help somebody. And that's not how it's supposed to be. The Most High says they were haughty and did an abominations before me. They were haughty, full of pride and arrogance. They walked around with their heads up in the air and mincing their feet and tingling as they walked. That's how they were. These were the daughters of Israel that the Most High had to remove. They were abominations before me, so I removed them when I saw it. Samaria, the other daughter, Samaria, was not committed half your sins. You have committed more abominations than they, and have made your sisters appear righteous by all the abominations that you have committed. One would ask, are we perfect? The answer would be no, we're not perfect in every sense of the word perfection. But when you compare a righteous man's behavior, although he's not perfect, when you compare a righteous man's behavior to the behavior of the average person in our society, he would be considered perfect. Samaria has not committed half your sins. You have committed more abominations than they, and have made your sister appear righteous. Samaria was appearing righteous, not that she was righteous, but in comparison to all the wickedness that we did, Samaria appeared to be righteous. There's some deep stuff, y'all. We got to watch this. Bear your disgrace, you also, for you had intervened on behalf of your sister because of your sins in which you acted more abominably than they. They are more in the right than you, so be ashamed. You also, and bear your disgrace, for you have made your sisters appear righteous. These sisters were so wicked that the Most High destroyed them, tore them down, but we have outdone them in our wickedness. We have outdone them in all the wickedness that we have done before the Most High. He said, I will restore their fortunes, both the fortunes of Sodom and her daughter, and the fortunes of Samaria and her daughters. And I will restore your own fortunes in their midst, and you may bear your disgrace and be ashamed of all that you have done, becoming a consolation to them. What is he saying? He wants us to own up to the wickedness that we have done. and he will remove our sin. If we confess our iniquities before the Most High and change from our wicked ways, then the Most High will bless us. And if we don't, then we will die in our sins. As for your sister Sodom and her daughters shall return to their former state, and Sodom and her daughters, Samaria and her daughters shall return to their former state, and you and your daughters shall return to your former state. Was not your sister Sodom a byword in your mouth in the days of your pride, before your wickedness was uncovered? Now you have become an object of reproach for the daughters of Syria. You talked about your sister as if she was nothing, as if she was trash, but you was doing way worse than her. You have made her look like a hideous person in the sight of the Syrians or the other people that you may know. But in fact, you are the hideous one. You are the wicked one. But you're camouflaging to be righteous. You'll come to a spiritual leader and innocently humble yourself and blame everybody else for the problems that you have, when in reality, you walked away from the Most High. You digressed it from righteousness. And when the Most High brought his wrath upon you, you pretended as if you didn't understand. Well, Prince, I don't know why I have to go through all this. Prince, I don't know why I'm suffering. Prince, I serve the Most High. But you are wicked, and your ways are unrighteous. You do not deserve the mercies of the Most High until you change your behavior. You have to understand that, my sister. You have to understand that, my brother. You got to change your behavior that you present to the Most High before the Most High rewards you on that level. He might make sure you got a little bit of food to eat, some clothes to wear, a roof over your head. But believe me, he's not opening up the windows of heaven, showering down those blessings upon you until you fully submit yourself and commit yourself to his authority. Some of us are wondering why our lives are the way that they are. And the reason why your life is the way it is because you are a part-time servant of the Most High. Stop doing this. Commit yourself to the authority of the Creator always. Always. And watch how your life just transforms right before your eyes. Was not your sister Sodom a byword in the mouth in the days of your pride, before your wickedness was uncovered? It means you always came back to your husband talking about your sister and how bad she's doing. And in fact, you was the one who was doing bad until you got revealed. Now you have become an object of reproach for the daughters of Syria. And all those around her, and for the daughters of the Philistines, those all around who despise you. You bear the penalty of your lewdness, and your abomination declares the Most High. For thus saith the Most High, Ha Elohim of Israel, I will deal with you as you have done. You who have despised the oath in breaking the covenant. We broke the covenant of the Most High that we made with him. Therefore, we were put into captivity. Therefore, the suffering that we received in slavery was just and right because of all the wickedness that we did to the Most High. We can't blame him. Yes, the Europeans overdid it. Yes, those people who oppressed us, they overdid it. And the Most High held them accountable, and he going to deal with them as well. But we can't blame us for being its slaves. Why are we slaves? Because we disrespected the Most High on the highest level. When much is given, much is expected of you. And we dropped the ball. And we stopped serving the Creator to the best of our ability. We broke that covenant. Even though we broke that covenant, he says, yes, I will remember my covenant with you in the days of your youth, and I will establish for you an everlasting covenant. Then you will remember your ways and be ashamed, and you will take your sisters, both the elders and your youngers, and I give them to you as daughters, but not on the account of the covenant with you. I will establish my covenant with you, and ye shall know that I am the Most High. He gave us another opportunity, and that's where we're at right now in this dispensation of time. We have that new covenant that the Most High gave us, that he wrote in our inward parts, that we are able now to come right before him. But he never wants us to forget the sins that we have committed before him in the previous days. Therefore, he gave us a book of remembrance called the Tanakh, that we can always read and reflect upon the sins of us and our forefathers and how we behaved back in those days, so that we can prevent that from happening today. But a lot of us get caught up. A lot of us tend to forget until hard times hit how to really serve this king. Then you will remember your ways and be ashamed when you take yourself, your sister, both your elder and your younger, and give them to you as daughters, but not on the account of the covenant with you. I will establish my covenant with you, and ye shall know that I am the Most High, that you may remember and be confounded, and never open your mouth again because of your shame. She had a big mouth. How many women you know got a big mouth and can't keep a man because they talk too much? You will never open your mouth again because of shame, when I atone for you for all that you have done, declares the Most High, Adon Yohewahe. Adonai Yohewahe. He says, when I atoned for you, and that word atone is kippur. I'm looking for it. When I atoned for you, kippur. When he atoned for us, kippur. Kippurim means a house of atonements. Kippurim means atonements in the plural. Temple Kippurim means house of atonements. Boy, this is deep, man, how the Most High does what he does. So when we come back next week, it's going to be Ezekiel chapter 17, Creator willing. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Any questions, family? Are there any questions? Anyone? Do we have any questions that we need to go over and discuss at this particular time? Boy, I see y'all participation is slacked up. What I do? I said something that upset you? I said something that made you feel uncomfortable? What is it about you, family? Where you at? Nobody's typing in the room now. What's that all about? It must have been something uncomfortable, must have been said that made you feel like I was talking about you. And I probably was, but it wasn't me. It was the Most High. Blame him. Don't blame me. I'm just a messenger. Don't get mad at me. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah, Toda Sister Laurel. May the Most High be praised. All glory to the Creator for allowing you to bring this beautiful lesson. May the Most High be praised. Please go back and read our 4-page letter up there. A 4-page letter. Man, you better repost it so I know what you're talking about. I don't know when to read it. No, I was here. I thought I was too active. I love the comments and participation. Bro, you can never be too active. You always contributing to positivity and activity and righteousness. I'm looking for this 4-page letter. Sis says she wrote. I agree. I definitely don't listen to nobody else. Baba Kez is one of the best spiritual teachers out here. One of? Who? One? One of. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. One of. Oh wow. I gotta think about that one. Yeah, one of. But thank you very much for your form of a compliment. I gotta think about that. The nature of Yisrael is harlotry, but the Most High has been trying to put his people in the right place for the longest time. She is absolutely right. What sister is that wise that spoke like that? Sister Esther. Oh, wow, Sister Esther. How could I expect anything less? That's horrible that the heart is haughty when places of a pedestal. Oh, wow. That sister said, one of. Go ahead. I got you, sis. One of. Okay. I got you. One of. One of. Okay. One of. All right. Let's see what he's saying. This is about doing a Friday night fellowship if you have time. Think about doing a Friday night fellowship. Shalom, family. May the Most High bless. I'm out. Shabbat shalom, bro. May the Most High be with you. I guess I will see everyone in 7 days. I can't cut to paste my comments. You can't. Well, I can't cut. Just go cut and paste. Copy one of them and just post it, and then I'll find it, and then I can read down. Low. I'll look for it though. I meant all out comments. I meant all of our comments. Okay. All right. She mean all of them. Oh no, if we repost, we're going to be here after sunset. That's all right. That's cool. She means all the comments. Okay, let me go up and read. All right, that's a lot of comments. Let me see. Yeah, that's a lot of comments to be reading all these comments. So I ain't gonna get into all that. If anybody want to do that, they can go back up and read all them comments. I'll read some, and I try to read as many as I can before I get too bored with this. But while I'm reading these comments, where my brother Kezu at? Kezu, can you close us out with prayer, please? My brother Kezu, can you close us out with prayer? We need a righteous spirit to close us out today, bro. I need your help. If you can do it, bro, just hit the link and come on in and do your thing, please. I'm going to read some of these comments. Cain, he has cleansed her physical and then anointed her and gave her smell goods to feel better. It was more done mentally. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. A woman who is not a virgin will be forever haunted by her past promiscuity or promiscuities. How can she do that? I don't know what that's asking, so I can't answer. Very interesting topic. I do believe there is a leadership amongst women, and absolutely, there is a leadership amongst women. To me, that mind is sick. A non-virgin will know that she likes a non-virgin will know what she likes and does not like. She won't even let you try some stuff because the last man messed it up. Okay, I can't touch that, bro. You got that. Could have nieces who are virgins, 29, 30, and 19. You saying you have nieces that's virgins that's 29, 30, and 19? Okay, may the Most High be praised. Now, are they in this way of life? Are they already living this way of life? Couple, okay. He says, no, you buy your own. Okay, may the Most High be praised. If you touch a non-virgin in a certain way, you may trigger 5 different past experiences unknowingly. Wow, that's deep. You have 2 eyes open. Exactly, Moray. Great lesson. All right, sis, Total Rabah. Wow, good observation, Prince. Okay, thank you. If he takes care of you like that, you can never make a supermarket in a backyard. Okay. All right, let me see. Women prey on broke brothers because it gives them leverage. Then the women berate the brothers because he is broke. He was broke when you brought him home. May the Most High be praised. All right, let's see. Start by assessing the truth. A lot of men are both honest with themselves, just controversial hard heads. Yes, that's true. They can't survive in their society without Yah, without the Most High. Reality. I don't know no woman that wants a broke man. That's deep. I used to be a broke brother, living with moms. Women couldn't get enough of me. Then when I became self-sufficient and knew what I needed, I can't find a woman. Wow. They want me living with them, driving their cars. They want to buy me clothing. Now I can't get a woman to sit at home and cook me some grub and keep the place up. Okay, may the Most High be praised. I get what you're saying, Brother Ben. Okay. Them broads want control. Man, that's a woman saying that. Them broads want control. All right. It's a beautiful place to be a queen. How many of us been deprived? But Abba said his daughters are supposed to be jewels in his eyes or in his hands. In the book PH, Yeshayahu. What is prophet? I guess that is. In the book of Yeshayahu. Okay. Making them whores. Wow, y'all using some strong language. Did Prince talk like that? This the raw and uncut version today. May the Most High be praised. All right. Lo, the chicken part. Dietary laws, and she was kept to look luscious. So beautiful. I stopped going to other Shabbat services. This speaks to me. Toda at Sister Higdalia for bringing me here. Such a good sister. Yes, she is. May the Most High be praised. I agree. I definitely don't listen to nobody else. Baba Kez is one of the best. He's one of the best teachers out here. One of the best. I'm still not sure how I like that one. He only one of the best. All right. The nature of Yisrael is harlotry, but the Most High has been trying to put his people in the right place for the longest of time. That's true. The horrible thing that the heart is haunty when placed on a pedestal. All right, family. I done read a whole lot of those comments. Let me start from the bottom now. Those comments were reading, I commented before. Moray, that's when you were saying that she having men, but she was thinking about other men. She had sex to pass. Yes, she did. Yes. Very happy topic, lifting weights. Beyond my energy, definitely, though. Thought-provoking. Much study is relevant. May the Most High be praised. Not bored with his idols. All right. Babe, you were reading some already. Yeah, I know I read some of those. I was just reading, trying to get caught up. Shalom, family. He's out. All right. Are there any questions or comments before we close out prayer today? Is my brother Kezu still here? I guess he ain't here no more. Brother Kezu, are you present? I guess you're not. All right. Would anybody like to close us out in prayer today? Is there any of you who are present that would like to close us out in prayer? Brother Benjamin, are you present? Brother Benjamin from Cincinnati, are you present? Would you like to close us out with prayer? Type in a room. I'll send you the link. Would anybody like to close us out with prayer today? Anyone? All right. Y'all leaving it up to me. Prince is going to do it. Prince is going to close us out for prayer. Congratulations on your anniversary. Blessings for many, many, many more. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Anybody? Sister Laurel, you want to close us out with prayer? Yeah, Sister Laurel, you want to close us out with prayer? Anybody want to close us out with prayer? Anybody? Just speak up. I'm going to get in position so we can close out. All right. Nobody's mentioning closing us out, so we're going to do it. Yotze Zivaot, our power, our King, our Master. We come unto you at this time, Father, asking for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, thank you for your mercy, your protection, your blessings, and your guidance. Thank you, Father, for opening up our minds and leading us to your truth. Thank you for sparing our lives, for we have lived some horrible lives and we have done some detestable things. We were a wicked people. But we are here today, Father, to turn in the direction of hope that you will have mercy upon us and you will forgive us of our iniquities and our sins and all of our transgressions. For we was ignorant of your presence to the magnitude that we are today. We are thankful, Father, that you have preserved us this long. And we ask that you will continue to guide us, continue to protect us and bless us and heal us of the sicknesses of our past lives. Please, Almighty King, cleanse us, make us whole, and find us acceptable in your sight to honor, worship, and to praise you and to represent you in this earth in this day and time. Please, Father, cleanse us and teach us your truth, that we may teach others of your truth, that we may show others how to live and be a light in this dark place that we call civilization. Forgive us of our iniquities, Abi, for we trust in you, only you do we trust in. Please elevate us to a level of righteousness where we can stand strong and we can represent you strongly in the face of diversion and confusion that runs rampant in this earth today. You are our power, our strength, and our King. You are our Redeemer. I would ask, O great King, that everyone within the sound of my voice that has an open mind, that you will bring them clean healings and give them the ability, if it is your will and if it is their desire, give them the ability to stand perfectly before you so that they, Father, may have all that they need to be a positive influence upon them, themselves, their children, their families, so that they may represent you fully. It is unto thee, O great King, that we pray. Anyone that's in our midst that is sick, Father, of any illness or sickness or uncleanness, heal them, Father, that they may know of you, and that they may know at this time that it was because of you that they are healed and cleansed. Unto thee, O great King, we pray, now and forevermore. Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. All right, family, we have reached the end of our Shabbat day. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Thank you all for coming in and being a part of this Shabbat day with us. Thank you for helping out, teaching, and blessing us with your ideals, your thoughts, and all the things that you have contributed to cause today to be a success in helping people to learn more about you. Thank you, family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those of you who have been in the audience and have been silent, may the Most High be with you as well. All right? Yeah. Shavua Tov. Have a good week. Same to you, sis. Toda Rabbah. So next week, come prepared, y'all. Come prepared to tell us about what you learned in class this week or the weeks before that can contribute to somebody else's happiness, somebody else's joy, and somebody else drawing close to the Creator. Ima, are you able to close out the class? Just type and let me know if you're able to close out the class. I don't think you are. I think I have to do it. Shabbat Shalom to you all. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High bless. May the Most High protect. And may the Most High keep you all strong. Shabbat Shalom Lekim. Shabbat Shalom Lekim.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. We had a lot to do. You know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the